of seeking to rule the world. Perhaps, as many claim, they rule it already. Time and again, people sense perfidious conspiracies everywhere. But which of their suspicions are well-founded, and which are based on mere fiction, created by successful authors like Dan Brown? Secret fraternities have existed for thousands of years. Their members are in our midst, everywhere. Join us as we delve into the dark parallel world of secret societies. Marian Füssel is a historian from Göttingen in Germany. He is about to embark on a search for traces of the most influential and most secretive fraternities on our planet. Hermann Schüttler from Gotha is investigating the background of the legendary Illuminati, a mysterious secret society which originated in Germany. Andreas Hensen from Heidelberg wants to find out what influence the ancient mysterious cults still exert today. An April night on the east coast of America. Life for a young man is about to change radically. He has been selected by its members to join a secret organization that is extremely elitist. The order's initiation process is bizarre. The ritual is repeated every April and has been for the last 200 years. This secret society is based in Yale, the distinguished American university in upmarket New Haven, Connecticut. Marian Füssel has come to Yale, where many of America's elite have studied. How much truth is there in the rumors surrounding the mysterious student organization? They're highly secretive. They have knowledge they keep to themselves. They operate clandestinely, and they practice ancient mysterious rituals. They are secret societies. Are secret societies a hotbed of evil? They are certainly the subject of countless conspiracy theories. They are accused of pursuing a sinister objective, of seeking to rule the world. Perhaps, as many claim, they rule it already. Time and again, people sense perfidious conspiracies everywhere. But which of their suspicions are well-founded, and which are based on mere fiction, created by successful authors like Dan Brown? Secret fraternities have existed for thousands of years. Their members are in our midst, everywhere. Join us as we delve into the dark parallel world of secret societies. Marian Fussel from Göttingen is on the trail of perhaps the most fantastic conspiracy in Christianity, the possibility that Jesus had descendants. If that is true, are they being protected by a secret order? Ulrich Walter from Munich is investigating the suspicion that staff at NASA conspired to fake the lunar landing. For 2,000 years, the Vatican has been a center of spiritual power and of secular dominion. The focus here is on the salvation of the human soul, but also on influence and power. The Vatican is the subject of much speculation. A sensational secret is believed to be kept within its walls, a secret that, were it to be revealed, would rock the world. It involves Jesus Christ. Located in the catacombs in Rome are the oldest depictions of Jesus. They show a young man full of joys of life, a man who is said to have had a wife, Mary Magdalene. Verse 55 of the apocryphal Gossip of Philip states, "The companion of the Savior was Mary Magdalene." According to the manuscript, he loved her more than all the other disciples and would often kiss her on the mouth. If that were true, Christian history and theology would have to be rewritten. So, is the Vatican suppressing a truth that would undermine its power? The Da Vinci Code, the bestseller by Dan Brown, made the story of Jesus and Mary accessible to a broader public, and the film with Tom Hanks and Audrey Tautou certainly did.
But how could Christ have a bloodline unless...
Mary was pregnant at the time of the crucifixion.
For her own safety and for that of Christ's unborn child, she fled the Holy Land and came to France. And here it is said she gave birth to a daughter, Sarah.
The south of France. This, then, is where the descendants of Jesus are said to live, in our very midst, protected, according to Dan Brown's novel, by a secret fraternity. Marian Fussel is heading for the place where it all began, Rennes-le-Château. This sleepy hamlet has a strikingly pompous church. Many see this as an indication that Rennes-le-Château is the epicenter of a large-scale conspiracy. A remarkable church full of mysterious symbols. It seems totally out of place in such a small village. Terrifying creatures greet the visitor. Do the statues here portray the Mother of God, or perhaps Mary Magdalene holding Christ's child?
This small village, and especially its church, is steeped in legend. Its redevelopment and pompous refurbishment around 1900, along with the construction of other buildings nearby, have given rise to questions as to how it was all financed. The work must have consumed fairly large sums, and even today, the question of where the money came from is the subject of much speculation.
The incongruities surrounding the church go back to the summer of 1885, when Father Bérenger Saunier took up office in Rennes-le-Château. At the time, the parish really was as poor as the proverbial church mouse. Nevertheless, the priest soon embarked on the expensive conversion of his church. It wasn't long before his flock began to wonder where Abbé Saunier had managed to find so much money for his construction project. Marion Fussell sees the building project and the mysterious bloodline of Jesus Christ as elements of a major conspiracy theory. Christian Dumac has provided him with further details. He has examined the village priest's estate and knows all the legends associated with Rennes-le-Château.
L'abbé Saunière a fait des dépenses qui étaient
The sums spent by Abbé Saunière went far beyond his means. It was clearly not his income as a priest that enabled him to construct all the buildings. Back then, that raised one or two questions amongst the villagers. It gave rise to the rumor that he must have found some treasure.
L'abbé aurait trouvé un trésor.
And for a long time, the nature of this treasure was the source of much speculation. Was it cash, valuable relics perhaps, or ancient documents proving, as many suspect, that Jesus had descendants? Saunier is said to have used the documents to blackmail the Catholic Church into giving him hush money, not to reveal the secret of Christ's daughter. The figure at the center of this major scandal was Mary Magdalene. Leonardo da Vinci is said to have immortalized Jesus' wife in his famous painting of the Last Supper. The claim is that it is not the beardless disciple John who is pictured to the left of Christ, but Mary Magdalene. The legend that Jesus had a family was embroidered more and more. His descendants were said to be protected by a secret fraternity. Best-selling author Dan Brown plays with this incredible version in his novel, The Da Vinci Code.
Who are you?
There have been many names. The Keepers, Guardians, the Priory of Sion.
Although the Priory of Sion is said to be ancient, its existence was not documented until the 1970s, when French author Pierre Plantard wrote about it. Had he betrayed secret knowledge of the fraternity? The trail leads us to Paris, where the Priory of Sion is believed to have been active. The most important documents on the Brotherhood of Sion are kept in the French National Library. A venerable institution, what is stored here appears to be incontestable. Religious scholar Frédéric Lenoir is fascinated by the Brotherhood and by the idea of Christ having descendants. He has made a detailed study of the files. In his research, Lenoir came across an important document, a list of the Grand Masters of the Priory of Sion, cataloged as such by the National Library. The neatly typed list goes back to the time of Jesus. It includes such famous names as that of universal genius Leonardo da Vinci, legendary scientist and mathematician Isaac Newton is also mentioned. One illustrious figure after another, but were they all really members of the inner circle?
Si on regarde ces documents qui ont été déposés,
When you look at the list, you notice at once that all the historical facts seem to be right. The dates are correct, and so are the coats of arms.
Les blasons sont justes, sauf
But you then realize that some of the figures on the list could never have had anything to do with the priory. Leonardo da Vinci, for instance, had no contact with the Knights Templar. Here, reality has been mixed with fiction.
But the general public and the media jumped at the blend of fact and fiction. It was the grain of reality that made the fiction credible. But that's something the authors of such products of the imagination are also aware of. When they merge the two, it is hard to see the result of exactly what it is.
What struck me was the creation of a modern legend in exactly the same way the ancient Greeks concocted their amazing myths, which still exist today. In the form of the priory, a modern myth was created which has enjoyed global success, and that's quite extraordinary.
Doubts over the Priory of Sion also arise from the fact that the list of Grand Masters cannot be authenticated. It was passed to the National Library anonymously and was only accepted into obligatory storage. A conclusive document exists in the form of the Priory's deed of foundation, signed by Pierre Plantard in 1956. So the Priory of Sion is a 1950s invention, as Plantard himself admitted in the late 80s. The ancient brotherhood dedicated to protecting the bloodline of Christ never existed. Another theory also rests on an unsound footing. In Rennes-le-Château, Marion Fussell discovers why the priest had so much money at his disposal. Records he left show that it came from an illegal trade in intercessions for the deceased. Saunier was a confidence trickster.
The account books that have been preserved show quite clearly that there was no treasure involved, just a systematic trade in mass services. But that didn't affect the legend. People still suspected that hidden treasure was involved and went on searching for it.
It's still astonishing, though, that Saunier should have gotten away with a scam for so long. How gullible his villagers were. The legend continues to be spun out, however, for belief in such mysteries lies in the very nature of the human soul. Marion Fussell has analyzed what convinces people most of all. He has found that the more significant and the more fantastic a secret sounds, the more likely it is to be believed. Precisely what is involved is actually of secondary importance.
Where the theory of the Priory of Sion is concerned, one individual, Plantard, wanted to get rich. That in itself is relatively harmless, but there are also other conspiracy theories which focus on entire groups, and those theories can become a real danger.
That was also the case with the most sinister conspiracy theory in history, the myth of a Jewish world conspiracy. In the first half of the 20th century, the Jews were blamed for all ills. They were accused of wanting to bring countries to their knees, first of all with capitalist money, and then with the help of Bolshevism, their alleged goal, global dominance. Wealthy Jewish entrepreneurs served as proof of these crude assertions. Families like the Bolins, the Rothschilds, the Guggenheims, and the Astors. The Jews were painted as the enemy.
Wenn es dem internationalen Finanzjudentum in und außerhalb Europas gelingen sollte, die Völker noch einmal in einen Weltkrieg zu stürzen, dann wird das Ergebnis nicht die Bolschewisierung der Erde und damit der Sieg des Judentums sein, sondern die Vernichtung der jüdischen Rasse in Europa.
The story of a Jewish world conspiracy, an imaginary plot, begins in Prague, at a most unusual, indeed creepy location. Every 100 years, leading Jews were said to gather at Prague's Jewish cemetery as the Elders of Zion, a Jewish shadow government whose alleged aim was the suppression of the Gentiles. But the myth of this meeting, a product of the imagination, was to have dire consequences. In Berlin, the fear of a Jewish world conspiracy was used to stir up hatred of the Jews. Marian Fussel wants to find out how this production of the imagination came about and why so many people still believe in it even today. He has come to the Jewish Museum in Berlin to meet historian Wolfgang Benz, an expert on anti-Semitism. Benz has made a close study of the accusations leveled at Jews in the 20th century. The theory of a world conspiracy comes from a small book entitled The Protocols of the Elders of Zion. Virtually no other inflammatory publication of the last century has wrought as much havoc as this pamphlet. With great skill, the author plays with fears, prejudices, and enemy stereotypes. The defamatory propaganda involved in creating enemy stereotypes draws people to support the existing center of power.
It is a dark and gloomy narrative. Allegedly, every 100 years, the Jewish elders meet at the cemetery in Prague to report on their progress in permeating the world's structures. But the report is headed Protocols to give the impression of it being an authentic, official document.
The claim is that the protocols were recorded secretly at the First Zionist World Congress, which actually took place. But in reality, the focus was on something totally different. The World Congress was convened by Theodor Herzl, but he wasn't nurturing visions of global dominance. Herzl wanted to establish a Jewish state in Palestine. So why was the truth twisted?
Minorities have always been exposed to prejudices and made into enemy stereotypes. The end result in this case was a compact, rounded picture. The Jews are evil. The Jews are a threat to non-Jews. The Jews want sovereignty of the world.
St. Petersburg. The true story of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion begins during the time of the Russian Empire. Nowhere was hatred of the Jews more widespread than among the people ruled over by Tsar Nicholas II. More Jews lived in the Russian Empire than anywhere else. Regarded as the enemies of Orthodox Christians, they were persecuted. The head of the Russian Foreign Intelligence Service, Pyotr Rashkovsky, used the anti-Semitic mood in the country for a political ploy. He wanted to pin the blame for oppositional attacks on the Tsar on the Jews. To achieve this, all he had to do was discredit them even further. Rashkovsky needed a document that would enable him to defame the Jews. Since he didn't have one, Rashkovsky had one prepared at short notice. Matvei Golovinsky was commissioned with the task, and disaster took its course. Can a specific group really be vilified so quickly in society? And why is this done?
People need scapegoats, and those in power certainly do. They need scapegoats to conceal their own failures or weaknesses, or to mobilize people for some goal or other. Where conspiracy theories are concerned, of course, this is taken to extremes. And the worst extreme is the conspiracy theory based on the protocols of the Elders of Zion. Jews as a whole are stigmatized and made responsible for all the world's ills.
Intelligence officer Golovinsky was actually a specialist in producing bogus press articles. But now he wrote the basic inflammatory pamphlet for many years to come. He shamelessly plagiarized and mixed fiction with reality. Entire passages were lifted word for word from the satirical French novel The Dialogue in Hell by Maurice Joly. Golovinsky finished by heading his text Protocols to indicate its authenticity, even though everything was an utter fabrication. In the Russian Empire, what was probably the most dangerous document to appear in the 20th century was reprinted time and again. Within a few years, the fabricated protocols began their triumphal global advance. The mendacious pamphlet had its finger on the anti-Semitic nerve of the time. In the end, Golovinsky's text was translated into around 60 languages. In Germany, too, it was regarded as authentic. The protocols of the Elders of Zion dovetailed perfectly with the crude mindscape of the National Socialists. It was soon alleged that the text was a fabrication, but once a conspiracy has been exposed, it is hard to allay all suspicions.
The National Socialists referred to this fictitious protocol as if it provided actual proof of a Jewish world conspiracy. Ultimately, all anti-Semitic propaganda, the whole persecution of the Jews, was based on this document.
Under the National Socialist terror regime, the protocols led inevitably to the Holocaust. 6 million Jews were systematically murdered before Nazi Germany capitulated. The protocols of the Elders of Zion survived the shock of the Holocaust and the fall of the Third Reich. They continue to spread hatred of the Jews even today. Marian Fussell rediscovered the inflammatory pamphlet on the homepage of Hamas, the radical Islamic movement. Its charter contains excerpts from the protocols as if they were an authentic document and not a fabrication.
Conspiracy theories simplify complex issues in an extreme way. There are no shades of gray, just black and white, good and evil. One such conspiracy theory is the Jewish world conspiracy, which is still in the heads of millions of people worldwide. Time and again, it's used for achieving political ends and for interpreting current events.
Mistrust of the government has always been deeply rooted in American society. One of the best-known conspiracy theories led to a bizarre experiment in the Nevada desert. On a summer's night in 1976, a man set out to expose what at the time was the pinnacle of American science as a cheap fabrication. Bill Kaysing did not believe that the Americans had landed on the moon. The whole mission, he said, was just technologically impossible. It was merely a political gambit in the Cold War. Kaysing suspected that the legendary moon landing was actually staged on the Earth, and he reckoned he could prove it. On that summer's night, Bill Kaysing took on the U.S. government. If Casing were right, the world would no longer be talking about one of the great adventures of all time, but about the greatest deception of all time. On July 16, 1969, a Saturn V rocket weighing 3,000 tons lifted off from the Kennedy Space Center in Florida. Its destination, the moon. The mission was a global spectacle. Worldwide, 500 million viewers excitedly watched its progress on television. In a bold speech given in September 1962, John F. Kennedy set the tone for the space race. The U.S. president was staking everything because he knew that the plan to put a man on the moon was highly ambitious.
We choose to go to the moon in this decade and do the other things, not because they are easy, but because they are hard.
Kennedy needed to be successful because in the space field, the Americans were lagging years behind their archenemy, the Soviet Union. In 1957, the Soviets had launched the first animal into orbit, a dog called Laika. 4 years later, Yuri Gagarin went down in history as the first human being in space. Gagarin made a complete orbit of the planet. "I see the Earth. It is so beautiful," he radioed back from his spacecraft. Space seemed to belong to the Russians. NASA, however, had to cope with one failure after another, and the tragic loss of human life. The Apollo program was costing a fortune, but the success that was so ardently desired failed to materialize. In the psychology of the Cold War, this was a calamitous situation for the Americans. After all, two different political systems were vying for supremacy.
The Sputnik success was a massive shock to the Americans who, up to then, had been world leaders, certainly leaders of the free world, a country that played a dominant role in technology and commerce. In all other areas, in fact, found that it was now lagging behind in the important field of space research. Consequently, America made every conceivable effort to recover from its shock. It was about winning the battle of the systems, a victory the Americans had to achieve at almost any price.
In July 1969, the decisive Apollo 11 mission was launched. The goal? To establish U.S. supremacy in space. "12 minutes after liftoff, the three astronauts on board entered the Earth's orbit, hurtling through space at a speed of nearly 40,000 kilometers an hour. The flight to the moon took 3 days. The astronauts orbited the Earth's satellite 3 times. Then, Buzz Aldrin commenced the landing maneuver onto the dry Sea of Tranquility.
Forward, drift into the right a little. 30 seconds. Forward. Okay, engine stop. Houston, the Eagle has landed. We copy you down, Eagle. That's one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. Oh, that looks beautiful from here, Neil. Hey, you got it? That's a good step. It's very pretty out here. Are you getting a TV picture now, Houston?
A massive triumph. Or was it, in fact, nothing more than a giant con? Bill Casing was the first to voice this suspicion. In 1976, he accused the government of having filmed the moon landing on Earth. He was convinced that all the evidence for a landing, the photographs and footage, was manipulated. The flag, the footprints, nothing, he said, could have been photographed like that on the moon. And in the Nevada desert, he intended to prove how easy it is to deceive people. After all, the terrain in the desert is very similar to that on the moon. Bill Casing took his own moon photographs, And indeed, the material he produced bears a striking similarity to that presented by NASA. So what is real and what is fabrication? Was the triumphal return of the Apollo 11 heroes merely part of a gigantic deception? To pull it off, the U.S. government and NASA would have had to act as a giant secret organization. And if it had, astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, and Buzz Aldrin were wrongly celebrated as heroes. Marion Fussell has come to Munich to investigate the accusations leveled by critics of NASA and clear up matters 40 years after man, allegedly, first landed on the moon. In 1993, Ulrich Walter from Munich Technical University was himself an astronaut. He spent 10 days in space carrying out scientific experiments. Today, Walter is professor of space technology at the university. Month after month, Ulrich Walter receives hundreds of letters, all asking the same question. Did the Americans really land on the moon? Even today, countless people still believe that they were duped by the Apollo 11 mission, even though NASA's film and photographic material has been studied in great detail.
The theory of a conspiracy involving a faked lunar landing already received support in the 1970s because of the Cold War climate and also because of the mistrust within America through Watergate and various other affairs. People could imagine the government, in this case NASA, doing absolutely everything to dupe the people.
Puzzle number one. Why are there no stars visible on the photographs? Puzzle number two. Why is there no crater to be seen under the landing module's propulsion unit? Puzzle number three. Why are the astronauts seen exiting the capsule brightly lit, while the rest of the landing module is in shadow? Puzzle number four. Why is the American flag fluttering even though there is no wind on the moon? Those questions had already irritated a skeptic Bill Kaysing. In 1976, he published his concerns in a book and earned a lot of money from it. What Kaysing began runs continuously through the story of this accusation of fraud. Conspiracy theorists have come up with new suspicions time and again. But at the center of every dispute are the photographs that were taken on the Apollo mission to the moon, or taken elsewhere. Ulrich Walter knows every detail of the photographs. He believes he can refute every single objection. The former astronaut is certain that every American moon landing was totally bona fide, even though many people might find the idea of human beings walking around on another celestial body simply inconceivable.
There's a simple reason why the stars are not visible on certain photographs. With a really bright motif, you have to close the aperture. So, since the light from the stars is extremely weak, on some photographs, they are no longer visible.
That's also why the astronaut in the shade appears brightly lit. The moon's surface reflects sunlight. And what about the missing crater?
A crater can only be created if there is scree under the landing module. but the surface of the moon is relatively firm and covered with a layer of dust roughly 2 centimeters thick. So when the module landed, the gases blew away the dust. If the substrate hadn't been fairly firm, the astronauts couldn't have walked on it. That's why there's no crater visible.
And why is the flag fluttering?
One of the astronauts took the flag and stuck it in the ground. To drive it in firmly, he moved it to and fro. The shaking made the flag wave, and this was interpreted as fluttering in the wind.
Marian Fussell does not doubt that the American moon landing was genuine. It's something else that troubles him. The fact that this conspiracy theory simply won't go away, despite all the arguments against it. Many people still find the moon landing incomprehensible, along with many other things, too.
Conspiracy theories will probably be around for as long as mankind is. That's because they have more to do with what people believe than with what they know. They can't be refuted with counter-evidence or counter-arguments because anyone prepared to believe a conspiracy theory will not be put off, let alone convinced by them. That's probably the true power of a conspiracy, the fact that it simply cannot be eradicated.
In an age in which people find it hard to orient themselves, fantasies involving an explanation of the world are gratefully seized upon. Some people believe they are merely the playthings of dark forces, lied to by those whose structures they cannot peer into: the church, governments, and secret societies. No conspiracy theory is so far-fetched that it cannot be spread worldwide. In fact, the more far-fetched it is, the more likely people are to find it credible. Marian Fussell from Göttingen. His aim is to reveal the true story of the Freemasons. The search for clues will take him around the world. Archaeologist Kate Raphael from Israel. She is searching for vestiges of the legendary Knights Templar. Donald Ritchie from Washington deciphers the secret symbols that are hidden all over the American Capitol. A late summer's day in Hamburg. In the venerable church of St. Michael, the members of what is probably the biggest secret society in the world are celebrating a jubilee. 275 years ago, the Freemasons established their first lodge in Germany. The fraternity's elite have come to Hamburg to celebrate the anniversary. For the first time, a camera has been allowed to film their ritual meeting. Normally, such assemblies are off limits to the outside world. Worldwide, there are 5 million Freemasons. In some countries where the society is banned, members risk their lives when they meet. What kind of people are these Freemasons, who operate in secret and who have always been persecuted? What sort of knowledge do they take into their lodges? And why is the outside world kept in the dark about the organization? A hidden parallel world exists in our midst, one with its own special symbols and strange rituals. Historian Marian Füssel has spent years studying the Freemasons. He knows a great deal about the secret society.
Legends have centered on the Freemasons for centuries because members must not disclose what happens inside a temple. They've taken a vow of silence. Naturally, this provokes outsiders to come up with all kinds of suspicions and assumptions. So it's hardly surprising that time and again in their history, the Freemasons have been accused of involvement in all kinds of dark deeds.
This secret society selects its members. Mozart belonged to the fraternity, as did Johann Wolfgang von Goethe. But so did Walt Disney and Winston Churchill. Jazz legend Louis Armstrong was also a member, as was George Washington, one of the founding fathers of the United States. What goes on behind the locked doors of a Freemason temple? Is it really just a case of good person being turned into a better one? Many critics are convinced that in reality, the strange rituals bear testimony to less humane goals. Every Freemason takes a vow of silence. Nothing must be leaked to the outside world. In the past, however, several brethren have spoken out. As a result, we were able to reconstruct some rituals. A Freemason begins his career as an apprentice. Later, he becomes a journeyman, and only after that is he elevated to the rank of a master. In the ceremonies, the candidate dies symbolically to be reborn in the circle of his secret brethren.
Boas, das Fleisch verlässt das Bein.
To outsiders, the ritual seems bizarre. But to the Freemasons, it is important because it forges a bond.
You can't become a member through your own will or efforts. You have to be selected. That's also the special status that is conferred. It's not like deciding to join a club. You have to be chosen. And this fact alone boosts a person's self-esteem and elevates their status.
It's often a person's mentality that prompts them to accept the offer to join a secret society, the need to cut oneself off from others, to belong to the elite, to know more than people in general. Frequently, the motives are highly egoistic. Orders like the Freemasons fulfill the dream of individuality in a mass society. And candidates are prepared to accept a great deal for the certainty of being something special. The initiation rite binds each individual Freemason to the fraternity.
Lässt denn die Blätter fallen, die Blumen nur verblühen.
London, the British capital, is at the hub of the Freemason movement. The Freemasons' Hall is home to the world's oldest Grand Lodge. Marian Füssel has come to visit this venerable building, which is regarded as the world headquarters of Freemasonry. Will the historian find out more here about the true aims of the fraternity? He hopes for some answers from John Hamill. According to Hamill's visiting card, he is responsible for special questions. Everywhere, Füssel sees objects and symbols which offer an insight into the Freemasons' beliefs. John Hamill knows the legends surrounding his secret society. The internet is full of murky conspiracy theories. The Freemasons are said to have been responsible for the French Revolution. The First World War is also on the list of their dark deeds.
For a long time, we ignored the conspiracy theories, we ignored the outside world, and we paid for it in the short term. But delighted now that we're reversing it and we're back out being open and transparent with people, and this building is open to the public, anybody can walk in.
But if that's the case, why are Freemasons not allowed to talk about what happens inside their temples? And what role is played by the ancient Oriental pictures and symbols which decorate the massive bronze door to the holiest of holies? They show people constructing a building. The Temple of the Freemasons Hall is full of symbols pointing to the ancient roots the Freemasons referred to. In front of the master's chair is the pentagram. The 5 points stand for wisdom, justice, strength, moderation, and diligence. Rectangular forms show the importance of geometry, which fundamentally regulates human activity, or so the Freemasons believe. The temple is based on a legendary model, the Temple of Solomon in Jerusalem, which is mentioned in the Bible. It too had pillars like those next to the master's chair. Over 8 meters high, the pillars known as Yachin and Boaz flank the entrance to the Temple of Solomon. The building was intended to express something of a divine nature. Jerusalem today. Are there any indications here as to why Freemasons revere the Temple of Solomon so much? Our search leads us to where it all began, to the Temple Mount. At one time, the Temple of Solomon towered up in the heart of Jerusalem. The Temple Mount is equally sacred to Christians, Jews, and Muslims. Kate Raphael is one of Israel's leading archaeologists. She knows a great deal about the history of the Temple Mount. She also understands the importance of King Solomon's temple.
King Solomon's temple is the first that was built in the first time the capital was established. So it's the first time since the Jewish people left the desert, established the capital, and King Solomon's temple was the first house of God for the first time built in stone.
No other building is as steeped in legend as this one temple. Its dimensions are described in the Bible, but that is the only source. No remains have ever been found. Kate Raphael is about to descend into the underworld of the Holy City. Close to the Wailing Wall, there is a labyrinth of tunnels. She and her colleagues pay regular visits to this place, which is so rich in history. She is convinced that down here is where the supporting walls of King Solomon's temple must have stood before it was destroyed in 586 BC. But what made the building so special? Why do Freemasons try to copy the edifice? As yet, there are no answers to be found down here. Only a stone's throw from the Temple Mount, archaeologists collect what has been removed from the system of galleries in recent decades. It's the overburden from various evacuation campaigns. Researchers know that each shovelful could contain an important clue towards helping them to learn more about the history of the Temple Mount. Every day they come across relics of the distant past. Gabriel Barquet is in charge of this exceptional treasure trove for archaeologists.
We have rich finds, which are even an arrowhead of the army of Nebuchadnezzar, which was shot in the destruction of the Temple Mount. We have seals, seal impressions, we have pottery in abundance, and even inscribed material. So we have enough material from First Temple period to justify much activity upon the Temple Mount in that time.
The divine construction plan, which makes the Temple of Solomon so unique, is described in the Bible. It is accessible to everyone, including Freemasons. But it was others who brought the legend of the temple to Europe. In the early 11th century, the Crusaders set out from Europe for the Middle East. Their mission was to drive out the Muslims and take possession of the holy sites of Christianity. Bloody battles were fought. In 1099, the Crusaders captured Jerusalem. The Crusaders were the first Europeans able to explore the Temple Mount. No one knows what they sought beneath the Wailing Wall. Divine knowledge from the King Solomon's temple, or precious relics perhaps. One thing is certain, even the Crusaders were fascinated by the Temple Mount and its history. So it was understandable that the temple should play a central role in the founding of a new order. Its members called themselves the Poor Knights of Christ and of the Temple of Solomon, or for short, the Knights Templar. The men took the vows of their order before the Patriarch of Jerusalem. They promised to live in poverty, chastity, and obedience. The Templars quickly developed into one of the leading orders of knights. They saw themselves as an elite, as the spearhead of Christianity. Soon, no one knew the tunnels beneath the Temple Mount better than the Templars. Did the Templars discover the legendary treasure from the Temple of Solomon in the galleries? Or did the knights use the tunnels to hide the riches they had accumulated over time? Kate Raphael knows that some people are still searching for the legendary treasure of the Knights Templar. Whatever that treasure might be in reality, relics, gold perhaps. Or, as some suspect, the Holy Grail. Or perhaps it could be secret knowledge of King Solomon's temple, which the Knights revered so much.
The Templars were aware of the possibility that the treasures of the temple were still in the location. They ruled the Temple Mount for 80 years. They could have searched for these temples more than anybody that came after them. But we have no evidence. We don't have archaeological evidence. We have no historical evidence that they ever found anything and took it with them to Europe.
As years passed, the Templars became more and more powerful. They did not feel accountable to any worldly authority. Back then, the order acted just like major international corporations do today. The Knights Templar manufactured goods and engaged in trade and financial operations. From the 12th century, their network of facilities spanned Western Europe. The Templars had become a confraternity, that had sealed itself off hermetically. The Knights' clandestine activities were to have an impact in Europe. With their dark legend of the Temple of Solomon, the Templars influenced the secret societies that came later, like the Freemasons. In London, the British Knights Templar built their own church, Temple Church. Its circular interior is modeled on the Church of the Holy Sepulchre in Jerusalem. Temple Church was blessed personally by the Patriarch of Jerusalem in 1185. Paris. For many years, the French capital was the headquarters of the Order of the Knights Templar. For centuries, no one knew where the seat of the order had been located. Then, in 2011, a construction unit discovered the remains of its legendary headquarters. It was a world sensation. Prior to that, only street signs had given any indication of a society shrouded in mystery. In Paris, Marian Fussel hopes to find out whether there is a link between the Knights Templar and fraternities like the Freemasons. His research has brought him to the National Archives. Stored here are original documents from the days of the Templars, a historic treasure that could help Marian Fussel in his research. Ghislaine Brunel has spent many years studying the documents. It still seems astonishing that this mighty international organization should have disappeared virtually overnight.
The exact reasons for the trial of the Templars and for the persecution of the order are still the subject of speculation today. One possible reason could be the military power it possessed. Members of the order were trained professionally and retained their weapons even in times of peace. So they constituted a serious military threat even in their own country, constituting a challenge to the king's monopoly on the use of force.
But it was not only the Templars' military clout that was a thorn in the French king's side. He too had his sights set on the Knights' alleged treasure. And so, Philip the Beautiful forged a plan to destroy the Templars. At dawn on October the 13th, 1307, Philip had his troops storm the Templars' residences and arrest the Knights. The day has gone down in history as Black Friday. Since then, Friday the 13th has been regarded as unlucky. It was the beginning of a swift end for the Templars. For late medieval Europe, it was a shock comparable today with the sudden collapse of the entire banking system. The king wanted to eradicate the Knights Templar. The historical files tell the details. Philip the Beautiful simply concocted the allegations that were supposed to justify his brutal course of action against the Templars.
In
the initiation ritual, the new Templar had to spit on the cross 3 times and deny Christ 3 times. Novices had to kiss the other members on the mouth, on the navel, and on the buttocks. Homosexuality was one of the classical accusations leveled at heretics. Ever since the 3rd century, heretics had been accused of being homosexual, of being in league with the devil, and of worshipping idols. At their meetings, it was alleged the Templars worshipped a bearded head and even a black cat.
These concocted accusations proved disastrous for the Templars. No one knew anything about the inner life of the order. The general public was taken in by the lies. In this case, the strict secrecy they upheld meant the death penalty for the once so proud Knights Templar. In Paris, on March the 18th, 1314, Jacques de Molay, the fraternity's last Grand Master, was led to the stake. He never disclosed the secret of the legendary Templar treasure. Rumors were rife. The Templar ships, it was claimed, had set sail from La Rochelle, heading for an unknown destination with the treasure on board. Just a myth? Perhaps Jacques de Molay knew the truth when he was executed. The king had him burnt on damp willow, a particularly horrific punishment because the wood burns poorly. On that day, the order was officially crushed, and yet numerous tales describe how the Templars lived on in secret under a new guise. After the order was smashed, some Templars, it is said, found a new home in Scotland. Ever since then, this country on the fringes of Europe has been seen as a stronghold of clandestine societies. But is there any real proof that this is where the French Templars fled to? Historian Marian Fussell is on his way to the Kilmartin Valley on the west coast. Fussell believes that a cemetery might yield clues. Will this expert on secret societies be able to use them to reconstruct what happened to the Templars after the trials? And indeed, Fussell has found something unusual. Ancient gravestones, decorated with swords, knights in armor, and flowers, symbols of the Knights Templar.
A row of gravestones that seem to date back to the 14th and 15th centuries is particularly exciting. First and foremost, they depict noble knights. Some researchers see these gravestones as an indication that those laid to rest here might have been Templars. The Templars came to Scotland and were buried here in the 14th century.
If the Knights found a new home in Scotland, couldn't the order still exist there today? Within their ranks, the Knights could well have handed down their secret knowledge of the Temple of Solomon and its treasures. Scarcely anyone has played more with this possibility than best-selling author Dan Brown. His novels and the screen adaptations of them have fascinated millions. Played by Tom Hanks and Audrey Tautou, when they visit Roslin Chapel in Scotland in search of the Holy Grail, Dan Brown's leading characters come across mysterious symbols.
So this is it. The gift at the end.
Jewish, Christian, Egyptian, Masonic, pagan, Templar crosses, pyramids.
Located near Edinburgh, Roslin Chapel is something of an enigma, a feature Dan Brown made skillful use of. He saw the chapel as a literary melting pot of religions and secret societies. Marian Fussell is also familiar with the legends centered on the church. It was commissioned by Sir William Sinclair, who had the church decorated with numerous secret symbols, including statues of knights. The Lamb of God, a symbol found on many Templar seals. Fussell then spots two pillars that seem familiar to him. He's seen them once before somewhere. The same pillars stand in the Freemasons' temple in London. Marian Fussell has returned to the Freemasons' Hall. Obviously, at some time in the past, the Templars inspired the Freemasons with their knowledge of the Temple of Solomon. John Hamill is showing the historian symbols, which testify to a fascination for precise architecture. These include a compass and a square.
The origins of Freemasonry are largely unknown, a fact which leads time and again to speculation. Modern research tends to see its origins in the Bauhütten movement of the Middle Ages, in the environment of cathedral architects, and within this movement, which was organized on a guild basis, structures developed, which led to modern Freemasonry.
In the late Middle Ages, the members of the Bauhütten Church Masons' lodges covered the entire continent with a network of magnificent cathedrals, like those in Chartres, Cologne, and Salisbury. Architects and the Bauhütten Guild enjoyed immense privileges. They had their own laws. Secret hand signs revealed who was a member and what rank they held. In England, these architects referred to themselves as Freemasons. They moved from cathedral to cathedral, offering their services. In those days, ordinary folk lived in dark, low huts. So for them, the Gothic cathedrals built by the master stone masons, the Freemasons, were architectural miracles. The Bauhütten were a secret society of knowledge.
These weren't simple masons, but architects, an intellectual elite, in other words, who had access to monarchs, who were at the very apex of society. This had nothing to do with some low trade, but people who had specific technical expertise and who, naturally, were also able to exercise a certain degree of power in society.
Does this mean, in fact, that fugitive Templars and ambitious architects got together? Marian Fussell has received permission to view historical documents in the secret society's internal archives. They include the statues of the fraternity and the founding document of the world's oldest Grand Lodge. It points to a decisive transition. The document was signed in 1717 by a certain Mr. Atney Sayer, gentleman. So the first Grand Master was no longer a craftsman, but an educated figure from a comfortable middle-class background. The former Craftsmen's Association had developed further into a class-spanning fraternity. But why? What do lodge brethren experience in their clandestine meetings? What does this elitist circle, which operates in secret, actually plan? The Freemasons sought the proximity of the rich and powerful of their day. For the individual, this could well have been just as fascinating as the appeal of secrecy.
In the 18th century, Freemasonry soon developed into something of a fad. It became very attractive for the social elite to become members, mainly because there was a great need at the time for class-spanning sociality, to be able to freely exchange views with others in secret, to discuss issues of all kinds beyond the bounds of politics and religion. The Freemasons were able to satisfy this need for sociality to a particular degree.
Close commercial links saw Freemasonry spread from London to Hamburg. In 1737, the first German lodge was founded, the Loge de Hamburg. In Germany, too, the Freemasons immortalized themselves in monumental buildings and sought greater influence and power. But the authorities found their ideals dubious. They suspected the Freemasons of pursuing anarchy and subversion. King Frederick William I of Prussia demonized the Freemasons. He feared the competition from this exclusive society. But not even the monarch could prevent the fraternity from gaining a footing amongst the elite. At a secret meeting in Braunschweig, even the king's own son was accepted into the order. In the course of just one evening, the brethren elevated Frederick the Great to the level of master. Was the inclusion of the elite part of a secret plan geared to gaining control of the world? Why else should the society go to such lengths to ensnare those with power?
It's fascinating to note how quickly the Freemasons succeeded in acquiring members even from the highest echelons of society and in finding numerous supporters even among the most powerful figures in Europe. So we're not talking simply about some bourgeois association. Even the nobility and ruling princes were also a part of the Freemasons.
Time and again, the Freemasons were associated with dark mysteries. These rumors culminated in the bizarre mindscape of Heinrich Himmler. The head of Hitler's SS was looking for the Holy Grail and suspected that it was part of the treasure of the Knights Templar. Himmler reckoned that the Freemasons were closely linked to the Old Order and that through them he could acquire the coveted treasure. So in January 1937, he had the Freemasons' lodge near the Alster Lake in Hamburg pulled down.
Heil Hitler, guten Abend. Also, wir haben eine heiße Spur.
Das hoffe ich für Sie.
Himmler felt totally justified in destroying the fraternity's temple. The National Socialists saw the Freemasons as part of a huge world conspiracy that had to be combated. Members of the order had performed their rituals in the temple in Hamburg for 200 years. But then, the Nazis banned the secret society. Being a Freemason in the Third Reich meant risking your life.
Das hier muss der Raum gewesen sein, in dem die geheimen Rituale abgehalten wurden.
In their search for the great secret the fraternity was believed to have kept, the Nazis had the Freemasons' temple demolished, brick by brick. Himmler was obsessed with esoteric ideas. He surrounded himself with diviners and had archaeologists with the German Ancestral Heritage Society research occult themes. The Freemasons did not fit in with the image of the ancient Germanic religion, which was to be used henceforth to explain the world. The Nazis didn't find any treasure in the Hamburg Lodge, but they did cause serious harm to the secret society. As long as they were in power, the Freemasons had to go underground. Professor Rudiger Templin is Germany's leading Freemason. As he heads for the lodge, he looks no different from an ordinary businessman. It's only inside the building that the brethren put on their Freemason's dress. The apron has its origins in the Bauhütten church masons' lodges. It protected the stonemasons from flying chips. The top hat is an ancient symbol of freedom. The white gloves represent pure and spotless acts.
The real secret is the emergence and growth of a person's character in Freemasonry, starting with the initiation experience. That's something you need to have experienced personally. It's hard to describe. That is why the search for a secret will always remain futile.
Is it this seclusion that spurs the imagination and engenders conspiracy theories? But why all the secrecy if there is nothing to hide? The fact that the Freemasons are not as insignificant as they sometimes claim is evident in Washington, D.C. Is the capital of the world's leading economic and military power also the center of a secret world government, as some claim? In scarcely any other city on our planet are secret fraternities as active as they are here. Some presidents are known to have been members of several secret societies at once. Do the fraternities clandestinely determine the guidelines of American policy? Marian Fussell has come to Washington, D.C. to gain an impression of how far secret societies have infiltrated American politics. His first stop is the Capitol. He has arranged to meet Donald Ritchie, the U.S. Senate's chief historian.
Welcome to the Capitol.
Ritchie knows the Capitol like the back of his hand. He tells his colleague that it was constructed by Freemasons who immortalized themselves in the building hundreds of times over. Enthroned in the famous dome is no less a figure than George Washington himself. The Freemason, who here has ascended into heaven in godlike fashion, led the Capitol's foundation stone. Key circles strove to emulate him. 1/3 of the generals in the American War of Independence belonged to the secret order. Throughout the Capitol, Marian Fussell finds signs and symbols of the kind the Freemasons also used. The heart of the world's superpower seems like a set-in-stone tribute to the secret society. Even today, American presidents are still sworn in on the same Freemasons' Bible on which George Washington once took his oath of office. The last president to be sworn in with this Bible was George Bush Sr.
I, George Herbert Walker Bush.
So help me God.
Congratulations.
But in whose interest does the president act? Does he serve the American people or the secret fraternity?
Democratic power is given only for a limited period, but the members of a secret society belong for life. The presidency, too, is sometimes like an order. One problem is that you almost need a split personality because of the various loyalties involved. With the oath of office, the state rightly demands total loyalty and the scrupulous performance of duties. This can result in conflict with the objectives of some secret societies.
There are 3 million Freemasons in the United States. The Capitol's biggest temple is located only a stone's throw from the White House. The founding father of the United States, George Washington, after whom the Capitol is named, is honored with his own monument. Built by Freemasons, it stands impressively in Alexandria, near Washington, D.C. It's not only monumental buildings. The entire Capitol, in fact, is said to have been laid out in line with a secret plan drawn up by the Freemasons. The Lodge's brethren are believed to have immortalized themselves everywhere. Historian Donald Ritchie knows these dark theories. But neither he nor Marian Fussell can see the most impressive symbols from the ground. That is only possible from the air. From a satellite perspective, it becomes clear what conspiracy theorists have detected. On the city map, they have identified a pentagram, a compass, a cross, and right angles, all of which are Freemason symbols. Did the fraternity really immortalize itself in the layout of the streets? The Kiplinger Library is the oldest in Washington. Here, historians are allowed to examine plans dating back to the time when the city was founded. It turns out that city planner Pierre Lafont himself was not a Freemason. However, those who commissioned him most certainly were. And they wanted clear geometrical lines in the urban layout. But we cannot say whether they directly commissioned Freemasonry symbols like pentagrams and compasses.
We have a great long history of conspiracies and speculation. And it affects our politics, it affects everything else. And so it doesn't surprise me at all that people can look at this and see something that perhaps wasn't intended at all, but fits their plan.
In 1982, the suspicion that the Freemasons do not exist solely for reasons of self-discovery and personal development received fresh impetus after pedestrians in London made a horrific discovery. Hanging from a nylon cord under Blackfriars Bridge was a body. The dead man came from Italy. His name, Roberto Calvi. The trail led to Rome, to the Vatican. Roberto Calvi was the Pope's banker. His brief was to increase the church's multi-billion-dollar fortune. Marian Fussell has good reasons for his interest in the Calvi murder case. Why had Roberto Calvi traveled to London, where he met such a dreadful fate? Perhaps journalist Mario Guarino knows the answer. He followed the Calvi case for many years. That is how long the official investigations took. They revealed that the Pope's banker belonged to a secret fraternity. Its name, Propaganda Due, known for short as P2. But what was the nature of this secret society?
La P2 era un governo parallelo. Infatti non si proponeva.
The P2 was a kind of parallel government. It didn't want to bring down the government. Instead, the aim was to penetrate it with deputies, senators, businessmen, and bankers. The P2 had control of the finances. Many banks were headed by members of the P2.
Through his investigations, Marian Fussell opened up a can of worms. Initially, the Propaganda Due was just a simple Freemasons' lodge. Then it was infiltrated by criminals. The secret meetings were held in the Hotel Excelsior. In Italy, the lodge is notorious. Initially, the Brethren still supported social projects. But in Calvi's day, the lodge had long since changed and become a dangerous network whose true goals no one really knew about. Did ultra-right puppet masters want to make Propaganda Due Italy's secret government? Backed by the United States, it was driven by fierce anti-communism and a craving for money and power. Later, in its judgment, a court ascertained that the men who met in the Excelsior were financing other criminals. Terror was to be used to create a charged, overheated atmosphere, which the Lodge Brethren would then utilize for their own ends. Roberto Calvi operated amongst unscrupulous wheeler-dealers who wanted to change Italy. In 1980, a bomb planted at Bologna railway station killed 85 people. Two years previously, the president of the ruling Christian Democrats, Aldo Moro, had been abducted and murdered. Here, too, there were links to Propaganda Due. Was the aim to pin the blame for the attacks on the communists? It's hard to work out what was really behind all the accusations. Propaganda Due remains shadowy. What is clear, however, is that politicians, bankers, and mafiosi met here. They forged plans and did crooked deals. Roberto Calvi wanted to profit from this network. The head of the Banco Ambrosiano was supposed to provide the church with fresh money to support the struggle of Christians in Eastern Europe. Investigators today suspect that Calvi borrowed money from the mafiosi in Propaganda Due in order to speculate. But profits failed to materialize. The mafia wanted its money back. Calvi realized too late that he had made a pact with the devil, and there was no getting out of it. Or was it merely the criminal environment that fascinated Roberto Calvi about Propaganda Due?
The suspicion has been confirmed often enough, also through trials, that criminal elements belong to this secret society. That criminal wheeling and dealing was also part of the activities of this association. That those who perhaps weren't criminals when they entered the society definitely planned to accept certain advantages. That they said it wouldn't hurt to have links with this milieu too, especially in Italy, where the mafia has probably infiltrated every organization already.
In the end, his contacts with the mafia proved fatal for Roberto Calvi. His bank had outstanding debts of around 750 million euros. In his desperation, the banker wrote a letter to the Pope. He accused the pontiff of leaving him in the lurch. A few days later, Roberto Calvi was dead, hanged from a bridge. The Calvi murder trial ended with acquittals for the accused, but questions remain. The case shows that secret societies can also be dangerous. Propaganda Due was banned, but the proceedings had no effect on the Freemasons as a whole, even though they are often accused of being the breeding ground of evil, especially as no one knows for certain what happens behind their closed doors.
From the point of view of conspiracy theorists, those who like to believe in the power of secret societies, such an acquittal changes nothing. Indeed, it generates even more suspicion that this judgment too was engineered. So there's actually no escape from this conspiracy fixation. My belief is that if organizations which are regarded as secret have any power at all, this power is founded on legend and not on their actual activities.
Secret societies have been around for a long time. They hold a mysterious appeal. But what are their real goals? Precisely, what are they planning? We can only guess. Much can be explained, and much is even banal. Yet, for a long time to come, people will continue trying to bore their way into the inner workings of these secret orders.
A new chapter of Egyptian history began with the rule of the pharaoh Akhenaten. His visions would plunge the realm into an unpredictable crisis. The young king forced a revolutionary new faith on the people. They had to believe that only a single god could bring salvation, Atun, the burning sun. The ruler was Atun's only mouthpiece on earth. It was the law. By Akhenaten's side ruled Queen Nefertiti. Had the pharaoh succumbed to her magical beauty? even 3,000 years later, the final verdict has not been passed. Did the king lead his realm to disaster fully conscious, or was he only a puppet in the hands of a ruthless woman? Mentally disturbed and bodily disfigured is how his opponents characterize him even today. Was it a love-crazed dreamer or a despot obsessed with power who ascended the throne of the pharaohs around 1360 BC? Akhenaton took possession of the palace of his parents. The magnificent building provided the right surroundings for the young ruler's high-minded plans. His father, Amenhotep III, had ruled the realm for almost 4 decades, but in the end, Akhenaton's mother, Tia, had exercised the power. With an ingenious maneuver, he made her his ally. The proof is a small bust in the Egyptian Museum in Berlin.
Investigating this with the aid of computer tomography has enabled us to find out the extent of the change that a great historical personality like Tia suffered in the instant of her husband's death.
Our computer tomography proves that Akhenaton literally idolized his mother. Under the queen's heavy wig, the headdress of a goddess appears. The son elevated his mother into the divine pantheon during her lifetime, and thus ensured her loyalty forever. In spite of this, Tia was no longer the most important woman at the royal court. This position by Akhenaton's side was to be taken by a complete unknown, the mysterious Nefertiti. Even her name is a riddle. It means the beautiful one has arrived. A hint as to her origins? Was she born as a princess in a faraway kingdom? Or was she from the Egyptian royal family, even a close relative of Akhenaton's? Had she even lived in the harem of Amenhotep III, and was only married to Akhenaton after Amenhotep's death? The rumors about the stunning beauty on the pharaonic throne never seemed to cease. The official reports from the Amarna period present the royal couple as an ideal match. Bas-reliefs show the two in tender embraces. What was it that linked them so inseparably? A perfect relationship without any dark sides? Together, they had their new capital built in the middle of the desert, a huge endeavor. Tens of thousands moved to Akhet-Atun. The walls were erected quickly. For the foundations, millions of building stones had to be procured from all over the country. In the quarries, workers are forced to labor under the most harsh conditions. Akhenaton and Nefertiti governed the fates of people in the City of the Sun in a high-handed manner. They had realized their dreams and believed that they were looking into a glorious future. Aided by the records kept of excavations, British archaeologists have reconstructed Akhet-Atun with precision. A generously planned garden city can be recognized in the computer animation. He wanted to stay in this place until the river would flow upstream, the pharaoh announced. The throne room in the royal palace could hardly have been excelled in splendor. From here, Akhenaton and Nefertiti wanted to carry their faith in the one God all over the world. Does this look like the center of power of a madman?
In my view, Akhenaton was not mad. He was far ahead of his time. He thought differently. He may well have seemed dismissive of his contemporaries, of course, but Akhenaten was certainly not mad.
Just as the sun god in the Egyptians' imagination traversed the sky every day, thus Akhenaten hurried restlessly throughout his realm in his golden chariot. Depictions in the tombs of the highest officials of Akhet Atun demonstrate how closely equal the king felt to Atun. His portrayals in divine poses adorn the walls everywhere. His subjects were meant to no longer be able to distinguish between god and king. Akhenaten wanted to be the only visible god who performed signs and miracles and interfered in the fate of the individual, one who held life and death in his hands. The royal family's excursions became processions of divinities. There is not a single scene on the walls of the tombs in which the royal couple is not the center of attention. As if seized by the ecstasy of speed, the king and queen's drive accelerated to a headlong movement. No one seemed to be able to slow it down anymore. Akhenaten and Nefertiti even banished the gods of the underworld. A life beyond the grave. In Amarna, it no longer existed. The only thing that counted here was the veneration of the rulers and the worship of the omnipresent sun god. On the other hand, the royal couple proved generous towards the living. Those who served it faithfully were richly rewarded. Golden rewards for merit were bestowed by full hands. Was the people's loyalty merely bought, or did the people serve the new god in deep faith? The royal court rejoiced in its newly won wealth. Life was a generous present from Atun and had to be enjoyed. Music and dance were the order of every day. However, it was a class of upstarts who determined the atmosphere at court. Pedigree was no longer a decisive factor. Only obedience towards the royal couple counted. The prospect of rapid social progress lured more and more people into the City of the Sun. If we believe the way Akhenaten's reign is represented on the temple walls, his subjects did not lack anything. But do the drawings represent the facts truly? Egyptologists view them as pure propaganda.
The pictures of a friendly nature in the descriptions of sacrifices must not obscure the political reality for us. The king was really only interested in enforcing his personal power, and even religion was subordinated to this goal. The king declared himself the son of the sun god. The sun god conferred power to the king, and the people had to obey.
How stable was Akhenaten's realm? How long can an empire last if the state is built on oppression? Akhenaten had bestowed universal power on himself. The people abased themselves in proskynesis, which means making obeisance in the dust. But did the people really always obey blindly? Why did the bas-reliefs and painting in Amarna show so many soldiers and law enforcement officials? Did the king have to fear envy and betrayal from all sides, as befits a despot? Researchers think that Akhenaten's reign was a period of intolerance and consider his regime to have been a police and surveillance state. Mahu, the chief of security, was an important personality in the capital. Intimidation and strict control of the population certainly had some tradition in ancient Egypt. Or was this totalitarianism imported from abroad? Was Akhenaten merely a tool and helpless against the whisperings of his spouse? The ancient Orient was ruled by brutal men of power. Murder and manslaughter were the order of the day, even in the royal houses. Had Nefertiti imported these cruel customs from her homeland? Today, we know that many princesses from the Near East lived in the harems of the pharaohs. Political marriages were arranged to keep the warlike peoples in the north peaceful. In those days, between the Babylonians and the Hittites, there lay the realm of the Mitanni. Is this where Nefertiti was born? Mitanni was forgotten. However, all of a sudden, the accidental discovery made by a farmer's wife in 1887 was to change this. In the ruins of Amarna, she found clay tablets with strange characters on them. Had this unsuspecting woman hit upon a treasure, or was it merely worthless rubbish? Her neighbor saw a good deal and bought the tablets off her for a handful of coins. However, neither art dealers nor scholars were interested in the find. Cuneiform writing in Egypt, it had to be a clumsy fake. No one understood the value of the clay tablets. It was almost the complete correspondence of the pharaoh with the mighty of the world. Would hints finally be found here as to the pharaoh's true character? If we believe the reports by foreign ambassadors, we see again a picture of a crazed visionary. In one letter from Babylon, the complaint was made that the pharaoh kept emissaries waiting for so long in the blazing sun that they dropped down dead from exhaustion. This is also a reason for suspecting Akhenaten of neglecting foreign policy completely. However, there is not a single indication of a possible foreign origin of Nefertiti. The rulers seemed flawless and faultless to those surrounding them. Or was there a tragic secret hidden behind the facade? Most pictures represent the royal couple as plump and shapeless. One statue shows Akhenaten as heavy as a pregnant woman, neither holy man nor holy woman.
If you look at his face, and even Semir Kara and King Tut, all these people, you can see the whole family. There is something was not really correct in the deformatives. There are deformatives in the belly and the shoulders and the face, and this is why I believe that maybe this was the order of justice to be shown in art. Because if they wanted a very realistic, beautiful face in the afterlife, they should be shown different.
Colossal statues show Akhenaten naked, but without even the slightest hint of sexual organs. Or was this supposed to look like a woman? Perhaps Nefertiti? Traces of red paint, the ancient Egyptian symbol of masculinity, prove that this is the king. But why then this ambiguous representation? Did Akhenaten suffer from a disease that disfigured him? It is conspicuous that his daughters' heads have unusual shapes too. Aided by modern technology, we explore this phenomenon in depth. Neuroradiology department of the Charité Hospital, Berlin. A team of doctors carries out a revealing investigation. X-rays probe a skull that displays the same abnormal shape as in the Amarna clan. The doctor's diagnosis is that it is a so-called boat skull, a genetically caused deformity. The three-dimensional view permits a journey into the inside of the disfigured skull. The seams in the skull have not expanded since the person was a baby. The growth of the brain increased the pressure on the skull from inside. Did this affliction drive Akhenaten mad? His daughters were victims of the same defect, an indication of inbreeding within the royal house, perhaps. This suspicion takes us to the laboratory for nuclear medicine in the high-security wing. Aided by radioactive substances, Geneticists here do research into changes in the human genome. Their particular interest is in the genes of siblings. Could their investigations also reveal something about Akhenaten's affliction? The results of the test are astonishing. Each red mark indicates a dangerous correspondence in the genes. It is most likely that Akhenaten's daughters too could hardly have avoided an hereditary defect. The royal family now appears in a new light. Was Nefertiti more than just Akhenaten's wife? Was she even closely related by blood? Analysis of the family tree of the Amarna dynasty can perhaps give us important hints. Frequent intermarriage between siblings alarm a geneticist. An unusually high number of stillbirths and deformities of descendants is typical for such relationships. This effect is increased if, over several generations, very close relatives in a family conceive children together over and over again.
Es erscheint wahrscheinlich, dass die zwei
It seems probable that these two stillbirths are connected with the relation of their parents by blood on the one hand, and on the other hand, of the maternal grandparents as well.
Großeltern mütterlicherseits.
These are portraits on a sarcophagus of Akhenaten's grandparents, Chuyu and Juya. Egyptologists, however, have found evidence that they may have been Nefertiti's ancestors as well. In this case, her mother-in-law, Tia, would at the same time have been her aunt, and Akhenaten would have been her cousin. There were potentially dangerous genetic similarities everywhere. The inbreeding endemic in the ruling family was justified by the way their claim to power was established. Only the pharaoh's children were considered to be heirs to divine legitimacy. This privilege had to be confirmed over and over again by marriage between the physical heirs, between prince and princess. The gilded throne of Pharaoh Tutankhamun. This son of Akhenaten died at the age of just 20, a mysterious death. He was obviously too young to call such splendid treasures his own, so how did they come into his possession? Had this throne been crafted for a far more powerful ruler? At any rate, it hardly afforded Tut much protection. Even though the child who was Pharaoh and his sister spouse left Akhenaten's sun city and returned to worship of the old gods, they're depicted under the protective rays of Atun. However, no celestial being blessed them with healthy children. In the famous tomb, archaeologists found only 2 fetuses that were incapable of survival, an indication of a marriage between siblings. Tutankhamun was the only pharaoh whose rich treasures remained almost undamaged for millennia. His name was forgotten, and the shaft leading to his tomb was obstructed by later buildings, a lucky coincidence for archaeologists. Also, the legendary mask of Tutankhamun's mummy hides a secret even today. The latest investigations confirm a long-held suspicion. A new mask with Tut's features was soldered onto an existing masterpiece made of pure gold. The only probable explanation is that this was originally Akhenaten's death mask. In the western valley of Thebes lies the tomb of Pharaoh Ai. He had married Tutankhamun's widow and ascended the throne himself. In his tomb, not a single trace is left of the heretic belief in the sun. The old gods had again assumed their habitual place in the rites of death. The Amarna period seems to have vanished like an apparition. Thebes had been reinstated into its traditional rites as the burial palace of the pharaohs, and by order of Ai, the priesthood of Karnak was celebrating again the traditional rites. Nonetheless, the iconoclasts went to work in his tomb. Large gaps are seen in the decorations on the walls. Why was this pharaoh hated so much too? Was it because Ai was Queen Tia's brother and Nefertiti's father, as some researchers believe? the northern palace in Amarna. Is it possible that the queen spent the last years of her life here, separated from Akhenaten? Had he cast her out? This seems unthinkable, for Nefertiti was irreplaceable in his conception of faith. She embodied fertility as the realm's supreme mother. One thing is certain. In the 13th year of Akhenaten's rule, the queen disappeared from public life. From this time onwards, her name was never used officially again. Did she fall into disgrace? Was she murdered? Or did she die peacefully? This wooden portrait head of young Tutankhamun has put scientists on the trail of a family drama. The shape of his face is exactly identical to that of this mysterious woman. Kia was Akhenaten's favorite wife and is now considered to be Tutankhamun's mother. It is still disputed whether Kia shared the pharaoh's bed during Nefertiti's lifetime. However, the queen is under suspicion of having enforced her claim to power with murder, for the concubine Kia disappeared from the annals of the court just as suddenly as she had once appeared, and without a trace.
Akhenaten rule is really very strange because when he died, there was a kind of a help that has been done for Semenkhkara, his son, to be the king. And therefore, I believe that Nefertiti had a role in this. She killed Semenkhkara and appointed Tutankhamun to be the king. And therefore, here we come, the rule and the influence of Horemheb as the overseer of the army, and I, to make a conspiracy, in my opinion, and they killed King Tut.
Was Tutankhamun really murdered as suggested by a large hole in his skull? The Amarna period was characterized by an astonishingly high mortality rate. This would be explicable by an epidemic, as evidenced by cuneiform texts. There are more and more indications that Nefertiti survived her husband. On clay tablets, the mysterious Dakhamuntsu letter has been preserved. In it, the widowed spouse of a king without an heir of her own asks the king of the Hittites to send his son to her for the purpose of marriage. The riddle of the sender's identity now seems to have been solved.
For
more than 80 years, it has been disputed who the mysterious letter writer was, whether it was Akhenaten's widow, Nefertiti, or Tutankhamun's widow, Ankhesenamun. For me, this is as clear today as 25 years ago. For the king of Hittites writes approximately the following: the Egyptians and Hittites have been friends of old. And now this is happening too, namely the planned wedding. However, he writes, you should not have attacked Al-Vasal several weeks ago when your king died. Thereupon I grew furious and sent my troops, and they attacked your province of Amkar. From other sources, the so-called Amarna letters, we know that precisely this attack on the province of Amkar took place in the year Akhenaten died. And before that, there had been no military conflicts between the Egyptians and the Hittites. The conclusion from this is that the writer of the letter can only be Akhenaten's widow, Nefertiti.
The wedding did not take place, for the Hittite prince was murdered on the way. Had Nefertiti finally lost the struggle for power? Akhenaten and his queen are now counted among the great personalities from the land of the pyramids. Scientists search tirelessly for hints as to the possible hiding place of the royal mummies. Fortune hunters hope for a miraculous coincidence and the discovery of rich treasures in the tomb. For it will only be when the vanished mummies are found that the last riddles surrounding Akhenaten and Nefertiti can be solved. It was like a dream of paradise on earth. A loving couple governed Egypt and provided their people with peace and happiness. Nefertiti was the most beautiful woman in the realm, and Akhenaten the greatest visionary of his time. They had a grandiose new capital built, dedicated to their only god Atun. Yet the dream perished in disaster. Monuments of the royal couple were recklessly destroyed. Priests declared Akhenaten a heretic. Even the royal tomb was desecrated. But what happened to the mummies? Did they too fall victim to the priests' hatred? The first rumors about a forgotten pharaoh reached Europe in the middle of the 19th century. The first evidence was found by the scholar Richard Lepsius. He began documenting the treasures of Egypt's ancient art in 1842. In tomb complexes and temples, his staff copied wall paintings and took casts of bas-reliefs. From Cairo, his journeys took him south. He kept an exhaustive diary about the work of the Royal Prussian expedition at the stops on their journey, following the Nile further and further upstream. In Middle Egypt, near the town of Asyut, Lepsius made an astonishing discovery. On both banks of the Nile, he found traces of a pharaoh whose name was missing from the established list of kings. His curiosity was aroused. Feverishly, he followed what hints the locals could give him. In his diary, one can read about monumental bas-reliefs and tomb complexes decorated in a highly unusual style. The mysterious pharaoh is said to be their builder. A border stela hewn into the rock told of a huge city whose ruins were nowhere to be seen, yet the city existed, hidden under the sand of millennia. High above the small desert settlement of Tel El Amarna, holes are discernible in the rock face. Lepsius found unfinished tombs. Even the memorial statue of a deceased court official remains faceless. Nonetheless, the complex offered fascinating new insights for the German scientist. The walls are adorned with highly unusual images. A god named Atun rides a heavenly chariot, or is it the mysterious deified pharaoh who is holding the reins? Chancellor Ramosi. His tomb, built several years previously in Thebes, was still furnished entirely in the traditional style. Hundreds of gifts were given to the deceased on his last journey. Ample food and beautiful flowers. The dead man was lacking in nothing. Even dying seems to lose its terror in these surroundings. The stay in the hereafter was made to be as comfortable as that in this life. This was vouched for by the pharaoh and by the priests along with him. In a last sacral act, the ritual of the opening of the mouth, the corpse was finally reborn. Of this, the Egyptians had no doubt. The priest, wearing a mask of Anubis, touched the mouth so that the dead man could once again eat, drink, and speak. The richly decorated tomb bears witness to the prosperity of that time. It was a world full of pleasures and luxury. Tribute filled the royal coffers. Egypt had never experienced such wealth before. At the beginning of the 20th century, another German expedition arrived at Amarna. The area was systematically excavated and every find was archived. The excavation of a sculptor's workshop yielded especially rich rewards. Many of the statues are preserved unusually well. The archaeologists found new hope. Their finds until that point had been mostly fragments. The city had obviously been destroyed deliberately. An archaeological sensation occurred on the 6th of December 1912. Excited, the workers alerted the man in charge of the dig, Ludwig Borchardt. When he carefully uncovered the find, it took his breath away. In the diary of the dig, he noted laconically, describing it as useless, "Look at it." There had never been anything comparable before. It's not surprising that the people of Akhet Atun worship Nefertiti like a goddess. Does this also explain why nothing is known about her origins? Is the reason why her parents were never named because a goddess could not be a descendant of man? The storehouse of the Egyptian Museum in Berlin. This is where a part of the finds from Amarna is kept. Professor Dietrich Wildung is looking for evidence of Nefertiti's fate. Thousands of broken fragments prove that a whole epoch was violently annihilated. Among the fragments, Nefertiti's sensuous mouth. The important question is, when and why was her statue destroyed? Suddenly her name ceased to appear in Akhet Atun. Had she fallen out of favor and been cast out, as supposed by many scientists?
The only evidence of a burial for Nefertiti is provided by these two fragments of the tomb statuette of a queen, this one which is at the Brooklyn Museum in New York, and this one from the Louvre in Paris. And this can be shown, even though they don't fit together directly, by having a middle part like this molded. This shows that both fragments may belong together. And the inscription reads, "The noble woman, the great one of the palace, the praised one of Akhenaten's, the great royal spouse Nefertiti, may she live forever." And this proves that Nefertiti was buried. Moreover, she was buried with honor, with her full titles, and not as an outcast as was supposed for a long time.
This burial with honor can only have occurred in a single place, the royal tomb of Amarna. It had always been a desolate canyon. By order of Akhenaten, his whole family was to be buried here. Many walls are hewn only roughly, and a large part of the customary decoration is missing. The tomb complex was obviously never finished. However, in a side chamber, there are traces of a large bas-relief. The inscriptions and pictures bear witness to the deep grief felt by Akhenaten and Nefertiti when they buried their second-born daughter. Her early death must have been a shock. Even Atun could not shield the royal family from suffering. And even after death, Akhenaten's family did not find peace. Even the images on the walls of the burial chamber were brutally chiseled off, down to the sun disk of Atun. In the middle of the room, an empty pedestal of stone. No trace of Akhenaten's or Nefertiti's sarcophagi, and no trace of the royal couple's mummies. Were helpers faithful to the king able to spirit the corpses to safety? One trail leads to the famous Valley of the Kings on the western bank of the Nile near Thebes. Almost all pharaohs of the New Realm had their last resting places built here. Splendid paintings adorn the walls of the tombs even today. However, there are hardly any royal mummies left in the stone sarcophagi. We're accompanying Dr. Nasri Iskander, a specialist who is much in demand concerning the mummies of ancient Egypt. He's on his way to the grave of Pharaoh Amenhotep II. 100 years ago, archaeologists made a puzzling discovery here. Next to the empty sarcophagus, they discovered the mummies of the most famous pharaohs. What had happened here? In 1871, the brothers Rasul were ranging throughout the western mountains of Thebes. Like almost all locals, they earned a lucrative extra wage by raiding tombs. They discovered a tomb hidden away deeply at the bottom of a crevice. No one had entered it for millennia. The dreams of these men seemed to be coming true. There were boxes with statuettes of the dead, statuettes of the gods, and amulets everywhere. A large number of grand sarcophagi appeared in the flickering light. This was when the Rasuls knew they had not entered any ordinary tomb. This discovery was something very special. There were too many sarcophagi and mummies here at once. However, they did not find any real treasure. They had been preempted by other grave robbers in antiquity. Greed for gold used to overcome any scruples or fears even then. It was not the beauty of the items of jewelry, but only the value of the precious metals that attracted the plunderers as if by magic. Scientists estimate that several hundred kilograms of such ancient works of art were simply melted down, an irretrievable loss for mankind. When, 3,000 years later, more and more extraordinary burial gifts appeared in the international trade in antiquities, the trail quickly led to Kurna. The village is situated at the entrance to the Valley of the Kings. From the beginning, the police suspected the brothers Rasul. Threats of a long prison sentence and the vigorous methods used in interrogation led to a full confession. Mohammed Rasul revealed the location of the hidden tomb. More than 30 mummies were brought to daylight by the archaeologists under police protection. Even pharaohs as legendary as Ramesses the Great. Far from their original tombs, here they had found a second resting place. Now they traveled back down the Nile to the museum in Cairo. 100 years later, French researchers want to uncover Pharaoh Ramesses' last secrets. In a purpose-built lab, the patient is examined. What 3,000 years of sleep in the desert had not been able to do was done by the air at the museum in a very short time. The corpse had been attacked by 89 highly toxic types of mold. The medical diagnosis tells us Ramesses had trouble walking. His vertebrae had fused together. He was 90 years old, 173 centimeters tall, and had reddish blonde hair dyed yellow with henna by the embalmers. Probable cause of death, blood poisoning owing to a tooth abscess. His hands seem well groomed and are wrapped in fine royal linen. However, from him who in his lifetime trampled his enemies into the dust, who had many hundreds of thousands of tons of stone piled up to show his glory, death took all outward splendor. The fate of a glorious ruler. But what fate befell the heretic Akhenaten? Mummy Dr. Iskander knows that a secret is hidden in a side chamber of the tomb at Amenhotep. By opening it, the scientist hopes to shed light on a dark chapter of the time of the pharaohs. Not all royal mummies have so far been identified, and of some rulers there is no trace. Behind the wall, 3 mummies lie hidden. Dr. Iskander is looking for hints as to their identities. The bodies are badly damaged. There are traces of violence everywhere. The consequences of careless embalming? Or the work of plunderers? Who else could have had an interest in mutilating the corpses? Could these mummies even be from the time when the realm was ruled by Akhenaten, who was remembered in the history of Egypt as the heretic? Could the best preserved mummy be, in fact, Queen Tia, as supposed by the finders of this cache of mummies? However, Akhenaten's mother must have been more than 50 years old at her death. Investigations prove that the mummified woman died at no more than 35 years of age, an age that corresponds exactly to that of Nefertiti. Is it here that the mummy of the rejected queen lies? But where is Akhenaten? Elsewhere in the Valley of the Kings, in 1907, the American archaeologist Theodore Davis made a sensational discovery. In an unobtrusive tomb, he found the remains of puzzling furniture. The chamber was in complete disarray. There were fragments of a shrine bearing the name of Queen Tia, magical bricks bearing cartridges with Akhenaten's name, and a gilded sarcophagus with a royal mummy. Was this the mummy of the heretic? Carefully, priests removed the golden mask that showed the features of the pharaoh. No one was meant to identify this king. Even the cartridge with his name was destroyed. In his lab in Cairo, Dr. Iskander is comparing an X-ray of the unknown king with that of Tutankhamun. Both skulls display so many similarities that they must be those of close relatives. Father and son, Tutankhamun and Akhenaten. The mysterious dead man was only 20 years old when he died, too young to be Akhenaten. He must have been Tut's brother and predecessor on the throne of the pharaohs. Smenkhare, married to one of Akhenaten's daughters. For several years, another mummy whose identity is unresolved has been kept in Dr. Iskander's laboratory. Inscriptions identify it as Amenhotep III.
And then we try to make here some similarity between these two skulls. And you see that this one is too big, and always rejected by the program in the computer about the similarity. The skull here is too big than the usual. But we don't know, maybe this was replaced, or the name which was written on the coffin, on that mummy, was not clear. We are not sure anyway of this, that this is really the Amenhotep III, maybe an Amenhotep IV. The way of embalming here, or mummification method or process, is completely different, because it is very weak, and the flesh is very little, and we cannot be sure that this is caused by the process itself, or suffered from moving from place to place, or being played with by the tomb robbers, or being played with by the priests of that time. Then we have a shadow here.
Might the unimaginable really be true? Did Akhenaten's mummy escape the destructive fury of his persecutors? In the rubble outside the rock tomb, archaeologists have found fragments of royal tomb furniture, parts of a sarcophagus deliberately smashed to small pieces. It seems to be conclusive proof of a burial of Akhenaten in this place. But what happened to the mummy? Who could have ordered the rescue of the heretic king? Only one single person could have done this. The only pharaoh in whose tomb almost the entire contents remained undisturbed for millennia, Tutankhamun, Akhenaten's son. "1,700 precious burial gifts were discovered by the joyous excavators in 1922 in his tomb in the Valley of the Kings. His shrine proves that Tut reverted to the worship of the old gods. The protective statuettes fulfilled their purpose. No one disturbed the dead man's rest for 3 millennia. The mummy was supposed to exist forever, for only an undamaged body guaranteed eternal life in another world to the pharaoh. For this purpose, first the entrails were removed from the body and kept in special vessels, canopic jars. Palm wine and incense were used to disinfect the abdominal cavity. Spices masked the pungent smell of the corpse. Careful conservation of a dead body could take months, depending on the dead man's wealth, but 70 days was the minimum prescribed. Strict rules had to be observed. After washing the corpse, the embalmers retrieved the innards from the abdomen through a small cut. Only the heart, as the seat of feeling, but also of thought, kept its accustomed place. The brain was removed through the nose using a hook. Then the most important process began, the desiccation. The corpse had to lie in a special salt for 70 days. This drained all liquid from the tissue and prevented it from decomposing. Finally, the corpse was wrapped in fine linen that could be up to 100 meters in length. This extensive and expensive procedure was carried out by specially trained embalmers. The secret recipes and techniques of their highly respected craft were handed down only orally from generation to generation. Pictures on old mummies tell of the secret procedure. First, the body of the dead pharaoh was washed and fragrant balms were poured on it. The uncontested lord of the holy burial rites was the jackal-headed Anubis. A picture that is 3,000 years old shows the god of embalming in the act of stirring bituminous liquid. During their excavations, archaeologists discovered a bowl with a black insulating compound, as if the embalmers were just taking a break. In the Department for Nuclear Spin Tomography of a Berlin hospital, we want to use the latest scientific methods to investigate how the ancient Egyptians used to manufacture eternity. This mummy, almost 2,000 years old and from the Egyptian Fayum region, is screened in the computer tomograph. Modern archaeology has long been using such advanced techniques. In this way, precise three-dimensional images of the mummy's interior are created. The diagnosis is clear. This is a male who died when he was very young. However, according to the beliefs of the ancient Egyptians, his life did not end there. Rather, at the point of death began an eternal, immortal existence in a divine world, for which the corpse had been made suitable through the process of embalming. The image shows a perfect technique of preservation that has kept the corpse almost undamaged for over 2,000 years. The ancient Egyptians were masters of the art of producing eternity. This was their main concern. This was why they built their pyramids and why they took such trouble in embalming their corpses. However, evil will could also achieve the opposite. A corpse merely had to be physically destroyed. The safest method of complete annihilation is to burn a mummy. Was this the fate of Akhenaten? Or is he just buried by the sands of time?
They're highly secretive. They have knowledge they keep to themselves. They operate clandestinely. And they practice ancient mysterious rituals. They are secret societies. Are secret societies a hotbed of evil? They are certainly the subject of countless conspiracy theories. They are accused of pursuing a sinister objective, of seeking to rule the world. Perhaps, as many claim, they rule it already. Time and again, people sense perfidious conspiracies everywhere. But which of their suspicions are well-founded, and which are based on mere fiction, created by successful authors like Dan Brown? Secret fraternities have existed for thousands of years. Their members are in our midst, everywhere. Join us as we delve into the dark parallel world of secret societies. Marian Füssel is a historian from Göttingen in Germany. He is about to embark on a search for traces of the most influential and most secretive fraternities on our planet. Hermann Schüttler from Gotha is investigating the background of the legendary Illuminati, a mysterious secret society which originated in Germany. Andreas Hensen from Heidelberg wants to find out what influence the ancient mysterious cults still exert today. An April night on the east coast of America. Life for a young man is about to change radically. He has been selected by its members to join a secret organization that is extremely elitist. The order's initiation process is bizarre. The ritual is repeated every April and has been for the last 200 years. This secret society is based in Yale, the distinguished American university in upmarket New Haven, Connecticut. Marian Füssel has come to Yale, where many of America's elite have studied. How much truth is there in the rumors surrounding the mysterious student organization? Anyone who studies in Yale has virtually made it. But even experts puzzle over what happens in secret here.
One major question is, how does this fraternity manage to remain so secretive? In today's media society, especially, where many people are so communicative, it's striking that so little is known about the order's practices, its rituals, and also its membership. That's most unusual, and naturally provokes questions.
The fraternity's activities are said to be diabolical. The society's only goal, it is claimed, is absolute power. Every student would love to be asked to join, because membership is the springboard to a career. Anyone who is selected receives strange instructions.
Leave the Harkness Tower tomorrow evening at the time agreed, and go along the High Street southwards. You must not carry metal, nor sulfur, nor glass on your person. Take the right-hand book in your left hand and knock 3 times on the holy gate. Remember what you have heard here, but be silent.
For a novice, things will soon change forever. He will become a member of a secret society at the center of the wildest conspiracy theories. Marian Fussell is familiar with many of the myths and legends. And now, Alexandra Robbins is about to reveal more to him. She herself studied in Yale. After graduating, she made a detailed investigation of the fraternity and published a book on it. It took Robbins years to find out anything about Skull and Bones. Her research was viewed with suspicion.
I talked to more than 150 members of Skull and Bones. However, more than twice that many yelled at me or harassed me or hung up on me because they do not and they are not supposed to talk about what goes on inside. I did get threats from some members of the society that made me both uncomfortable and also more intrigued. Why were they so protective of this organization?
The Brotherhood of Death, as it is known, shuts itself off completely from the outside world. Even so, information can still be obtained. The archives in Yale's University Library contain documents from the early days of Skull and Bones. The secret society is 180 years old. That much is certain. It is said to have built up a key position for itself in the U.S. power structure and established its members in party and government office, in industry, and in the Secret Service. Up until 1970, its index of members was open to public inspection, but since then, it has been kept locked away. An entire panoply of secrets, weird customs, and abstruse rituals was thought up by William Russell, the student who founded the society. Russell came from a wealthy family. In 1832, Russell studied in Germany for a year, where, it said, was initiated into a student fraternity, of which Skull and Bones was a branch. The numbers 322 are always found beneath its logo. They could be a reference to one of the fraternity's models, Athenian orator Demosthenes. His rhetoric is legendary. Demosthenes died in the year 322 BC. Alexandra Robbins knows more. She has brought Marian Fussell to an old, forbidding building on the campus of the elite university. Known as the Tomb, this is the headquarters of Skull and Bones. The interior is said to contain ghoulishly furnished assembly rooms.
The inside of the tomb is lined with skeletons and skulls. It's almost like an obsession with death. And the reason they do that is because they have this phrase in the tomb, memento mori, remember that you must die. They like to pretend that they are apart and above the rest of the world.
Skull and Bones has cultivated this self-perception right from the start. Its members rise to the very pinnacles of power, like George Walker Bush, for example. When Bush contested the presidency with Democrat John Kerry, it was a battle between two bonesmen.
You both were members of Skull and Bones, a secret society at Yale. What does that tell us?
Not much, because it's a secret.
You were both in Skull and Bones, the secret society.
It's so secret we can't talk about it.
Only rarely do bizarre aspects of the society become public knowledge. Inside the tomb, members are said to have their own standard time, which differs from ours by 5 minutes. It's believed that cutlery, which once belonged to Adolf Hitler, is preserved here. The Iron Ring of Silence is ideal for Hollywood fiction departments. With Matt Damon in the leading role, the manifold activities of Skull and Bones were portrayed in the film The Good Shepherd. It tells of rounds of confessions in the tomb. Biographical details and sexual proclivities had to be shown in graphic detail.
It wasn't an accident. My father killed himself.
No matter how insignificant, every detail of members' confessions is recorded in black books. They are the actual secret behind the success of the fraternity. It is the fear of publication that bonds members together. For the CIA, Skull and Bones is a wonderful reservoir for suitable employees. That, at least, is what is claimed. Very few can free themselves from this intimate embrace. So is psychological dependence on the confraternity one of the secret society's fundamental principles?
The boundaries between sects, between secret religious or secret political societies are becoming blurred. Naturally, by exposing personal secrets and personal weaknesses, perhaps, this society exerts power over its members. They know something. It's like secret knowledge within this group with which they could damage someone who, say, wanted to leave, especially in anger.
Secret societies always create a counterworld to what they regard as imperfect reality. And they seek contact with power. They themselves strive to exercise it. Marian Fussell has come to the heart of the United States, the world superpower. For conspiracy theorists, Washington, D.C. is honeycombed with secret societies. And it is not only bonesmen who are found in the top echelons of the U.S. government. There, Skull and Bones is said to compete with other secret societies. It was Freemasons who laid the foundation stone for the Capitol. And another fraternity is said to have infiltrated the U.S. administration in order to secretly rule the world. Conspiracy theorists claim that the New World Order is even immortalized on the Great Seal of the United States. The seal bears the words Novus Ordo Seclorum, Latin for New Order of the Ages. Those words are also found on every $1 bill. So is this secret society so powerful that it can print the symbols of its dominion on the most important banknote on our planet? Since 1862, the design of the American currency has been in the hands of the Bureau of Engraving and Printing. And in all the years since then, the appearance of the $1 bill has hardly changed. Only the security features are regularly upgraded. The United States prints 35 million banknotes every day, 5 million of which are the legendary $1 bill. Does a secret society really have its fingers in the currency pie, as the supporters of conspiracy theories claim? Marian Fussell has come to meet his colleague, Professor Robert Hieronymus, an expert in symbolism in the United States. Professor Hieronymus has made a close study of the $1 bill, which differs from every other currency in the world. It is full of strange signs and symbols.
See this blue area above the stripes? It's definitely there. He doesn't handle this fracking thing.
The Eye of Providence, the symbol of absolute power. "13 stars above the eagle. 13 steps are said to correspond to the hierarchy of the secret order. And last but not least, a tiny animal, an owl, the symbol of wisdom. All just pure coincidence?"
Benjamin Franklin was a great teacher about educating people about our country, and he had felt very strongly that he could teach what was important about America through its currency, because everyone was handling it and would look at it, and they knew symbols.
Was Benjamin Franklin perhaps involved with the ominous secret society that uses the same symbols as a $1 bill? Marian Fussell wants to know more. Does a conspiracy really exist? Or is it merely a product of the imagination of those who suspect a secret behind absolutely everything? Fussell's research has brought him into contact with an old book. In it, the historian has found a familiar symbol, the owl on the American $1 bill. The owl was once revered by a particularly secret society, a sinister order known as the Illuminati. Written in this medieval-looking font, the name Illuminati is an ambigram, a word that reads exactly the same upside down. Monstrous things are ascribed to the Illuminati, material that has been handled skillfully by successful authors like Umberto Eco and Dan Brown. But who actually were the Illuminati? They, too, had to take a vow of silence. They were forbidden to speak openly about the society's rituals and aims. Here, too, different levels of hierarchy exist. Not 3, as in the case of the Freemasons, but as many as 13. And a neophyte has to pass through them all before he can be made privy to the greatest secrets. The brethren are encouraged to spy on and denounce one another. In this way, renegades can be quickly recognized and neutralized. Allegedly structured like a counter party, the order, it said, focuses primarily on political intrigue and subversion.
The Illuminati have long stirred people's imagination, figuring in literature, the cinema, and other media for many years. Some people even claim that the Illuminati still exist today and clandestinely control politics, business, and various other fields.
The quiet town of Ingolstadt. This is where the legend of the Illuminati ruling the world originated. In the years leading up to the French Revolution, there was also foment in rural Bavaria. It was a time of radical change. People were seeking answers to pressing social problems. Ingolstadt, Adam Weishaupt taught ecclesiastical law and practical philosophy. He was the only secular professor. His colleagues were all priests. Frustrated with church dogma and spiritual stagnation, Weishaupt wanted to introduce change. But how? People's heads were filled with the ideas of the Enlightenment, but there was also great uncertainty as to how they might be implemented. Within a few years, an enraged mob would spill blood and even execute Louis XVI. Adam Weishaupt welcomed the first signs of change in France, but he rejected violence. What he had in mind was something different. Weishaupt wanted to undermine the state from within, and he sought to achieve this with the help of a secret society. The first people he convinced of his idea of a perfect state were his students. His vision was of a state modeled on Athens, one based on reason, a concept totally in line with the ideals of the Enlightenment.
Wie soll das funktionieren, Herr Professor? Mit Waffengewalt?
Keine Revolution. Gewalt macht nichts besser. Dem Bösen die Hände binden, regieren ohne zu beherrschen. Darauf kommt es an.
Aber das ist doch unmöglich.
Keinesfalls. Man muss um die Mächtigen der Erde hier eine Legion von Männern versammeln, die unermüdlich sind, für den großen Plan, die Menschheit zu leiten.
Adam Weishaupt wanted to set up a secret government, a monstrous idea even today.
Geheimbünde waren auch ein Sammelbecken für
secret societies were also a melting pot for hotheads, for revolutionaries, for people who nurtured highly unusual ideas and who could express themselves within a fraternity without having to suffer persecution. People who could also discuss and try things out, perhaps on a small scale. That was a major motive for joining a secret society.
In the troubled times that preceded the French Revolution, secret societies also flourished in Germany, and the newly founded Illuminati made full use of the situation. They set up countless lodges and attracted hundreds of new members, especially academics. Their number included Johann Wolfgang von Goethe, the most famous writer of his day, philosopher Gottfried Herder, and influential educationalist Heinrich Pestalozzi. The Illuminati were well aware of the high risk of opposing absolute rulers, but they shared Weishaupt's passionate rejection of throne and altar. Weishaupt was convinced of his idea. Above all, though, he was convinced of himself. Self-opinionated, Weishaupt was seen as narcissistic and domineering. With his fraternity, he wanted nothing less than to change the world.
Das Ziel ist es, den Staat auf einen höheren Grad der Reinheit und Vollkommenheit zu bringen.
The supreme figure amongst the Illuminati demanded absolute loyalty from his members. We know from their records how clandestinely the Illuminati operated in those days. Stored at Friedenstein Palace in Gotha, they provide valuable insights into the inner life of the order. Perhaps Marion Fussell will discover here why the Illuminati gave themselves Greek cover names and why they introduced their own time standard. Historian Hermann Schuttler has deciphered and studied encoded Illuminati documents. A domineering character, Adam Weishaupt had a weakness for the ancient Athenians and their ideas. He valued their democratic principles. That is why he chose the Athenian owl as the symbol of his order. It stood for wisdom. The Illuminati believed that they were experiencing the dawn of a new era, and they wanted to participate in this positive transition. In Ingolstadt, Weishaupt forged a plan that was simply audacious. But he was successful. He had tapped the pulse of the age.
Change in society, in the church, in the state, can only be achieved with a longer-term project. Thus, Weishaupt wanted to educate people, so his was an educational project right from the start. But it would take time. Weishaupt said that 200 years could well pass before success was achieved, before the Enlightenment triumphed.
The secret organization grew in size. In its heyday, the Illuminati had around 2,000 members, all of them high-ranking representatives of society. Weishaupt specifically poached his men from the Freemasons. Despite its rich tradition, many lodge brethren found their association dull. The new secret society was more exciting and more radical.
Wir werden den perfekten Staat erschaffen.
The lodges were run with unsparing strictness. Like in Skull and Bones, members had to lay bare their private lives, a requirement some were at odds with.
The Illuminati, it seems, were very strict and hierarchy-oriented, and many people were put off by this. Friedrich Schiller, for example, refused to join even though friends of his were Illuminati. So sometimes the society also had this off-putting effect on people. Someone with the status of a prince of poets was not going to subordinate himself to a mediocre Illuminatus. In a secret society, too, that is simply asking too much.
The bigger and more influential the organization grew, the more resistance it faced. The absolutist rulers hit back, and those in power were helped by accident. In 1785, one of the order's couriers was taking secret papers to France when he was struck by lightning and killed. On his body, the police found a list of members. Only 10 years after being founded, the Illuminati were banned. Membership now carried the death penalty. Fearing for his life, Adam Weishaupt fled from Ingolstadt to Gotha, disguised as a craftsman. But did this really mean the end of the Illuminati? If so, why do people still nurture thoughts of them? That's perhaps because before he fled, Weishaupt succeeded in achieving another major coup. He established contact with leading figures in the United States. Hermann Schuttler knows of 3 letters written to Benjamin Franklin. In them, the Illuminati asked for permission to set up a colony in Elysium, their code name for the United States. But the old Illuminati records make no mention of what reaction the request received. The letters fuel fantastic speculation time and again. What if a number of Illuminati had escaped to the New World to implement their ideas there? Would it not then have been possible for them to influence politics in the United States? And couldn't the Illuminati then also have printed their symbols on the American $1 banknote? No theory seems too abstruse. Marian Fussell has taken another close look at the $1 bill, on which the owl is portrayed, the sacred animal of the Athenians and the identification symbol of the Illuminati. Printed in Roman numerals is the year 1776, the year in which the Illuminati were officially founded. The Eye of Providence over the pyramid is a symbol which allegedly was also used by the secret society. Novus Ordo Seclorum means the new order of the ages. In other words, it clearly states the goal of the Illuminati. And why the number 13 is found everywhere? The secret society had 13 hierarchical levels.
I don't believe that secret societies have the power nor the interest to be able to rule any country on this planet. Instead, you have corporate powers, multi-billions, trillions of dollars within these corporate structures.
The stance adopted by the U.S. authorities is unambiguous. Conspiracy theories are all nonsense. The symbols, they say, have a harmless historical background and nothing to do with the Illuminati. 1776, for example, was the year when the American Declaration of Independence was written. But one thing is certain, the Illuminati are no figment of the imagination. Their founder, Adam Weishaupt, created the secret society to undermine the ruling class in order to seize power himself. But he wasn't alone in this. There were also the Rosicrucians. Back then, they too operated clandestinely. But their meetings are said to have taken a very different pattern from those of the Illuminati. The Rosicrucians were said to possess all the knowledge in the world and the potential to give people salvation.
Brüder, Jesus bedeutet mir alles. Freiheit des Evangeliums. Die Herrlichkeit Gottes. Meine Brüder, lasst uns beginnen.
The history of this mysterious society can be traced back to a legend. In the book Fama Fraternitatis, which appeared in 1614, it is stated that the members of a secret society had discovered the intact body of its deceased founder. His name, Christian Rosenkreuz. Legend has it that before he passed away, Rosenkreuz was made privy to ancient mysteries.
In reality, of course, this Christian Rosenkreuz never existed, but the character was cleverly chosen because it embodies the ideals and goals of the Rosicrucian order in an exemplary way. For every member, the figure of Christian Rosenkreuz is a kind of spur on the path to understanding, so it was well suited to motivating people to join the Rosicrucian order.
In the early 17th century, the Rosicrucians wanted to free society from the confines of its narrow order through diligent Bible study and alchemy. In this epoch between medieval religiosity and nascent science, alchemy, the art of making gold, was very much in vogue. The 30 Years' War was brewing. People everywhere felt insecure. They were questioning the Christian view of the world. Science offered more plausible explanations. This was the perfect breeding ground for a secret society.
The alchemists tried to preserve this magical world, to carry it over into the New World, also via secret societies. They held firm to the belief that there was a secret form of knowledge, a fifth state of matter, a quintessence, a philosopher's stone. All those terms date back to the time of the alchemists.
In the 17th century, the ideas of the Rosicrucians proved more and more people-appealing, not only in Germany, but throughout Europe, including Cambridge, the center of rational science. Teaching at Cambridge in those days was Isaac Newton, one of the fathers of modern natural science. But he could not resist the lure of pre-scientific alchemy. Newton's study in Trinity College bears witness to this double life. During the day, Newton engaged in serious research, but at night, he turned to alchemy. hoping to find the mysterious philosopher's stone and make gold. Secretly, this scientific genius was very taken by the ideas of the Rosicrucians. Later, Newton was made a member of the legendary Royal Society, which had many Rosicrucians in its governing body. A mecca of scientific rigor, today the Royal Society has its headquarters in the heart of London. No one has any idea that it was Rosicrucians and alchemists who thought of establishing such a society. Historian Marian Fussell is looking for information on the history of the Rosicrucians. He has been promised the assistance of the Royal Society. Stored in a specially secured archive in the basement is a historical treasure, Isaac Newton's original manuscripts. This brilliant thinker saw the world we live in as a puzzle God left mankind to solve. For Newton, this involved not only natural phenomena and heavenly bodies, but also ancient civilizations and mysterious writings. Simply everything, in fact.
Newton, of course, we understand as being a great British scientist for his work on gravity and the laws of motion. So we get very excited when we find new Newton manuscripts. It doesn't tell you very much about science, but it tells you quite a bit about Newton.
Like the Rosicrucians, Newton was convinced that divine mysteries are inherent in nature. The Rosicrucians even speculated on the means by which immortality could be achieved. In London, Marian Fussell has been allowed to see what Newton wrote at Trinity College after nights of experimenting. It's the legendary scientist's main alchemistic work. Strange symbols, signs, and formulae abound. Whether Newton himself was a member of the Rosicrucians is a matter of dispute, but his work shows how captivated he was by the ideas of the secret society.
It's generally fascinating that someone who is seen as the epitome of the scientific revolution and the early Enlightenment should show as deep an interest in alchemy and occult science as Isaac Newton. All in all, Newton seems to have left behind more manuscripts dealing with alchemy and the hidden arts, so to speak, than actual mathematical and physical writings.
The Rosicrucians still reside in Vienna today. Since Newton's time, the AOR, the Ancient Order of Rosicrucians, has changed. Today, it presents itself with a new livery. Elias Rubinstein is the Grand Master of the Rosicrucians. He cultivates the ancient traditions of the secret society. Here in the temple, they perform their rituals. But what exactly do they engage in? The battle between the church, science, and esotericism ended long ago. So what or whom are modern-day Rosicrucians fighting for?
Es werde Licht und es ward Licht. Gerechtigkeit sollst du verfolgen.
The goals of the Rosicrucians are simple. we are working for the freedom of mankind. Thus, Rosicrucian doctrine is intended for everyone, not just for some elite class. The basic issues we work with are for the whole of mankind.
At the end of a long road, an insight is gained into the secret knowledge of mankind. At one time, those in power also felt drawn to it. At Schönbrunn Palace, Emperor Joseph II is said to have met with the inner circle of the Rosicrucians for meditation. But there is also a dangerous side to the legend of Christian Rosenkreuz. Esoteric sects have abused Rosicrucian ideas time and again. In the 1990s, members of the Order of the Solar Temple committed mass suicide in Canada and Switzerland. Over 70 people died. A suicide statement said, "We shall return because the Rosy Cross is immortal." Marian Fussell knows that the followers of the cult were convinced that their death merely meant transition to a better world. The general public had no idea what took place within the sect, which had sealed itself off from the outside world.
Naturally, the concealment and mystery that surround many secret societies are also highly suitable for manipulating members. They offer sect leaders in particular a way of securing even more power and of inveigling members to do all kinds of things they might perhaps not want to. In this respect, secrecy is always an ambivalent issue. It protects the society outwardly, but can further abuse within.
Legend has it that Christian Rosenkreuz drew his secret knowledge from the wisdom of the ancient Egyptians, a civilization countless secret societies refer to. Does some secret key to knowledge lie hidden in the ancient mystery cults? In Egypt, well over 2,000 years ago, a cult emerged, traces of which are still visible today, even in Germany. The mysteries of Isis and Osiris. The Nile is at the center of a saga that dates back to Egypt's very beginnings. After a long search, Isis found the body of her husband Osiris. He had been drowned in the Nile by his brother and hacked to pieces. Isis put all the body parts together again and magically breathed new life into Osiris. Isis was a kind of superwoman and supermother, and precisely that is the secret behind the cult's success. From Egypt, it spread throughout the Roman Empire, even to far-off Germania. The Isis cult was sensuous. So often, women were also present in the temples. This sensuousness was previously unknown to the Romans. In the temple, novices were ritually sprinkled with water. After this purification, they experienced a mystic journey through the realm of the dead and to heaven, returning to earth as divine creatures. Rebirth was a major theme, as it later was with many other secret societies. The Isis cult was appealing, and it became increasingly popular. Isis adherents established countless temples throughout the Roman Empire. In Pompeii, they survived. Relics that have been found provide an insight into the activities of the Isis cult. The mysterious import from Egypt caused a furor among the normally so prosaic Romans. In Rome, Marian Fussell has met his colleague Andreas Hensen. Hensen is an expert on ancient cults. very little of the once pompous Isis temple has survived. This marble foot was part of a huge statue. The Egyptian goddess was also a superstar in Rome.
The Isis cult clearly served an important need. It dealt with the question of what happens to the soul after death and the best way to prepare the soul for the hereafter. What is more, people were fascinated by the rich symbolic language, by symbols they didn't really understand, and by the exotic character of the culture. In that respect, the Romans were no different from people today.
The Isis cult established itself on all levels of society. Its success stemmed from the fact that women felt particularly at ease in an Isis temple, because in Isis communities, men and women were regarded as equals, quite astonishing in the male-dominated world of Rome. Exotic origins, complex, mystically charged rituals. There is no doubt that Isis, the mother of all, had just what it takes to be an imperial super goddess. People found solace in their mystery cult. They sought salvation from a doleful existence. The hope of a blessed life after death played an important role.
Even on entering a secret society, people experienced something akin to a rebirth. They became a new person. They assumed new characteristics. They belonged to a totally new circle. Their old life was left behind. Thus, the ritual of rebirth, as practiced in the Isis cult, for example, and in other cults, is a perpetual element of religions, secret societies, and other associations.
In the end, however, the Isis cult could not withstand the challenge from Christianity. In AD 354, all pagan cults were banned in the Roman Empire. From then on, Christianity was to be the sole religion for its citizens. Yet one cultural legacy of Isis remains. Andreas Hensen has brought Marian Fussel to the Church of Santa Maria sopra Minerva, which is decorated with Freemason symbols. The image of Isis holding the infant Horus lives on in pictures of the Virgin Mary holding the infant Jesus. The mystic ideas of Isis priests also survive the destruction of the temples.
The ancient mystery cults often served as points of reference for secret societies which came later, like the Freemasons and the Illuminati, who tried repeatedly to extend their own history back to ancient traditions. They clearly saw this as an important way of authenticating their own history. If societies could refer to ancient models and traditions, that would, to a certain degree, bolster the dignity and prestige of their own project through to the present day.
Skull and Bones, Illuminati, Rosicrucians, Freemasons, Isis disciples. Secret societies bear many names. For thousands of years, they have also been a part of human civilization. They operate in our midst, meeting needs which otherwise cannot be met. They are surrounded by a wall of silence, which results in secret societies themselves being the biggest enigma of all.
The Bible called them plagues. Today we call them natural disasters, but they're actually one and the same. And the biblical plagues are coming back. Thousands of years ago, toxic algae made life difficult for humanity. The algae poisoned the drinking water, made cesspools stink, and caused massive deaths of fish. Industrialization and globalization have made these algae more common than ever, despite technical progress and modern science. But committed scientists and ecologists are refusing to give up. "3,500 years ago, the Egyptian pharaoh had a dream. He decided to build a new royal palace, far away from the centers of government. But the project was too large for the Egyptians alone. They needed foreign workers. So Pharaoh enslaved the people of Israel. After long years of oppression, the slaves demanded their freedom. When Pharaoh refused to let God's people go, Yahweh threatened to visit plagues on the Egyptians. The Lord first terrified the Egyptians by threatening to poison the Nile, the great river that supplied their entire livelihood.
Moses raised his staff in the presence of Pharaoh and his officials and struck the water of the Nile, and all the water was changed into blood. The fish in the Nile died, and the river smelled so bad that the Egyptians could not drink its water. Blood was everywhere in Egypt. What happens when the Nile floods in September is that further down the sources of the Nile, all the snow melts on the mountains and the waters rush down, and there's red earth. And these red soil particles are washed down as well. So there's two reasons the Nile turns red. One is the red soil particles, but the Egyptians will be familiar with that every year. So that turns the Nile red, but not vivid red. And so in addition to the red soil particles, there was these special red algae as well. And the red algae bloomed, and it's the algae which emit the toxins.
Toxic algae are still around today. This is what they look like. They are single-celled organisms that can emit nerve poisons. Every day, somewhere in the world, people die of their toxins. The algal bloom colors the water blood red or green, but sometimes it is colorless and so remains invisible and unnoticed until it has done a great deal of damage. Northern Germany, 2002. A reception at an upmarket restaurant. The guests were enjoying the buffet. Including seafood. Dangerous seafood, as it turned out. After eating mussels, 30 people fell ill with stomach cramps, profuse sweating and vomiting. They needed urgent medical care. It hardly seemed possible. Mussels are among the most carefully monitored foods in Germany. Shellfish is usually tested where it is harvested. In this case, it was in Denmark. But the first tests revealed nothing. No one had complained about the samples, and yet the poisonings happened. Something wasn't right. It was a case for Dr. Stefan Efkermann. At the Institute for Ichthyology, the study of fish, in Cuxhaven, he and his team dissected some of the mussels. pureed some parts, prepared solutions, spun them in the centrifuge and distilled them, all using the latest techniques. Dr. Efkeman was able to find out how the mussels came to be poisoned.
Das Chromatogramm zeigt direkt, dass wir sehr hohe Konzentrationen des Algengift-Toxins Okadasäure in der Muschel enthalten sind. Und eine grobe Abschätzung deutet darauf hin, dass der Grenzwert um den Faktor 10 überschritten ist.
Reliable testing is essential because algal toxins poison over 60,000 people around the world every year. The toxins are found in fish, mussels and other shellfish. They have strange names, ASP, DSP or PSP, and every one of them is on the increase.
Das ist also eine Übersicht über die PSP-Toxine. Man sieht also hier auch sehr schön, dass das Ganze schon europaweit beobachtet wurde. Gerade jetzt gab es in der Presse Mitteilungen über 2 Todesfälle im Zusammenhang mit dem Verzehr von Austern. Und genau hier vermutet man, dass PSP-Toxine ursächlich für diese Vergiftungen waren. Also eine typische PSP-Vergiftung fängt in der Regel mit einem Kribbeln in den Extremitäten, also heißt in den Fingern oder auch in den Füßen an. Und in schlimmeren Fällen kommt es zu Lähmungserscheinungen, die schlimmstenfalls sogar mit dem Tod enden können.
The Alfred Wegener Institute in Bremerhaven. This is where the director of UNESCO's worldwide coordinating body for harmful algae, Professor Alan Sembella, draws all the threads together.
Salut, Patrick. No problem, yeah.
A French colleague has called about 2 deaths in Brittany. It's still not clear whether they resulted from eating toxic oysters, but one thing is sure. A warning was issued in France about the danger from toxic algae. Shellfish growers protested against the official precautions until the 2 people died.
Yes. Okay then.
Professor Sembella promises his French colleague technical support for any necessary tests.
No. Ja, Bretagne, war das Brest?
The experts are working to coordinate their efforts. Alerts are arriving from every continent. Calls for help from food standards authorities, fishermen and coastal communities.
Das ist nur Cyanobacterien.
Geht da wirklich ziemlich weit hoch.
Ja.
In recent decades, the number of incidents has multiplied. Are toxic algae spreading?
It's when these blooms are in high magnitude, in other words, they produce a lot of biomass, or when they produce a high amount of toxin per cell, that we start to see the negative effects being expressed. But these tend to be rather unusual circumstances, and what we'd like to do is to be able to predict these a little bit better, to first of all understand what is the cause of the toxicity, and then how can we predict and model what will happen when these toxic blooms occur.
The Institute's researchers know they can't afford to wait for reports to filter through to them. Where there's a need, they have to get out and take samples to try to understand what is happening in the environment. Aboard the research vessel Heinke, they're heading for the North Sea. Alan Sembella, a Canadian, is based in Bremerhaven because it's the centre of international algae research. The poison of the algae he's searching for can be more dangerous than chemical weapons. He and his colleagues are trying to find out why toxic algae are suddenly reproducing so quickly. A lot more is going on in the depths of the North Sea than the researchers would like. Almost everywhere they encounter minuscule algae, half animal, half plant. They're trying to determine the likely consequences of the algae's sudden growth. Western Florida, a holiday paradise on the Gulf of Mexico. The coast is lined with luxury homes with spectacular sea views. And here, of all places, there are frequent dangerous algal blooms. The area is known for them. In 2006, the effects were disastrous. Hundreds of thousands of dead fish on the beaches were the first sign of toxic algae poisoning. Sadly, the fish were not the only victims. Through the fish, the toxic microorganisms enter the seabird's food chain, spelling death to gulls, sea eagles and pelicans. Often the algae colour the sea blood red, creating a so-called red tide. But sometimes the algal bloom is a poisonous green, as it is here. Algae of both colours are dangerous. Even large fish die after eating algae-infested seagrass. Dolphins can't always avoid the algae either. This dolphin was found dead off the Florida coast. Predators had mauled its body, but its ugly wounds could not have been the cause of the animal's death. Alex Kostidis takes samples for the pathology lab of the Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission.
It's not as common, but in the last few years we've been getting more and more dolphins. In 2004 we had 107 bottlenose dolphins die. So animals get paralyzed and they can't breathe at the surface, or their diaphragm won't work, and even if they're at the surface they can't take a breath. And we think that was from red tide. They had stomachs full of little fish that eat algae, and the fish tested very high for brevetoxin, the toxin in red tide.
Tissue samples will provide more precise information. Alex removes parts of the lungs and the liver and sends them to the laboratory. The coasts of Canada run for thousands of kilometres. The first settlers had their own experience of toxic algae. The pioneer captain George Vancouver wrote of poisonings in his logbook. Does this mean that poisonous algae were always found here, but are now spreading faster than ever before? Why should they be? Scientists think some species may have been introduced unintentionally. In 1987, 129 Canadians were poisoned by algae-infested mussels in a single incident. 3 of them died. It was a traumatic event for a country where much of the population lives on the coast. Canada's mussel industry is a significant source of employment and national income. As the risks of harvesting wild mussels in the open sea become harder to judge, aqua farming is becoming increasingly important. 40% of Canada's mussels are now farmed. The advantage is that it's easier to monitor. The disadvantage is that toxic algae can cause millions of dollars worth of damage in one hit. Mussel farmers often have to interrupt their harvesting. John Stairs has been lucky. His harvest area has been closed only once in the last 2 years. But he has to make regular checks on his mussels. Toxic algae barely affect the mussels themselves. They only harm the people who eat the shellfish when the toxin level is too high. So, every week, the authorities test the mussels. If the toxin level is too high, the farmers stop harvesting until it returns to normal. If there's enough clean water, the mussels will recover.
We all test for toxic algae once a week, and they have to have 3 clean tests in a row, and then they can open up again. So nothing happens to the mussels. They continue to grow and live, and so they just get a little bigger. So you have 2 weeks off where you can paint your building or something.
If there's an outbreak of food poisoning, the whole market for mussels collapses. So the mussel farmers have a strong interest in monitoring algae growth. It's the same for salmon farmers. If the current carries colonies of algae into the salmon cages, thousands of valuable salmon will perish. It's a nightmare for the farmers. In biblical Egypt, all the fish in the river died, and the river stank, and the people could not drink of the water. And Pharaoh called all his high priests and magicians to the banks of the Nile. The magicians raised their staffs and applied their secret arts. They feared the competition of a god they did not know, and they set to work with all their might. They, too, managed to turn the water into blood. That they could achieve. But however hard they tried, they could not get rid of the algae that were already there.
Well, it's said that the magicians were able to do the same thing for the first plague, so they couldn't stop it, but they also, I mean, it's a curious story in a sense. I think maybe this algae maybe bloomed twice. The algae came out and bloomed, and the Nile turned to blood, and then it sort of died down, and then the magicians, I think they struck the Nile with their staff, and the whole thing happened again. So they demonstrated they could do this first plague. They couldn't do the later plagues, but they couldn't stop the plague. So that again, the fact that these magicians could do it demonstrates it was a natural event.
Canada is Alan Sembella's home. He studied toxic algae in Canada for many years before joining the Alfred Wegener Institute in Germany. Now he's joining his former colleagues. They're collecting vital new data. Professor Sembella and Stefan Kirschberg of Dalhousie University are on their way to inspect some very special marker buoys off the city of Halifax. Solar-powered computers in the buoys record the water temperature, the currents, salinity, and the presence of particles suspended in the water. Not just on the surface, but also deep down on the ocean floor. For the algae don't remain on the surface. They colonize the whole of the water column. The sensors on the ocean floor must be kept in good working order, and they are regularly checked. The sensors are fitted with photocells that measure sunlight. If too little light penetrates to the lower levels, it's a strong sign of algae growth. The photocells must be cleaned continually because they quickly become covered in tiny algae.
In some cases, the algae form a superficial layer on top of the water. That's a so-called classic red tide, where you can actually see water discoloration. But much more often, the bloom is in fact subsurface. You can't see anything from looking with your naked eye into the water column. Show how they do we can use this kind of instrumentation to track the bloom, where it actually is, how deep is it in the water column. This is very important because if most of the biomass is below the surface, it's invisible from the surface. We want to know exactly where in the water column the mass of the bloom is located. Come on, huh? Going.
It isn't possible to put buoys along the entire coast, So the researchers have developed mobile devices that emit light impulses. Reflections in the water supply information about the thickness of the toxic algae. The devices are lowered into the water, where they can check depths that are beyond the reach of the aqua farmers.
Hold on a second.
The researchers know they may encounter toxic algae at any time. Then they must hope they've found it early enough to raise the alarm.
Surface tear. Surface. All right, it's teared.
The mussel farmers support these tests. An efficient early warning system is crucial. Relatively few algae are toxic. Some are harmless, while others are nutritious and beneficial. And the same species may be toxic at one time and harmless at others. No one knows why. Exotic species of algae are appearing more and more where they were never seen before. Often they are unintentionally introduced by man. World trade is one culprit. Freighters and tankers in coastal waters take on ballast water to stabilize them for long voyages, especially when they're not fully loaded. When they reach their destination, they pump the water out, and with it billions of tiny stowaways that must then adapt to a new home. In this way, algae, bacteria and fish eggs are spread from one continent to another. They arrive in places where they have no natural predators. Laboratories regularly identify high levels of diverse microbes in ballast tanks. The microbes include disease-carrying bacteria and toxic algae. The coast of the island of Elba. The fishermen here have a big problem with an introduced pest. Christian Lott of the Hydra Marine Institute is charting the relentless progress of an exotic form of seaweed. It's believed to have been released when an aquarium was cleaned.
Caulerpa taxifolia kommt aus den Tropen und ist ins Mittelmeer eingeschleppt worden durch einen Aquarienunfall im Ozeanografischen Museum von Monaco. Und von dort aus, das sind immerhin 500 Kilometer, nehmen wir an, dass sie mit Yachtankern eingeschleppt wurden, hier in die Bucht von Marina di Campo.
Divers are about to search the sea floor 15 meters down. The water looks clear. But here, too, the green plague is growing. Caulerpa taxifolia is a mysterious marine plant that spreads at astonishing speed. Where there was once a variety of marine vegetation, it creates a green desert. It also destroys the habitats of many fish species. The Hydra team measures the damaged area and maps the spread of the weed. It's not only taking over the feeding grounds of native species, it's also releasing toxins into the environment. Normally, this tropical algae needs a water temperature of at least 20 degrees Celsius to survive, but it has mutated to survive in much cooler water, even in the Mediterranean winter. Genetic analysis has shown that all the Caulerpa found in the Mediterranean is descended from the same original piece of seaweed, a single branch of a single plant. and there's no way to get rid of it.
Man hat versucht, Caulerpa taxifolia mit Kupfersalzen beispielsweise zu vergiften. Kupfer ist ein sehr starkes Gift für viele, viele Pflanzen und Algen. Man hat versucht, mit elektrischem Strom die zu vertreiben oder auch zu vergiften durch Elektrolyse, giftige Gase, die dann entstehen, Chlorgas beispielsweise. Man hat versucht, durch große schwarze Plastikfolien den ganzen Meeresboden abzudecken, um denen das Licht wegzunehmen. Der Erfolg war in den meisten Fällen sehr mäßig. Caulerpa taxifolia ist unheimlich resistent und kann diese ganzen Anfeindungen meist viel besser abpuffern als viele angestammte Tier- und Pflanzenarten. Die gehen eher ein als Caulerpa. Die einzige Strategie, die wirklich was hilft, ist Ausreißen an kleinen Flecken, wo man sicher sein kann, dass man auch alle Bruchstücke einsammelt. Alles andere ist zum Scheitern verurteilt. Das wurde vielfach versucht mit vielen, vielen Tauchern. Es gibt ein großes Tohuwabohu unter Wasser und nur kleinste Bruchstücke dieser Alge können eine neue Kolonie begründen. Die wachsen einfach wieder aus. Wenn man die übersieht, sät man die Alge, statt sie komplett auszuradieren.
Their only chance is to spot a brand new colony before it has established itself. Then they may be able to get rid of it completely. It's a colossal task. The Nile, a kind of historical test case for the spread of algae, was crucial for the survival of the ancient Egyptians. Their dependence on it made them particularly vulnerable.
The Nile is the lifeblood of Egypt, and it provided them with fresh water. And of course, if you didn't have fresh water, you couldn't live.
When the water turned to blood, the Nile began to stink. The people and their animals could no longer drink from it. The Egyptians searched desperately for alternatives.
So what the Egyptians did, and maybe this is something they had learnt before, they dug along the banks of the Nile and then they got drinking water. So what happened there was that this impure water in the Nile was filtered by the sand on the banks of the Nile, and they were able to drink this drinking water. So that was a trick they'd learnt, probably from history.
The ancient Egyptians already saw that deadly algae could be present in rivers far from the sea. Any body of water that is still or slow flowing is at risk. Any swimming lake can turn out to be a trap. In still water, algae may thrive too well, especially if the water entering the lake contains nitrates and phosphates from untreated wastewater or from agriculture. Here, the connection between human activity and algae growth is especially clear. Some of these blooming algae are extremely toxic. Unfortunately, it's very difficult to distinguish them visually from harmless members of the same species. They cause nausea and serious illnesses. Rainer Kohrmeier of the Austrian Institute for Limnology is studying microorganisms in freshwater bodies near Salzburg. To do so, he breeds blue-green algae, or cyanobacteria. He has established that these algae can be directly harmful to humans in drinking water.
Ja, wenn sehr viel von diesen Giften im Wasser dann vorkommt und dieses Wasser dann also getrunken wird, dann können also die Konzentrationen so hoch werden, dass sie Menschen auch vergiften. Ja. Und solche Vergiftungsfälle sind bekannt, leider Gottes. Aber gerade durch hohe Dichten von Cyanobakterien kommen da Konzentrationen zustande, die also äußerst gefährlich sind. Eines der klassischen Symptome sind also Nekrosen in der Leber, die ja dann auch zum Tod führen können.
Blue-green algae, which may also be red, can attack reservoirs of drinking water. In some countries, this has led to frighteningly high rates of cancer. That is why Dr. Kohrmeier is studying endangered inland lakes, such as the Mondsee in Austria. Already, special efforts have been made, and not just in Austria, to clean up lakes like this. But it's still too early to give the all clear. Dr. Kohrmeier takes samples from a depth of 12 meters. He has a theory. He has noticed that some algae are able to descend to a safe place at the bottom of the lake and not die in the mud on the lake floor. They can remain there in a kind of hibernation for decades, until conditions on the surface become more favorable. His theory proves correct. There are hundreds of algae in every drop. They have joined together in small groups called colonies.
Im Prinzip bestehen diese Fäden aus Hunderten von Einzelzellen, die also scheibchenartig aneinandergereiht sind. Man sieht jetzt auch schon diese Hohlkörper, diese gasförmigen Hohlkörper, die also jetzt den Zellen ihren Auftrieb geben und auch dafür verantwortlich sind, warum diese Zellen jetzt nicht absinken können und sich auch jetzt in 12 Meter Tiefe einschichten können. Das sind diese stark lichtbrechenden Strukturen, die man im Mikroskop erkennen kann.
Another trick helps the blue-green algae survive. In the depths, they transform the weak rays of sunlight into a luminous red. They use this not for communication, like other deep-sea creatures, but for photosynthesis. Scientists have just made this discovery. In Florida, too, there is an alert. The continuing fine weather of the late summer is aggravating the algae problem. The water temperature is still high, which encourages algae growth. Islands of poisonous algae form in the open sea, with the risk that they will drift towards the beaches. Fish and Wildlife Commission staff are taking samples at various points 15 miles offshore. But they have to break off. This is storm season. A rapidly approaching tornado forces them to head back to shore. But even the few samples they've been able to collect show that the situation is becoming serious. On the beaches, another algal bloom is already killing millions of fish. In some places, tons of dead fish are removed every morning. Sarasota Beach is a holiday resort, popular with both convalescing pensioners and families with children. The water temperature is 30 degrees Celsius. But many visitors find that their eyes start to water, and almost everyone is coughing. When single cells of the toxic algae burst in the spray of the breakers, they release 16 different neurotoxins, highly dangerous nerve poisons. Everyone knows about it, but it doesn't stop them going to the beach. The Marine Laboratory has set up monitoring devices that are checked every 2 hours. Solid particles from the sea breeze are trapped in their filters. In the air, they have found a large number of neurotoxins, which affect everyone. In the nearby car park, doctors from the Moat Marine Laboratory stop visitors and measure their lung capacity before and after they've been to the beach.
Deep breath in, blow it out hard and fast. Blow, 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 keep blowing, squeeze.
Almost everyone is affected. People who are susceptible to asthma are most at risk.
Almost there, and take a break. I know that wasn't very good.
Initially, you can exacerbate the asthma, and that can make people, so they have to start taking medications, they miss work, they miss school, they have to go to emergency rooms. And also, we've also looked at whether it can cause increases in things like pneumonia, bronchitis, other respiratory diseases that are associated with asthma.
Although the danger to health is well known, none of the beaches is closed, and no bans are imposed. America is a free country.
They don't, however, have authority to make you get out of the water. It's just a recommendation. So you can still decide if you want to go in the water or not.
The study signs up volunteers for a period of months to wear a device that records how many poisonous cells they are inhaling. This allows the scientists to establish the exact relationship between the neurotoxins and breathing difficulties. And these are the tiny culprits, hundreds of a millimetre long. Carenia brevis. They are found singly off the coast of Florida all through the year. But when the numbers exceed a certain threshold, the situation becomes critical. An algal bloom can last for weeks or months. Recently, one lasted longer than a year. Here, a scientist is counting the organisms. In some places, the concentration is now more than 1 million cells per litre of water. In Bremerhaven, Alan Sembella receives reports from all over the world every morning. He is trying to put the different pieces of the puzzle together. And it's becoming clearer and clearer which factors are most likely responsible for the growth of the algae.
Certainly, there is evidence over the last few decades of man-made changes to coastal zones that do appear to be related to the spreading or the introduction of bloom organisms. And one in particular that's been invoked is the nutrient enrichment, putting more nutrients into coastal waters, certainly does appear to favor some kinds of blooms which have harmful effects.
But which nutrients play a decisive part? Alan Sembella's colleague, Gary Kirkpatrick, is also keen to find out. And where better to do so than here in Florida, where there are alarmingly frequent red tides. The latest technology should help them.
Launching the glider. It's going to be you and I recovering it.
This is a highly sophisticated underwater research vehicle, originally designed for military use. It's wireless and is designed to work entirely independently for several days, using advanced electronics to investigate the ocean depths.
Run this check out. Over.
The underwater probe is controlled from space by a satellite.
Pitch
When
motor.
we set it to lab mode.
Running status.mi again.
The men from the Moat Laboratory are using it for the first time. They are trying to establish contact with the command center via a satellite link that should relay signals to the probe and collect the data from it. The order to dive must be confirmed by the command center. Now the probe is on its own. It will collect data for several days, transmitting information about the presence of algae and the exact composition of the seawater. Temperature plays a key role. That much is clear. So it's also clear that climate change is directly involved. Civilization comes at a price.
You know, if there's any doubt.
Certainly there are a lot more people living in Florida and living along the coast now, and that means there's more material that humans are throwing away, wastes and pollution and so on, getting into the water. All those things have potential to impact the red tide, but we don't have enough scientific evidence to say that it's one item or another.
Ready? Yeah.
So far, there's not enough information. But scientists hope the new data will show exactly who and what is responsible for the rapid growth of the algal blooms. And once they know, it may be possible to do something about it. Or, in the worst case, we will find out there's very little we can do, other than find a weapon to fight toxic algae. The scientists at the Moat Laboratory are looking into that question right now. They're experimenting with ozone and clay and other substances to see if they can destroy toxic algae. After this treatment, many algae do sink to the seabed and die. However, plants and animals on the ocean floor suffocate, and other sea creatures are killed as well. So far, chemical treatments have also proven unsatisfactory. The side effects are too unpredictable. On top of that, the area to be treated is vast and the cost is enormous, as is the disruption to nature.
We have hundreds and even sometimes thousands of square miles that are involved with a red tide bloom. So economically and logistically, it isn't feasible to even consider applying some agent over that large of an area. An additional method for control of red tide would be biological control. Here, various organisms such as bacteria, which actually attack the red tide organism itself, but we'd have to be very careful when, where, and how such biological agents could be used, and we'd have to be certain that they didn't continue to cause a problem after the red tide was gone.
Back in Bremerhaven, the scientists are working on the biggest puzzle of all. Why do only some algae produce poison? With a microscope, Alan Sembella's colleague, Dr. Urban Tillman, examines the mysterious single-celled creatures.
Wir versuchen herauszubekommen, welchen Vorteil im Zusammenspiel mit anderen Planktonorganismen für die Giftproduzenten resultieren kann. Und hier versuchen wir ganz gezielt zu untersuchen, inwieweit Gifte auf Fraß einen Einfluss haben können. Eventuell wird auch die Giftproduktion erst angeregt durch Botenstoffe, die von anderen Planktonorganismen ausgesandt werden.
Tillman watches as algae appear to fire arrows, paralyzing their victims with a nerve poison before dragging them away. Then he finds harmless algae that actually hunt the poisonous algae.
Hier sieht man zum Beispiel, wie Algen der Gattung Chatonella, ganz berüchtigt für große Fischsterben, auch gefressen werden von kleinen einzelligen Fressern. Hier mit einem ganz speziellen Mechanismus, wie ein kleiner Saugrüssel, kommen diese Fresser an, durchstoßen die Zellwand und saugen einzelne Chloroplasten der giftigen Alge in ihren Zellkörper rein.
So the poison of toxic algae is not always enough to ward off predators. Perhaps these indestructible single-celled suckers could be a miracle weapon against toxic algae. A biological weapon, algae versus algae. There are thousands of varieties of algae, and only 60 of them are toxic. But every year, these few tiny organisms are responsible for 60,000 reported cases of poisoning, 1,000 of them fatal, as well as for massive fish deaths. Is there a biological reason behind this?
Certainly they're not produced to kill fish. They're not produced to kill human beings that eat shellfish. They're not produced to kill whales or marine animals or to disrupt marine ecosystems. They have some function. And it could well be that in many cases the fact that they are toxic to human beings and seabirds may be somewhat of an artifact of the real reason why these compounds are being produced. So what we would like to do is to be able to find the mechanisms of the toxin production and to determine what are really the ecological role of these compounds, because they evolved presumably hundreds of millions of years ago. They're not new. They occurred before human beings were here and probably will be there long after human beings are gone from the face of the earth.
The ancient Egyptians would not have been able to see the individual cells of the algae, only their catastrophic effects. But the message behind the poisoning of their lifeline, the Nile, must have got through to them. It was a first warning that they had to do things differently.
I wouldn't see these as a warning sent by God, because my belief in a God is a God who's a God of love. And so I think these are disasters which are happening in our natural world, but there's something we can do to prevent them and to minimize them. And I think we have a responsibility to do that. So I think, we have a responsibility to leave our world a better place for our children and grandchildren.
In the Bible, the plague of contaminated water abated after 7 days. But Pharaoh hardened his heart. He would not let the Israelites go. The fish stocks in the Nile were almost exhausted. There were no fish left to eat the spawn of the frogs and the toads. The next plagues, culminating in the invasion of the stinging, disease-bringing flies, were now inevitable. The Bible called them plagues. Today we call them natural disasters. But they're actually one and the same. And the biblical plagues are coming back. A hailstorm in the Austrian Alps. In just a few minutes, hailstorms can do millions of dollars worth of damage. In Austria, it's happening year after year, and it's likely to get worse. Hail, thunderstorms, torrential downpours, and the havoc they wreak are terrifying in their effects. And this is despite advances in science and technology. But some people are rising to the challenge. They are trying to get to the bottom of these unpredictable, uncontrollable weather events. Egypt, 1500 BC. The pharaoh was building a new royal city. He needed workers, and he used the people of Israel as slaves. After generations of oppression, the people of Yahweh demanded their freedom, but Pharaoh refused to let the Israelites go. Moses went to Pharaoh and warned him of the plagues God would visit upon the land of Egypt. Then a dreadful thing happened. The waters of the Nile turned to blood. All the fish died. Frogs bred uncontrollably, infesting the homes of the Egyptians. Next came a plague of insects, and then a plague upon the cattle. But Pharaoh hardened his heart. For the seventh plague, God sent terrible storms, hail, lightning, and thunder.
Fine, yes, right. When Moses stretched out his staff towards the sky, the Lord sent thunder and hail, and lightning flashed down to the ground. So the Lord rained hail on the land of Egypt. Hail fell and lightning flashed back and forth. It was the worst storm in all the land of Egypt since it had become a nation. Throughout Egypt, hail struck everything in the fields, both men and animals. It beat down everything growing in the fields and stripped every tree. I think they could have had no expectation of this hailstorm. It was, it's something which developed in the clouds well above them, and then these hailstorms came thundering down, so they couldn't not have expected it at all. The hail would have beaten down the plants. The Bible says it stripped the leaves off the trees. It implies the hailstones are very large because it damaged animals, so those animals who hadn't been killed by the plague on the animals, the hailstones would have damaged the animals, so it would have caused huge destruction.
We got this short one right. Jeez.
Texas, May 2006. The frightening force of a hailstorm is captured on amateur video.
All right, just a minute. Shut your eyes. Keep your eyes shut. They're huge, yes. The glass in my eyes, I think. Yeah. What do we lose? Back window. Keep your eyes shut.
Texas, Colorado, India, China, Austria. Hailstorms wreak terrible destruction wherever they strike. One of their main targets is the Alps. It's not as idyllic here as it looks. Even at the height of summer, the weather can change in an instant. As the sun beats down, a lot of moisture evaporates. Thermal winds along the steep valley sides carry the moisture upwards until it turns into clouds and hail forms. Hailstorms are particularly common in the Alps. The Styria region of southern Austria is particularly vulnerable. At Weitz airfield near Graz, pilots of the local Hail Defense Association are on watch. For Franz Gruber and his pilots, the boredom of waiting can suddenly turn into high tension. They must be able to reach the most distant part of their 1,800 square kilometer territory within minutes. Munich, July 1984. The temperature was over 37 degrees centigrade. Storm cells developed in the foothills of the Alps. They unleashed a hailstorm that wrought the worst destruction this area has known since the Second World War. People were injured, cars and houses suffered major damage, to the tune of $2.5 billion Australian dollars. There are such frequent hailstorms in the high plains east of the US Rocky Mountains that region is known as Hail Alley. Boulder, Colorado. At the National Center for Atmospheric Research, or NCAR, Charles Knight has been studying hail for over 40 years. He's preserved some special hailstones in a cold store.
This hailstone fell in Coffeyville, Kansas in 1972. And it weighs about 700 grams. And a hailstone this size falls about 40 meters per second. These hailstones of this size will go through the roofs of some houses, and of course if they hit a person on the head it will kill them. But in the United States, people are not generally outdoors when such a storm happens. In countries like China or India, when a hailstorm of this kind occurs, they can kill quite a few people out in the open fields. There was a storm in Bangladesh in 1986 that killed almost 100 people in this way.
Back in the Alps, reports of hail disasters are becoming ever more common. Hail does terrible damage to crops. The insurers are getting worried. The damage bill has virtually doubled every 2 years. And the farmers look on, helpless.
So haben wir eine weiße Wand da drüben herkommen gesehen und das war innerhalb von ein paar Minuten war das da auch mit so einer Geschwindigkeit. Durch den Sturm, weil so ein starker Sturm auch war, hat es den Hagel nachher noch beschleunigt auch noch.
After the storm, an expert from the Austrian Hail Insurance Organization sets out at once. This non-commercial body helps cushion the financial impact on the farmers. He assesses the hail damage. Even though these plants look green, they will bear no fruit and will even be useless as animal fodder.
Man sieht hier Pflanzen, die total zerstört sind. Hier ist überhaupt kein Ertrag mehr zu erwarten. Man kann sich das so vorstellen, diesen Blattflächenverlust oder diesen Assimilationsflächenverlust, so wie wenn man einem Menschen eine Lunge entfernen würde. Wenn man hier keine Fläche hat mehr zum Atmen, wenn man keine Möglichkeit hat, hier zu assimilieren, dann stirbt die Pflanze irgendwann ab oder kann einfach keine Erträge bilden.
Nearby is a destroyed pumpkin field. This field would have produced over 1,000 litres of valuable pumpkin oil, if not for the hail. In just a few minutes, everything was destroyed. Nothing was left but scrub. In another field, the same farmer lost the entire crop. The combine harvester was booked for the very next day.
Auf dem Feld liegen ca. 25 Tonnen Getreide am Boden, die was nicht mehr zu erwischen sind. Gell?
Das sind 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Das sind 20 Körner auf 10 Quadratzentimeter.
Das ist nicht zu beschreiben. Die Arbeit, die kann man. Ich weiß nicht, ob man das irgendjemandem so, der was nicht direkt damit zu tun hat, ob man das so sagen kann, was man sich da denkt dabei. Gell? Das ist das Gleiche, wie wenn einer sagt, der hat das ganze Jahr nichts gearbeitet. In etwa. Auf das kommt es letztendlich hin. Gell?
Josef Graschi has no choice but to plough it all under. The greenhouse effect is changing living conditions in mountain regions all over the world. It's getting hotter and drier, but at the same time there are more extreme weather events, such as torrential rain and hailstorms. Some fruit growers have spent a fortune on giant nets to protect their precious harvests. But the nets are expensive, and the hail still destroys the fruit at the edges of the nets. The cost of the damage is increasing dramatically, season after season. Surprisingly little research has been done in the past on the exact effects of rain and hail. Austrian scientists are now changing that. Experts at the Joanneum Research Centre in Graz are developing an instrument that will record exactly what is falling from the sky. To test it, they simulate both rain and hail. Wherever rain, snow or hail is falling, they can measure how big the hailstones are, their speed and the force of their impact. They hope that precise data will help them better predict the onset of hailstorms. They're checking, for example, how reliable radar is in observing hail. Joanneum scientists have helped develop software that distinguishes between rain and hail on the radar screen.
Für eine exakte Beobachtung von Hagelgewittern kann man sich die Eigenschaft der Partikel zunutze machen. Wassertropfen werden durch den Luftwiderstand zu linsenartigen, linsenförmigen Gebilden systematisch verformt. Die sehen dann abgeplattet aus, während Hagel feste Eispartikel sind, die in ihrem Durchschnitt die runde Form beibehalten.
Polarized radar impulses scan the particles on both a vertical and a horizontal axis. If both signals receive a similar echo, they must be bouncing off a spherical shape, and that means hailstones. This method makes it possible to tell from a long way off whether or not approaching clouds will bring hail. In Colorado, in the US Rocky Mountains, specialists are working on a hail early warning system. The challenge is that several different factors must be present for thunderstorms and rainstorms to turn into hail. So any attempt to forecast hail must take all of these factors into account.
Whether you can forecast hail in time to make any useful warnings, it's a little bit questionable whether it's worth doing, because there isn't much people can do in preparation for a hailstorm. You can put your car in the garage maybe.
In Austria, the pilots of the Hail Defense Association are getting ready for the next storm. When it comes, they will fly straight into it. The pilot checking his plane knows what he's in for. A breaking hailstorm exerts pressures on light aircraft that go far beyond the normal safety margins of everyday flying. On the radar, the build-up of storm cells is easily seen. The clouds that could bring hailstones are colored yellow-orange. Franz Gruber has been fighting hail for 30 years. He's well aware of just how quickly the weather can change.
Da muss man schon sehr schnell sein. Man muss die Flugzeuge
schon vorgewärmt haben und nur mehr warten, bis am Radar das richtige Bild entsteht. Aber da zählt jede Minute. Ich würde sagen, Planquadrat 23 im Bereich Geistal, dass du mal mit einem Flugzeug hingehst.
The pilots will be flying right into the storm cloud. It's part of a bold plan to outdo nature and modify the weather. In days gone by, people here put black candles in their windows during a hailstorm or recited the rosary.
Was früher gemacht worden ist, ist so Böller geschossen worden. Nicht Raketen, sondern Böller. Man hat geglaubt, mit einem lauten Knall praktisch das Wetter vertreiben zu können. Dann haben wir noch stehen drüben einen Glockenturm, wo sie früher praktisch geläutet haben und so versucht haben, das Wetter zu vertreiben. Es gibt ein sogenanntes Flurbetten. Das heißt, da gehen die Leute, so wie bei einer Prozession, durch die Obstanlagen durch und beten. Ist auch ganz interessant.
The Hail pilots' work is controversial. Many people doubt that their attempts to influence the weather will have any effect. Others even see it as dangerous interference in a natural process. In America, there have been attempts to influence hailstorms with acoustic signals. Farmers have invested large sums in radar-guided hail cannons that are supposed to prevent hailstorms with a loud noise.
Hail cannons are fairly popular in some areas. They do make a loud noise, and some people believe that they work. The scientists can see no reason why they should work. The parts of the clouds where hail grows is several kilometers away from the cannon. There's no reason for it to influence the winds in the storm in any significant amount at all.
The people of ancient Egypt were under no illusion that they could change the weather. They simply accepted the punishment meted out by God. The Lord said to Moses, "Send therefore now, and gather thy cattle, and all that thou hast in the field. For upon every man and beast which shall be found in the field, the hail shall come down upon them, and they shall die." God warned the Egyptians, but Pharaoh was not ready to believe him. Then God showed the Egyptians his power. The innocent perished because they refused to listen, because they resisted this knowledge and resisted Yahweh.
The problem in ancient Egypt, the plague of hail, if you read the Old Testament, it wasn't only hail. There was this massive hailstorm. There was also thunder and lightning and a huge deluge of rain as well. And in the desert, rain is normally a good thing because it helps the crops to grow. But here it was just so heavy, it would have caused flooding and it would have damaged the crops. I was in Jordan a few years ago. The week before I was there was a flash rainstorm, a thunderstorm in Jordan, which caused flash floods and people were drowned, tourists were drowned. So these events do occur and they're rare events, but when they happen, they can be very dramatic and very severe.
In the Alps, too, they don't know whether storms will come in the form of hail or as torrential downpours. It's determined by updrafts and the temperature. The results are often catastrophic. Climate change means more and more sudden and devastating rainstorms in the mountains. People are asking how much longer they will be able to live in the Alps. This question drives the work of Professor Johannes Hübel of the Institute of Mountain Risk Engineering in Vienna. He and his team of engineers are trying to develop ways of defying the mountain weather. He knows that climate change is widening the gulf between dry areas where it hardly ever rains and the zones where it rains too much in too short a time. He and his team are testing devices that measure rainfall in real time, not just average values over a 24-hour period. This is the only way of monitoring accurately the amount of damage that a rainstorm is doing, and of raising the alarm before the worst happens.
Da kann es in 1 Kilometer, 2 Kilometer Entfernung kann staubtrocken sein und die Sonne scheinen. Und genau da über einen Fleck steht das Wetter halt. Es reichen 20 Minuten, 30 Minuten intensiven Niederschlags völlig aus, um einen Wildbach wirklich wild werden zu lassen.
Kann denn der Boden die Feuchtigkeit nicht aufnehmen?
Wenn dementsprechende Wassermengen herunterkommen, dann ist der Boden bald einmal überfordert. Nicht? Also, es gibt Messungen, so 90 mm innerhalb von 30 Minuten. Nicht? Und das ist für jeden Boden doch etwas zu hoch.
The surging waters of a mountain stream can rapidly become an unpredictable, uncontrollable force. A force strong enough to wash away hillsides, to destroy bridges and uproot trees, and sweep boulders downstream. The team from the Institute of Mountain Risk Engineering is studying just what severe storms are capable of. A few days ago, there was a torrential downpour here in the Gustine Mountains. The experts know exactly how much rain came down. Now they are measuring how much rock it dislodged. Their great fear is the overwhelming force of a mudslide or a rock avalanche. In their laboratory at Wiel, the engineers are trying to recreate a natural disaster. They want to find out exactly what happens during a landslide and how the massive forces involved can be measured. Can this simulated mudslide shed any light on the real-life destruction in the mountains? How much energy is unleashed? How much debris do landslips and avalanches carry with them? The scientists discover that the higher specific gravity of boulders and stones makes a rock avalanche 6 times more destructive than the same volume of water. A landslide thunders down into a valley, gathering speed as it goes. Any debris that isn't carried along by the landslide is buried beneath it, as shown by these small polystyrene balls. If they want to test similar events in the mountains, the scientists have to develop instruments that can stand up to tons of pressure. This is a test site in the Vorarlberg region. Special cameras will record every stage of the test. The scientists keep their distance. The outcome of the test is too unpredictable. This buffer will measure the pressures that any existing buildings, bridge pillars and mountain roads would have to withstand. 1,500 cubic meters of water will be released from a reservoir and channeled down the stony slope. An artificial mud and rock slide that shows just how destructive nature can be. Once unleashed,
The combined power of the mountains and the weather can end in disaster. Landslides don't normally happen in a controlled situation. A rock avalanche took the occupants of this house by surprise as they slept. Not all of them survived. Nowadays, 40% of the total annual rainfall in the Alps falls in just 12 days. Sometimes it's concentrated in just a few square kilometers. That's hundreds of liters an hour. Here at La Fernbach, near Hofgastein, Professor Hübel and his colleague Friedrich Zott are checking a structure their team has developed. They want to tame the storms and hold back the mudslides before they thunder into the valley. Three weeks earlier, a real drama unfolded here. In just a few minutes, heavy rain mixed with hail caused a rock and mudslide that blocked the entire valley. The equivalent of hundreds of truckloads of earth was swept down from the mountains.
Es war ein kurzes Gewitter am späten Nachmittag, früher Abend, das sich da in diesem Bereich, in diesem Einzugsgebiet ausgetobt hat. Innerhalb von 15 Minuten ist das Ganze von 0,05 auf 50 Kubikmeter angestiegen. Die 20.000, 25.000 Kubikmeter Feststoffe waren wahrscheinlich in rund 20 Minuten, 30 Minuten herunten. Es hätte nicht mehr an Geschiebe kommen dürfen, dann wäre alles drüber gegangen.
At the Digital Image Processing Institute, part of Joanneum Research in Graz, remote sensing specialists assess satellite images and observe the effects of climate change worldwide. They watch hillsides that slip, mountains that move, all the places where heavy rain has left its mark.
Dinge, die wir erkennen können auf so einem Bild, sind beispielsweise Hangrutschungen, also Muren, die runtergegangen sind, die teilweise Straßen verschüttet haben oder Häuser verschüttet haben. Hochwasser und Hochwasserschäden können sehr gut erkannt werden und man kann es auch für die Vorhersage dann verwenden.
Even special barriers, like the one at La Fernbach, can't provide complete protection.
Und hier sehen Sie, dass das Hochwasser durch diese ganze Ortschaft geflossen ist. Also der Flusslauf, der wäre normalerweise diese enge Linie hier. Und die Auswirkungen des Hochwassers kann man hier gut erkennen. Also es sind große Teile dieser Ortschaft eben von diesem Hochwasser betroffen.
The poor resolution of the satellite images makes it hard to see the full extent of the destruction. But to the experts, it's quite clear. All over Austria, there are declared danger zones. But even in places where all new building is banned, there are people living whose families have been there for centuries. They're rarely prepared to leave.
Österreich hat eigentlich nur zu einem geringen Teil eine Fläche, wo man problemlos siedeln kann. die ganzen Schutzmaßnahmen, die im Laufe des letzten Jahrhunderts eigentlich so entstanden sind, können auch nur bis zu einer gewissen Größe eines Ereignisses einen möglichen Schaden abpuffern. Alles, was größer ist, ja, das ist Schicksal.
In biblical times, people had no choice but to accept whatever fate brought. Servants, cattle, the fruits of the field, all were affected by hailstorms. The weather destroyed everything. In the downpours and hailstorms of today, what part does man play? How far we are to blame for our latter-day plagues is a matter of dispute. But one thing is certain: we can't blame the rain and hailstorms on the wrath of God. And unlike the ancient Egyptians, we may be able to do something to prevent the worst of the storms.
The evidence we have from Egyptian literature is that the Egyptians thought the weather was sent by their gods. So the ancient Egyptians had one god who was the god of thunder, and they had another god who was the god of lightning, and another god who was the god of rain. So if they had gentle rain, they would have believed they'd pleased their god. But this heavy hailstone and thunder, they would have believed they'd displeased their god, and this was a punishment on them. That's how they would have regarded this.
Styria in Austria. The hail pilots aren't interested in praying, they want to act. They're taking the weather on and risking their lives. Not everyone agrees with what they're doing. Too little is known about what goes on inside the clouds. At the National Center for Atmospheric Research in Boulder, Colorado, they've been trying to find out for years exactly what happens inside clouds during a storm. Charles Knight is conducting an experiment to see how rain and hail are created. He introduces water vapor into a chest cooled to minus 20 degrees centigrade, the normal air temperature several kilometers up. This creates an artificial cloud. The air is soon saturated with moisture, but nothing happens. There's no precipitation, neither rain, nor snow, nor hail. Then Charles makes dry ice out of carbon dioxide under high pressure. Carefully, he crumbles it into the chest. The cloud changes. Stimulated by the particles of dry ice, the water vapor crystallizes around them, forming the first grains of ice. Rain and hail form only when there are enough ice nuclei in the air. The Styrian hail pilots are applying this finding in real life. They take off when other pilots are seeking safety on the ground. And they fly to the very place other pilots are trying to avoid. They're hoping to get as close as possible to the storm. They can expect sudden, powerful gusts of wind. When they fly right under a storm cell, the updrafts can be so strong that their engines cut out. These updrafts are also indispensable for the creation of hailstones. In Germany, the Institute for Atmospheric Physics at Mainz has a unique wind tunnel. It can simulate atmospheric conditions at any altitude. Right now it's set to ground level, 21 degrees centigrade, with no wind. Physicist Nadine von Blom switches on the generators. They are needed to simulate the weather conditions that are typical of clouds. She's about to increase the altitude. Nadine wants to make hailstones and study their characteristics. The temperature in the wind tunnel is down to freezing point. That means she's reached about 2,000 meters. A powerful updraft, just like in a storm, stops the particles from falling to the base of the tunnel and keeps them where they can still be observed. Nadine fills a syringe with silver iodide, the same chemical that is used by the hail pilots. She's been working for months to get the right balance between pressure, temperature, and humidity. She has to keep adjusting the updraft so the particles stay in sight. She's trying to find answers to some puzzling questions. What exactly are the conditions in which hailstones form? What might they contain? And what substances are they made of? This whirling movement shows that the hailstone is beginning to grow. It's becoming harder to control in the chamber. Something similar takes place in the sky. Clouds saturated with moisture often travel hundreds of kilometers without shedding a single drop of water. They only start to do so when they encounter ice particles, which cause condensation. The moisture then attaches itself to every foreign body in the air. For example, to so-called aerosol particles. These come from industrial waste. They may be dust, grains of sand, or exhaust from jet engines. Because of the cold, most of these tiny aerosol droplets turn to ice. Back in Colorado, Charles Knight can show exactly how rain and hail form several kilometers in the sky. In his cold store, Charles places drops of water on a tray. At minus 20 degrees, they're still liquid. In clouds, water like this is known as supercooled drops. They only freeze when he adds a particle of ice, in this case a snow crystal. The experiment makes it clear. If the ice particles created in nature become heavy enough, they fall to Earth as hailstones. If they cross warmer air on the way down, they melt and fall to Earth as rain, unless updrafts send them back up into the layers of colder air. At these heights, they remain frozen and they also grow, perhaps to the size of a human fist, which is too big to melt before it reaches the ground. Charles is studying the interior of these large hailstones to find out how they were formed. He saws a hailstone in half. Not an easy task when it's minus 20 and you're wearing thick gloves. he smooths the surface of the cut hailstone and glues it onto a sheet of glass. Then he slices off a thin layer in order to examine it under polarized light. Coloration clearly shows up the different rings. The hailstone has repeatedly returned to the atmospheric layer of supercooled drops. It has gone down and then back up again.
The numbers of rings in a hailstone tells you something about how often the environment, the growth environment changed. Hailstones themselves grow in a variety of locations. When the vertical wind velocity in the storm is faster than the fall velocity of the hailstone, it goes up, and vice versa, the hailstone goes down towards the ground, towards a warmer temperature.
Back in Styria, Austria. The updrafts help the hail pilots when they're flying beneath the eye of the storm. That's when they switch on their burners. The flames spread silver iodide and billions of tiny particles are scattered into the storm clouds. Each particle is the potential kernel of a hailstone. If the pilots are late arriving, they use additional burners. It speeds things up and sows even more silver iodide particles amongst the storm clouds. The pilots are vaccinating the clouds by injecting them with a large number of condensing particles. The more particles they inject, the more widely the mass of water will be distributed, rather than concentrating in a few heavy hailstones. The small hailstones that do form will quickly melt as they fall to Earth. A bolt of lightning has put the radar station out of action. Franz Gruber and his pilots must rely on experience. With so much rain on the airstrip, the planes can't land. They have to keep on flying. Their mission continues. This time, their sortie seems to have done some good. It rained heavily in Weiz and surrounding areas, but the downfall did not last long and was not particularly destructive. They managed to prevent hail, apart from a few small stones that were caught in the fruit farmers' nets. Many of the farmers are firm believers in the protection of their Hail Defense Association. But scientists are still divided about weather modification, be it hail prevention or rainmaking.
I think it's dangerous modifying the weather of making rain or suppressing hail. There are always complicated secondary results of what you do, and so you have to be very careful about using it. Rainmaking, for instance, there's always the worry of not just making the rain where you want to, but of depriving somebody downwind of their rain, and all of these issues. Making more snow in the mountains causes more avalanches. All of these efforts have pluses and minuses that need to be balanced, and very few of them are very predictable at the moment.
The Styrian hail pilots return home safely. Their mission was a success. They believe that justifies their interference with nature.
Früher war das Wetter anders. Die Wetterlage hat sich grundlegend geändert, die Großwetterlage. Es wird immer heißer. Die trockenen Tage und Wochen nehmen zu. Und wenn es einmal regnet, dann gibt es nur Unwetter. Und das haben wir jetzt eigentlich in den letzten 5 Jahren ist das eigentlich immer ärger geworden.
They are fighting something that is seemingly uncontrollable, the weather. But even if their system works, these pilots can do no more than alleviate the worst effects of the storms. In the future, we must combat the causes of climate disasters. The days are gone when people believed they faced divine punishment and were powerless to act. The storms were so heavy that Pharaoh finally despaired and begged for mercy. He summoned Moses and Aaron and acknowledged his guilt. Entreat the Lord, for it is enough, that there be no more mighty thunderings and hail. The people of Egypt were used to hardship and natural disasters. It would never have occurred to them to try to alter the course of the weather. They accepted disaster as divine punishment. The will of God had to be done.
In the ancient world, they were much more accustomed than we are, that when natural conditions are tough, people died, and they just accepted this. This was a way of life, as it were. They were all part of nature. They would see animals dying all the time, and then humans would die when there were plagues or when there were famines, and this was just something that they had to accept, and they couldn't do very much about. We have to accept the world is the way it is. All the best science suggests that global warming is happening because of carbon dioxide emissions. So we then have a challenge, and we have to say, what do we do about this? Do we let it happen? Because the consequences will be sea level rises, millions of people will be displaced, probably millions of people killed. So we know those consequences, and we can do something about it, but we have to have the political will to do something about it.
And when Pharaoh saw that the rain and the hail and the thunders were ceased, he sinned yet more and hardened his heart, he and his servants. And the heart of Pharaoh was hardened, neither would he let the children of Israel go.
The Bible called them plagues. Today we call them natural disasters, but they're actually one and the same. And the biblical plagues are coming back. Locusts, the ultimate Bible plague. For thousands of years, locusts have tormented humanity, destroying entire harvests in hours. For almost as long, we have been trying desperately to fight them. But even today, with all that modern science and technology can offer, it's far from clear who is winning. Egypt, 1500 BC. The pharaoh was building a new royal city. He needed workers, and he used the people of Israel as slaves. After generations of oppression, the people of Yahweh demanded their freedom, but Pharaoh refused to let the Israelites go. Moses warned Pharaoh that the Lord would visit plagues upon the land of Egypt. The Nile turned to blood, the fish died. Insects tormented people and animals. Storms and hail lashed the earth. But Pharaoh hardened his heart. So the Lord sent a further plague, locusts.
So Moses stretched out his staff over Egypt, and the Lord made an east wind blow across the land all that day and all that night. By morning the wind had brought the locusts. They invaded all Egypt and settled down in every area of the country in great numbers. Never before had there been such a plague of locusts, nor will they ever be again. They covered all the ground until it was black. They devoured all that was left after the hail, everything growing in the fields and the fruit on the trees. Nothing green remained on tree or plant in all the land of Egypt. I think we should just imagine that locusts just swarmed everywhere. There'd be literally millions of locusts, and this is what we've seen today. So we see this today, the locusts just swarm everywhere. They cover every square centimetre or every square inch of ground, and they just would have been this awful plague which would have been eating everything in their path. And so there'll be no plants left, no leaves on trees, a really terrible plague.
Africa today, a land attacked by plagues of locusts. This could be Mauritania or Morocco, Algeria or Sudan, Chad or Mali. Pictures of an all too familiar horror. In all the countries bordering the Sahara, swarms of locusts descend on wide areas of farmland and devour the harvests. They bring famine. In a single day, they can consume food crops that hundreds of thousands of people are depending on. The nightmare returns every 10 to 20 years. African farmers despair of finding a way to fight back. They have no way of combating the locusts. Every time, the locusts leave a wasteland behind them. The University of Halle in Germany. For years, Professor Hans-Jörg Ferenc has investigated ways of combating the locust. He has visited the scene of locust plagues many times. He knows the importance of understanding locust behavior.
Die Heuschrecken sind wahre Reproduktionsmaschinen. Wenn sie genug zu fressen bekommen, die Umweltbedingungen stimmen, dann können sie also enorme Mengen an Nachkommen innerhalb kürzester Zeit produzieren. Und dieses Verhalten der Tiere im Schwarm, wie vermehren sie sich, wie wird das reguliert, wie kommunizieren die Tiere, wie finden sie zueinander, wie sichern die Männchen trotz hoher Konkurrenz ihre Vaterschaft. Das sind so Fragen, die uns interessieren und an denen wir hier mit moderner Technologie arbeiten.
In Germany, locusts are actually a protected species. Yet Germany is also at the forefront of anti-locust research. Scientists in the industrialized countries feel a particular responsibility, as they alone have the scientific knowledge and the financial means to pursue the research. Locust plagues are not found only in the developing countries of Africa and elsewhere, but also in wealthy industrialized countries. Australia, a vast country with a relatively small population. 20 million people live in a continent about the size of Europe. Much of the soil has been depleted by excessive land clearing. This, together with drought, is causing serious problems for an otherwise prosperous land. Wayne Burnett runs a 2,000-hectare property near Ensay in Victoria's East Gippsland. Despite the size of his property, Wayne's paddocks can barely feed his 350 head of cattle. Especially since he recently faced a new problem: locusts.
This is the first time I've ever had anything to do with them. Oh, well, we had the big swarms come in before Christmas. Within 2 days they were here real thick. I don't know. Yeah, it was just you were walking through masses of them the whole time. They were just around you like snowflakes. Yeah, it was like a living snowstorm when they were here. You can see what they've eaten here. You see what they've chewed out, and there's a couple of patches in the hay paddock there. You can see the difference in the grass where they've eaten and where the green grass is. Well, if they kept going, if we hadn't killed them, there'd be no grass left in the paddock.
The locusts ate almost everything. Wayne had to use his feed reserves, or his cattle would have starved to death. Locusts are native to Australia, and plagues are common in the inland. Some blame global warming for bringing them to East Gippsland. Craig Lloyd has an organic farm 20 kilometres from Wayne's property. He hoped the locusts would not reach him. He already had enough on his plate with soil erosion and bushfires. But shortly before Christmas 2005, he too was hit by the locust plague.
I've been on this farm for nearly 12 years now. This is the first time I've ever seen the plague locusts. And they're here by the absolute trillions. Oh, I wasn't right, so I was looking from over here and I thought there'd been a big thunderstorm and there's just this black mass coming down the hill. And they were just eating all before them. It just looked like a wash of water. Just start and demolish everything in front of them. It's just like the earth has been burnt. They just eat everything and just leave a dirt path behind them.
Craig too had to buy in cattle feed to survive. The locusts had gone, the paddocks recovered, and the farmers could only hope that the locusts never came back to the valley. But Wayne made a terrible discovery. The locusts had gone, but they had left the next generation behind them.
Yeah, they're eggs.
A single locust can produce up to 200 offspring. How can the eggs survive in this desiccated earth? And why do they lay so many eggs in one place? At the University of Halle, an experiment is in progress to observe the mating behavior of locusts. The male approaches the female and mounts her while she digs a hole behind her, using the pincers attached to her abdomen. Before laying her eggs, the female prepares the hole. She fills it with a mysterious secretion of foam.
Hier sieht man jetzt sehr schön, wie das Heuschreckenweibchen beginnt, den Eischaum zu produzieren und dabei die Eier abzulegen. Pro Gelege befinden sich ca. 70 Eier und das Heuschreckenweibchen bildet in ihrem Leben ca. 3-mal solch ein Eigelege.
Nicole Reichenbach has discovered that the foam protects the eggs from drying out, so the eggs can survive in extremely dry or sandy soil. The foam also contains a disinfectant, and it hardens and seals the eggs, protecting them from predators. Finally, the foam contains a scent that attracts other locusts to lay their eggs in the same place. When the locusts hatch, there is safety in numbers. There are so many that no possible predator can account for them all. So drought offers no protection against locusts. The brood survived the drought conditions in Victoria. After a few weeks, the result is already obvious. Hundreds of thousands of tiny hoppers have hatched and are buzzing around looking for food. They are still too small to fly. It will be a few days yet before there's any danger of a swarm. But they're already destroying grass by the ton. A locust eats its own weight every day. That's only 1 or 2 grams, but there are millions of them per square kilometre. The same thing has happened on Craig Lloyd's farm.
So it's disappointing to see that there's thousands of locusts back here.
At first, the farmers were left to their own devices. The state government had little experience of dealing with locusts and told the farmers to look after their own land. But when the swarms came back, the government set up an emergency hotline.
Yep. So Wayne, you have locusts located on your property?
Yeah, we do, eh?
Whereabouts are they?
Oh, mostly on the north side, from the east to the west end. I have been doing it as I found small bands, but they're really getting here in large numbers now.
6 a.m. at the nearby town of Swifts Creek. The usual task of this group is to fight and control bushfires. With increasing reports of hatching locusts, the authorities have decided to assess the scale of the problem by collecting samples from different locations. Each group member is given a plastic container to fill with locusts. The field officers will visit every farmer. That means a lot of driving. Ibises prey on locusts. There are far too few of them to make any difference to the coming swarms, but they are an indicator. The men know they'll find locusts wherever ibises are gathering. Here too, most of the locusts are still at the hopper stage. They'll have to grow a lot bigger before they develop wings. They need another 6 weeks to build up reserves of fat. These allow them to fly long distances between feeds. Back at the University of Hull, they are breeding the dreaded swarming locusts. Every morning, the locusts are fed specially grown green grass. The laboratory assistant is wearing a mask because years of work with locusts have left her with a serious allergy. Each cage contains locusts at a different stage of development. Every day, the cages are cleaned, the water is changed, and fresh food is provided. The locusts can look quite different. They have different colours, different sizes. Some have wings and some do not. Under certain conditions, solitary locusts can turn into swarming locusts, which fly and keep together.
man hat die beiden Formen, die solitäre und diese schwarmbildende, diese gregäre Form nennen wir das, die hat man für verschiedene Arten gehalten, bis dann klar war, dass hier wir eine Art in 2 verschiedenen Phasenzuständen haben.
The transition to the swarming phase depends partly on the density of the locust population. That is, on whether the insects are physically close enough to each other, and partly on the lushness or sparseness of the vegetation. Victoria. Even at the hopping stage, the task force is already spraying the roads with insecticide. The insects still can't travel far by themselves, but the task force has to make sure that trucks and cars don't pick them up in their tyre treads. At all costs, the locusts must be kept from spreading to other areas. The sprayers are hoping to keep Australia from the fate that overtook biblical Egypt. The first 3 plagues of Egypt left the Egyptians with no fish to eat, their cattle were sick, and hailstones flattened their flax and barley fields. Then locusts cut a swathe of destruction through their remaining grain supplies. In Africa, they are called the teeth of the wind. The Egyptians had no idea of what they could do.
I think the ancient Egyptians would have done what they could. I think they would have rushed outside, they would have hit the locusts with sticks, they may have lit fires to burn them and keep them away, they may have thrown water on them, they would have done what they could. But ultimately, there's just no defense against millions of locusts landing on your soil. So I think the locusts then would have taken over and just have eaten everything.
In Victoria, the task force responds to more and more locust sightings. They've now called in entomologists to examine the especially critical areas, which were spared before because the vegetation was too sparse and dry to attract the locusts. But ibises, the natural predators of locusts, have been spotted as well. Their presence is an unmistakable pointer to locusts. There seem to be fewer locusts here. The experts can't catch a single one. But the locusts have left their calling card, damaged grass.
So with loosen, they'll cut the petiole and just drop the leaf on the ground. Slant face, it's called, and it comes in brown and green.
Wayne Burnett shows the field officer the so-called hopper bands on his farm. Dark lines of young, hopping locusts that are denuding the grass. At the same time, the insect experts land in the paddock. They've come to check the locust's stage of development. They drag their nets along the dark lines of insects, which promptly disappear as the locusts flee. Yet the scientists still get a frighteningly large haul. In the laboratory, the experts check the development stage of all the locusts that have been collected. They discover locusts at every stage of development. That's bad news. When they spray the locusts, they have to be sure to kill as many as possible before they grow wings. Once the locusts can fly, it's too late. But if they start too early, they miss the locusts that hatch later. They must act at exactly the right time.
As it's got wings, is able to fly quite significantly, and during the day it will fly at heights of 3 to 4 metres. It will fly distances of up to 40 kilometres a day, speeds of 8 to 10 kilometres an hour, which means that it is very difficult to spray it, particularly using ground-based equipment. So you're really trying to control before they become adult.
Craig Lloyd hopes the locusts can be controlled without using too many chemicals. As an organic farmer, he's proud of his dung beetles.
That species of the dung beetle is actually one that I introduced 3 years ago, so dung beetle's working. He wants to get back in his dung. And you can see him go back in the dung. Activity there, so that's really good.
For the moment, these creatures are surviving, digging deep into the cow dung for safety. But what will Craig do if chemicals have to be used on a large scale at Sherwood Farm?
Traditionell bekämpft man die Heuschrecken mit Chemikalien, mit Insektiziden. Aber diese Insektizide haben natürlich Nebenwirkungen. Sie treffen alle Insekten. Sie stören das Ökosystem ziemlich stark. Und diese Gifte werden von möglichen Fressfeinden, also Vögeln und so weiter, dann aufgenommen. Und auch diese Tiere sterben dann oder erleiden große Schäden. Man richtet also mit diesen Giften dann doch erhebliche Schäden im Umweltsystem an.
But there's a ray of hope. Researchers have discovered that a particular scent is responsible for making locusts swarm. That scent is the signal for locusts to begin laying waste to the countryside. If the combination of chemicals in this scent can be broken down, it could be used to confuse the locusts. That's what the scientists are hoping to do. Here they're preparing their first experiments. Gas chromatography will be used to measure and distinguish the different scents that the locusts give off. The air around the insects is sampled over a period of several hours. Then it is analysed with very sensitive instruments. Next, they have to measure which of the scents they've obtained are perceptible to the locusts. They use a very special method. One antenna, the equivalent of a nose for a locust, is cut off. Suspended in a special frame, the antenna remains alive for a few hours, while the locust makes do with a single antenna. Now, selected scent particles are blown past the antenna onto the measuring device. Variations in the electric current signal which scents the locust would respond to. But this is just the beginning. Now they have to find out how a locust responds to the same smell. Is it a signal that triggers eating, reproduction, or flight? Or does it tell locusts to swarm? The experiments go on. No one in Victoria was expecting the plague of locusts. It caught everyone off guard. The farmers have now decided to get rid of the locusts themselves.
As you can see, there's still millions of them in this gully, so hopefully what I've just done will fix them up very shortly. Otherwise they're fixing the grass up very quickly as they go now. And as it seems to be that the last 2 days are starting to fly, which is a shame. It'll be very hard to control now.
It's imperative to kill as many of the locusts as they can before they start to fly, to swarm. If the locusts spread to distant farms, they will land, lay eggs once again, and swarm in even greater numbers. Craig has taken advice and chosen a chemical insecticide that is supposed to do as little widespread damage as possible. He hopes his dung beetles will survive, and that his cattle and horses and his family have nothing to fear. But the experts have warned him that he must kill the vast majority of the locusts. Otherwise they will recover and continue breeding in even greater numbers. Wayne Burnett isn't giving up either. The locusts he can't reach with his tractor, he's destroying on foot. Wayne has had a tough time. Drought, bushfires, torrential downpours, soil erosion, infestations. If he has another year like the previous one, when the locust plague left him too little grass to feed his cattle, he'll have to give up.
Probably knock them on the head a bit, but I think it'll be an ongoing thing for quite some years, till the next serious drought. That's probably the only thing that'll stop them now. So, yeah, no, let's hope we don't. I think we'll have them, but let's hope we don't have them as bad as we did this year. We can suffer a few thousand. It's like with the weather. They will carry on about greenhouse, but the weather changes every couple 100 years, so it's just natural.
No matter how hard the farmers fight the pests, the weather can throw out all their calculations. Their farms are in a large valley where there's barely any wind. If luck goes against them, the sheltered location can mean that the swarming locusts will be unable to leave the valley. Ancient Egypt was very different from Australia. For much of the population, the plague of locusts meant famine. Few people had reserves of grain, and their animals had nothing to eat either. The locust swarms destroyed the livelihood of a society that was totally dependent on farming.
And so the damage would have been huge. And the Bible says even the leaves on the trees were eaten. And I think this is right. And we observe this today in modern plagues of locusts. Modern plagues of locusts, there's just no real defense. You can try and burn them. And I guess today you can drop burning material from planes. But of course, if you do that and you burn the locust, you're burning the food underneath the locust as well. So it destroys the food anyway.
Africa. Nightmarish scenes from the Third World. Scenes of desolation that are all too familiar for tens of millions of people. The United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization tries to help with practical suggestions. For example, to dig ditches to cut off the advancing columns of locusts before they get wings. As soon as enough funds are raised from abroad, planes are loaded with poison, as much as money can buy. But not even thousands of litres of highly toxic insecticide will destroy a really big swarm. The areas covered by the swarms are simply too large, and the means available are too limited. And then there are the side effects. But the scientists refuse to give up. They are convinced there must be ways of defeating locusts without poisoning the land at the same time. This is the next stage of the experiment, locking locusts in scent chambers to capture larger quantities of the scents they emit. The aim remains the same, to test the smells on other locusts. Locusts use smell to communicate. That is, they speak by emitting a scent. Right now, they're isolating PAN, phenylacetonitrile, the substance that apparently makes locusts swarm. But Professor Ferenc and his team discover that this substance has a quite different use, to deceive other locusts. Sexually mature males produce PAN to make females they're mated with invisible, that is, uninteresting to other males. They are trying to guarantee that the female will be impregnated by their sperm carrying their genes. The scientists want to try the same thing with synthetic PAN. One drop of the artificially synthesized scent is applied to a female that has not yet mated. It works. The male ignores the female.
Das behandelte Weibchen, das wird jetzt vom Männchen gemieden. Das zeigt uns also natürlich in der Tat ganz wunderbar, dass es sich bei diesem Pheromon um einen Abwehrstoff handelt. Wunderbar, sehr schön. Das Weibchen verhält sich ganz bilderbuchmäßig.
Die erkunden jetzt erstmal durch.
Ja. Duftstoffe verhalten sich im Freiland dann sicherlich etwas anders, als wir das im Labor hier simulieren können. Die Umweltbedingungen sind dann natürlich völlig andere. Aber wir könnten uns vorstellen, dass man mit diesem Duftstoff Verwirrung stiftet im Fortpflanzungsverhalten. Das heißt, die Männchen wissen dann nicht mehr, wo ist ein Weibchen, wo finde ich einen geeigneten Partner, weil es überall nach Abwehrstoff riecht und überall nach Männchen duftet. Und so werden die Männchen dann also einfach nicht willig sein, ein Weibchen zu suchen und mit dem sich zu paaren.
But this approach has one drawback. It has to be applied before the locusts mate. So you have to know in plenty of time where the locusts are, how many there are, and their stage of development. the Institute for Remote Sensing in Graz, Austria. It may sound strange, but observation from space can help, even though the resolution of standard satellite photographs is far too crude to spot individual insects.
Ein Insekt, beispielsweise eine Heuschrecke, wird etwa diese Größe haben und bei einer Bildelementgröße, das heißt Pixelgröße von 60 bis 70 Zentimeter, kann man selbstverständlich ein einzelnes Insekt nicht erkennen, sondern was wir erkennen können, sind eben diese Fraßschäden oder eben diese Schäden, die sie verursachen. Und hier kann man sehr schön in Rotfärbung eben diese Auswirkung einer solchen Insektenkalamität sehen. Das, was wir mit unserem menschlichen Auge wahrnehmen, ist nur die halbe Wahrheit. Es gibt noch viel mehr Wellenlängen. Infrarot zeigt im Prinzip die Menge und auch den Gesundheitszustand von Biomasse.
This infrared satellite picture can display healthy areas in green and decimated areas in reddish-brown. Above all, we can see the weather by satellite. That's more important than we might think. Locust swarms fly to places where they can find lush green vegetation, places where it has rained. They cannot choose where to go, but the weather guides them. Locusts have an amazing ability to sense the weather in advance. The prerequisites for a swarm are sunshine and warmth. Locusts don't swarm at under 19 degrees centigrade.
Es ist so, dass Schwärme immer dann synchron gleichzeitig aufbrechen, wenn die Temperaturen geeignet sind. Also das ist in der Regel so am späten Vormittag der Fall. Und dann starten diese Schwärme und fliegen dann los. Sie werden vom Wind getragen, sie fliegen mit dem Wind und nicht gegen den Wind. Das können diese Heuschrecken nicht. Sie sind tolle Flieger. Sie können also mit ihrem Sehsystem sehr gut manövrieren und stoßen also nicht in der Luft einfach zusammen. Auch das ist also hocheffizient bei diesen Heuschrecken ausgeprägt. Die Heuschrecken nutzen einfach die Tatsache, dass der Wind sich in der Regel von einem zu einem Tiefdruckgebiet bewegt. Und Tiefdruck bedeutet dann immer in der Regel ein Regengebiet oder ein Gebiet, in dem es geregnet hat. Es ist also sehr sinnvoll, mit diesen Luftströmungen sich zu bewegen, weil man dann dahin kommt, wo man Eier ablegen kann und wo dann die Nachkommen wahrscheinlich gute Entwicklungsbedingungen finden, weil es geregnet hat und dort Vegetation sich entwickelt, die dann gefressen werden kann.
The greener the vegetation, the greater the danger of a swarm as soon as rain falls. That's certainly the case in Australia. When there's rain after a long drought and the fields are a lush green, that's when locusts become active. The individual farmers' efforts have not been enough. The hoppers have grown noticeably bigger and are coming closer and closer to towns. The Victorian government launches its counterattack. The helicopters are loading up with poisons designed to spare the environment. As a precaution, all roads leading into the treatment areas are closed. The chemicals are supposed to be harmless for humans and animals, but you never know.
Set up, so we're ready to go now, Lindsay.
The helicopters are normally used to fight bushfires. The sharp blade in front of the cockpit is to cut high-tension wires before they get caught up in the rotor. Every year there are accidents with low-flying helicopters. Ground teams cover the territory before the helicopters arrive. They check the terrain, pinpointing the targets for spraying, and report on the wind conditions. These smoke streams give the best indication of wind speed and direction. They're to make sure that the poison lands in the right place. The helicopters always fly in formation to aid navigation while flying low. What the helicopters release isn't a liquid, but a fine spray. This reduces the use of chemicals by 99%, and so protects the environment. But if there's a sudden wind shift, the poison cloud may miss its target altogether. The pilots respond to detailed information from the farmers and the field officers. They avoid open water and herds of animals. They're aiming at the hopper bands, the black lines of locusts in the grass.
Just the house or the barn? No, the house.
They fly over the insects as low as possible and at just the right angle, hoping that the wind will carry the insecticide in the right direction. After a few hours, Craig Lloyd is given the green light to let his cattle back into the paddocks. He hopes the poison has already dispersed and presents no danger to his cattle. But he must also hope that the dose was potent enough to kill the locusts, and that it caught enough of them. The next day, he goes out to see for himself.
They were sprayed here 24 hours ago. The chief men of the Locust Commission tell us that we have to kill 97% of them, otherwise we're going backwards. I'm hoping that this time next year we might have killed the bulk of them, but I've got my doubts.
In spite of all our technology and research, we are still a long way from overcoming the locust threat. Thousands of years ago, the ancient Egyptians had no technology at all for fighting locusts. They had to surrender to their fate. Even Pharaoh begged for mercy. And the Lord turned a mighty, strong west wind, which took away the locusts and cast them into the Red Sea. There remained not one locust in all the coasts of Egypt.
In the ancient world, they were much more accustomed than we are, that when natural conditions are tough, and they just accepted this. This was a way of life, as it were. They were all part of nature. They would see animals dying all the time, and then humans would die when there were plagues or when there were famines, and this was just something that they had to accept and they couldn't do very much about.
The plague of locusts was not a direct threat to all of Egypt. It could only destroy the harvest. The wealthy men of Egypt, Pharaoh's courtiers, knew they had full stores of corn. So the plague of locusts mainly affected the poor. But the locusts were not to be the final plague.
The city of Lisbon, November the 1st, 1755. All Saints' Day. One of the most important days in the Christian calendar. The date of one of the greatest disasters of modern times. 60,000 people will die in a single day. Scientists are still trying to pinpoint the source of that quake. Today, the ocean threatens Europe with another huge disaster. An earthquake followed by a tsunami, the ultimate combination, striking with a speed and power that astonishes even the experts. In Lisbon in 1755, one man took control and rebuilt the city. How would we cope today? Lisbon, the capital of Portugal on the western edge of Europe, the greatest harbor on the Atlantic seaboard. Today, the pearl on the River Tagus seems a completely normal city. Yet she hides a terrible secret. It's hard to find any buildings here more than 250 years old. Rare survivors of a colossal disaster. Friday, 31st of October, 1755, the night before All Saints' Day. Halloween. Gypsies and showmen have taken over the city. Portugal may be a deeply Catholic country, but there'll be plenty of time for church-going and piety tomorrow. A day that will throw all Europe into turmoil. Off the south coast of Portugal, a team of marine scientists are searching for traces of a disaster in the past to help prevent one in the future. 100 kilometers out in the Atlantic, they're probing and measuring the ocean floor. 3 continental plates converge here. Seismically, this is a highly active area.
I think the best is to move here
Valenti Sarayes and Marc-André Gutscher are plotting their route along the Azores-Gibraltar fault zone. This sector has seen not just sea quakes, but also tsunamis, giant waves that have claimed thousands of victims. And Europe is especially vulnerable.
The Mediterranean area, the problem is that the time of hitting of a tsunami from the source to the coast is very short, much shorter than in the Pacific or in many places in the world. So the classical alarm systems doesn't work very well. So one of the main objectives of this project is to find an alarm system which is adequate for so short timing.
More than 300 tsunamis have hit Europe and North Africa since records began 4 centuries ago. At Messina in Sicily, waves 30 meters high killed 80,000 people in 1908. There was no warning. In Lisbon, on the 1st of November 1755, a clear and sunny autumn day, everything is running like clockwork. The king attends early mass. Joseph I has been on the throne for 5 years. He's a mediocre king, but he has talented advisors. Above all, his chancellor Marquess Pombal, a product of the Enlightenment. His rival, the Jesuit priest Malagrida, an enemy of progress. The less the people know, the more power flows to the church.
I know.
With the mass over, the king departs for his country estate at Belém, outside the city. By the time he arrives, his guests will all be here for the royal picnic. It's a gathering of Lisbon's fabulously wealthy nobles who've been exploiting the gold mines and slaves of Brazil for generations. But Portugal's economy has been stagnating for decades. No one knows that better than Marquess Pombal. He's not popular at court. He's stayed away from today's celebrations to hold meetings in the city. His great fear is that Portugal will become the most backward backwater of all Europe. Portugal manufactures almost nothing. A quarter of all trade is in the hands of the British, with German merchants in second place. Carl Peterson is one of them. He's a Protestant, so he'll work on this Catholic holiday, but he'll have to wait for his latest cargo to be released by customs. On All Saints' Day, things take longer. Feast days and celebrations in Portugal are more important than work. Down on the quayside next to the Royal Palace, the brand new Opera House is the pride of the city. The king has had it built for 200,000 English pounds, $50 million today. This is engineering state of the art. The cogs and levers may still need human muscles to work them, but they can recreate any natural or supernatural phenomenon. Actors flying through the sky, rainstorms, volcanoes, with unprecedented realism. It sets new standards for the whole of Europe. The stage is big enough to accommodate a coach and 6 trotting horses. But already critics are rumbling that the king cares for nothing but theatre and religion. In the city, the churches are full to overflowing. The people of Lisbon are famous for their piety and their superstition. The Inquisition has ruled here for 200 years. Later today, there'll be a special attraction, an auto da fe, with heretics burned at the stake. The perfect ending to All Saints' Day. The Inquisition showing how God punishes unbelievers. The sumptuous interiors of God's houses reflect the power of the church too. No wonder they say, if you haven't seen Lisbon, you haven't seen beauty. The great city is famous for two things: the veneration of saints, sometimes verging on idolatry, and its legendary wealth. 1,000 ships a year tie up in Lisbon's harbour, loaded with spices and precious goods from the old and new worlds. When gold was discovered in Brazil, the King of Portugal became the richest monarch in Europe. But the ships that bring 15 tons of gold to Lisbon every year cross a dangerous stretch of ocean. The one the scientists on the Hesperides are patrolling today. They have 5 kilometers of sea beneath them, but with the latest technology, they can see into the very depths to scan the fault zones on the ocean floor.
A swath mapping system uses very high frequency waves of 15 kilohertz, which are emitted from the vessel. They go through the water, they hit the seafloor, and they immediately bounce off the seafloor and are reflected back to the ship. And this allows us to construct maps of the seafloor, which we call bathymetry.
With lower frequency waves, the scientists can actually penetrate the seafloor, so they can see what's going on beyond the bottom of the sea. They can spot potentially dangerous cracks and faults up to a few hundred meters beneath the seabed. The trouble is, most serious earthquakes start deeper, up to 50 kilometers down, and for that, the team needs special sounding devices. Each of these ocean bottom seismometers costs $25,000. They can measure seismic activity deep inside the Earth.
An OBS in the inside has very sensitive sensors which can measure vibrations either in the water or coming from the ground beneath. And these vibrations can be produced either from distant earthquakes or from a seismic vessel which is passing by and producing an acoustic source, that is to say, air gun shots.
They need 30 ocean bottom seismometers for a 300-kilometer route, the Azores-Gibraltar fault zone. This area has repeatedly caused small earthquakes in the past. Each OBS is lowered up to 5 kilometers to the ocean floor. At these depths, there's no movement but the downward drift of marine detritus. It takes thousands of years to add a centimeter to the seabed. But exceptional events leave exceptional traces. At the Marine Technology Unit of the University of Barcelona, they store drill cores from the sea floor that contain remarkable information. Eulalia Gracia and her team work closely with the researchers on the Hesperides. The samples in their cores don't just provide a record of undersea earthquakes, they can even reveal how often they happen. Because quakes trigger avalanches of sand and silt that settle in layers, known as turbidites.
Turbidites are sandy to silty deep-sea sediments. They are deposited very rapidly, from minutes to few hours. These are the hemipelagic mats. They are very fine-grained size sediments, and they are deposited very slowly. For example, this part, it may take thousands of years to be deposited. In contrast, we can see here this abrupt base, erosional base. These are the sands of the turbidite, which it reached up to this height, and it must be, maybe it has been deposited in few hours.
The silt and sediment is organic material, so it's an ideal candidate for carbon dating. Turbidite layers examined here suggest that a huge earthquake has occurred in this region roughly every 2,000 years. That may sound reassuring, but the evidence isn't always as clear as the scientists would like, because a big earthquake can leave a small footprint. That was the case for the 1755 earthquake.
So even if the 1755 Lisbon earthquake had a very large magnitude, the resulting turbidite is very thin. So there is not a direct relationship between the thickness of the turbidite and the magnitude of the triggering earthquake. There are other factors that may be taken into account, for example, the availability of sediments or the stability of the area.
Citizens who went to early Mass are already filling the streets for the great All Saints' Day market. The city's 1/3 population is swollen by thousands of villagers who've walked in from the countryside, ready to spend what little money they've saved on the biggest treat of the year. But Carl Peterson has returned home. Like most merchants, he lives in the crowded Baixa district above and behind the port. It's not especially fashionable, but it's ideal for his work, within walking distance of the warehouses and the harbor. But on a high Catholic holiday, a Protestant like Peterson is best not seen in the streets. And today, he can look after his wife. She's had a fever for nearly a week. There'll be no doctors on All Saints' Day. Meanwhile, out in the market, the animals are panicking. No one knows why. And in Belém, the harmony of the picnic is suddenly disturbed. The king will retreat to his country palace, a decision he will later regret. In the city, the houses start to shake. People described a trembling, as if a heavy coach were driving by outside. They do nothing and lose valuable time. But no one can know what these signs mean. There hasn't been a serious earthquake for 150 years. Somewhere to the southwest, 2 continental plates suddenly shift with explosive power. Within 2 minutes, the shock waves reach the capital. At 9:40 a.m., every church bell in the city begins to ring on its own. Then the sky falls in. Carl Peterson wrote to a friend, "Suddenly I felt my house, all 5 stories of it, shaking. Stones, beams, and roof tiles fell about me." He's lucky. The house sways, but doesn't collapse. Marquis Pombal has a narrow escape too. The streets are no safer as walls collapse into the narrow alleyways. The tremors continue for 10 minutes, 3 huge quakes with eerie periods of peace in between. Everywhere the reaction is the same, out of the houses, away from the walls and roofs, into the open. The earthquake will destroy 3/4 of the city's buildings, 17,000 houses. The Opera House next to the quayside collapses like a house of cards. But most victims are in the churches. The house of God becomes a place of death. The tremors are felt on 2 continents, recorded over 10 million square kilometers throughout Europe and North Africa. At Lisbon's Geological Institute, they've made a special study of the earthquake. Pedro Terriña too works with the scientists on the Hesperides, looking for the connections between faults in the Earth's crust and potential seaquakes.
Faults are fractures, and it is the movement of the blocks on the faults that release elastic energy that generates the shake of the Earth or an earthquake. To create an earthquake like that, we have to release a huge amount of energy. So a small fault cannot produce a big earthquake.
And the 1755 earthquake was big. Lisbon's National Institute of Engineering has one of Europe's biggest shaking tables. This is where they test materials for tremor-proof buildings. There's an earthquake somewhere in the world every day, but on average, only 4 a year actually destroy buildings. Today's test will mimic the enormous power of the Lisbon earthquake of 1755. The tremors increase as the computers follow the sequence of waves in a real earthquake. The horizontal waves are the first to arrive. They're known as primary or P waves. The secondary waves travel at half the speed, and their action is vertical. This 30 square meter table can create the precise combination of horizontal and vertical vibrations that gives an earthquake its destructive power. Most building materials are brought down by a force 6 quake. The Lisbon earthquake was 1,000 times as powerful.
The exact magnitude of the Lisbon earthquake we don't know, but it has been estimated as a magnitude 8.5, 8.7. This was inferred from the intensity of the earthquake and damage on the different localities in the Iberian Peninsula.
Carl Peterson guides his family through the narrow streets towards the harbor. But then he turns back, uphill to Rossi's Square. This will save their lives. In vain, soldiers attempt to restore order. But thousands force their way past towards the harbor and the royal palace. There's plenty of open space down there. They can wait out the end of the earthquake. But at the harbor, a strange spectacle awaits them. As if the tide has gone out and will never come back. As though the water is fleeing the disaster to make room for the desperate citizens. Today, at the Technical University in Berlin, they can model any sequence of waves that takes their fancy. By pressing a button, they can create giant waves, white walls, or the most deadly waves of all, tsunamis. A tsunami is different from other giant waves because it always gives a warning.
First, the water pulls back. It's almost an invitation to go into the water. Then the first tsunami wave comes. It isn't always the highest. Then the water pulls back again and returns with the hugely destructive waves that, in the tsunami disasters we've witnessed, claim the most victims.
A normal wave created by tides, sea currents, or strong winds, generally has a wavelength of 100 to 200 meters. It'll break gently on the shore, causing little damage. Tsunamis have a wavelength of 100 to 500 kilometers. That means they carry a colossal amount of water. In the open ocean, they're barely noticeable, but as they near the coast, their height increases dramatically.
Tsunamis are caused by sea quakes, when continental plates collide with each other. Over a broad area, say 280 kilometers in length and breadth, the entire body of water is raised by about half a meter to a meter. This wave races towards the coast at a speed of up to 800 kilometers an hour. As it reaches shallow water near the coast, the wave gets higher, 10, 20, 30 meters depending on the shape of the coastline, and it does terrible damage when it arrives.
On the horizon, a tsunami looks harmless. As these pictures from Indonesia of those at the harbor, the tsunami suddenly rears up. These are the malfadados, the unlucky ones, caught between the city in ruins and the raging sea. "900 people perish instantly as the quayside is washed away by the waves." "5 a.m. on the Hesperides. This is a 24-hour job. They're getting the air gun ready. This monster weighs many tons. It's connected to a compressor that provides the shock waves that will penetrate more than 30 kilometers into the seabed. The airgun will fire its ultra-low frequency pulses every 90 seconds as the Hesperides sails above the line of the seismometers.
The airguns make an acoustic signal, which is an explosion, and this signal propagates into the water and the Earth's crust, and then it's recorded by the OBS.
The scientists are looking for distortions and fractures on the seabed that were the result of earthquakes in the past, or could cause them in the future. They know what kind of a fault might have caused the 1755 earthquake. One with a big surface area and a huge vertical slip. 3 successive tsunami waves kill thousands on the coasts of Europe and North Africa. They even strike distant Scandinavia, and the surge is felt across the Atlantic in the New World. But the Portuguese capital is hit hardest of all. Artists soon imagined the full horror of the disaster. People barely feature, powerless before the onslaught. Earthquakes, giant waves, and finally a blazing inferno fall upon the city, as if all the elements are conspiring against it. The fires start in the kitchens. Soon they're flaying the homes and warehouses in the crowded Baixã. Anything the quake left standing is now exposed to the flames. Priceless stores of goods and years of business records are destroyed in minutes. There's no point trying to put out the fires, as the squalling winds repeatedly fan the inferno. Within minutes, whole districts are ablaze. And aftershocks continue to shake the city. In the hospital, 400 patients burned to death. By the afternoon, the whole city is burning. Why did the fire spread so fast? Specialists at Montan Technology in Dortmund in Germany carry out tests. They're recreating Lisbon's narrow alleyways in this fire room. Wooden industrial pallets stand in for the buildings of the old city. The distance between them faithfully represents the cramped medieval alleys. How fast will these streets catch fire? How much time will the inhabitants have to escape? The final element is wind. The electric fan is switched on to replicate the northeast wind on the day of the disaster.
Control room to filter system.
Filter system switched on.
The fires are started. At first, the outbreak seems manageable. But then the inferno develops much faster than the experts predicted. Flames from both sides meet in the middle. The street is no escape route. It's a death trap.
Maximum power.
Maximum power applied.
Maximum temperature 760 degrees.
The wind and the confined space turn the blaze into a firestorm.
Maximum temperature in building 2 is 1043 degrees. Carbon monoxide level 0.3% and carbon dioxide 6.2%.
6.2 is 12 times the normal level of CO2, easily enough to kill. And the rubble of collapsing buildings would pump out even more gas.
At such high temperatures, the wood begins to pyrolyze and releases highly toxic gases, including carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide. When that happens, a person can die after taking just 2 or 3 breaths.
No one knows exactly how many died that day. The best estimate is between 40 and 60,000, 1 in 5 of the population. On the Hesperides, they're cruising in the area of ocean where they believe the disaster was triggered. Expedition leader Valenti Sayares is on the lookout for a large fault, long and with a big surface area.
There are different relationships between the length of a fault or of a single fault and also the surface of the fault with the magnitude of the earthquake that can generate. And we see that for an earthquake of the size of the Lisbon one, so 8.5, 8.6, should be more than 200 kilometers.
Southwest of Portugal, the Eurasian continental plate collides with the African and the Atlantic plates. The faults here are long and broad. There are several possible sites where plates could shift, rise, and fall.
The 4 fault zones, which are the most likely candidates for having produced the 1755 earthquake, are the Gorange Bank, which is a 5-kilometer high submarine mountain, the Horseshoe Fault, which stretches along this region here, third, the Marquês de Pombal structure, but which is a bit too small to have produced the earthquake all by itself, and finally, here we can see the accretionary wedge, which is related to an east-dipping subduction zone.
An accretionary wedge is a build-up of rock, and a subduction zone is where one plate slides under another. The combination can be explosive. But none of these locations has yet been proved to be the site of the 1755 earthquake. The complex forces in play can be seen in a 3D view of the ocean floor. The 5,000 meters high Gorringe Bank rears above the flat collision zone of the African and Eurasian plates. Drifting over the globe a millimeter at a time, the plates create extraordinary undersea landscapes. Like these fissures and deformations along the Portuguese coast. Here at Lisbon's Geological Institute, they're using data from previous expeditions to recreate the movement of the plates that led to these structures. It looks simple. 2 plexiglass sheets simulate the continental plates. Layers of different colored sand are laid on top. Though the real plates are solid rock, when you're working in miniature, sand is the best material to show how the giant forces of the Earth affect each other. The challenge is to take today's structures and imagine how they came into being, and then test the hypothesis.
He's a little bit like a crime scene investigator, like an homicide detective, because he's confronted usually with an end state of the formation. Like you are in the, you know that the crime has been made, okay? And what you are trying to do is to reconstruct the chronology of events that originated that result.
Every tectonic movement leaves a characteristic pattern. The aim of this experiment is to create a deformation that could qualify as the source of the Lisbon earthquake. The sliding plexiglass plates recreate in minutes what takes nature thousands of years. If 2 plates glide past each other without friction, little seismic energy is created. But if they get stuck, or as here one is forced up or down, there's a great deal of strain. A massive amount of energy could suddenly be released.
So we know very well what happens when we have a single thrust and what kind of structures we would expect from this movement like this. And we also know what kind of structures to expect associated with this other kind of structure. So what we are trying really to figure out is what happens, what kind of structures are supposed to form when we have both systems working together at the same time, or at least interfering with each other. And this is why this area is critical. The corner area between the intersection of both these structures is where you would expect the strain to accumulate.
The model confirms their hypothesis. It's not just the size of the fault that matters, but whether the pressure is coming from more than one direction. A combination of forces like this could have released the enormous destructive power of the Lisbon earthquake. In Lisbon, one man ensures the city doesn't sink into chaos. The King's Chancellor, Marquis Pombal, has one maxim: bury the dead, look after the living. He declares martial law. Plunderers and thieves are executed on the spot. He creates field hospitals for the injured and tent cities for the homeless. He has the church's permission to bury the dead immediately in mass graves, unheard of in a Catholic country, but essential to avoid epidemics. If Pombal is everywhere, the king is nowhere to be seen. Plagued by nightmares, he will sleep for the rest of his life only in tents or wooden palaces. He will never spend a night in a stone building again. Inside the city, Fanatical priests, led by the Jesuit Malagrida, call the quake the expression of God's wrath. They predict the imminent end of the world.
The origins of the flame you see that burns your treasures are not the comets, not the stars, not the natural phenomena, but your sins, your abominable sins. Listen to me.
The aftershocks continue and the fires burn on for 3 days. Religious processions thread their way through the ruins. Everyone, Catholic or Protestant, must kiss the saints and reliquaries or be punished. Pombal will never forgive the Jesuits for their actions in Lisbon's hour of need. On the Hesperides, they're cruising back along the Azores-Gibraltar fault line to raise the OBSs. Each takes an hour to surface from 5,000 meters below. If the anchor doesn't release on a radioed command from the ship, there's no way to bring a seismometer up. All its information will be lost. On some previous trips, the failure rate was nearly 20%. At $25,000 a time, they can't afford it.
Yeah, you are happy because it's always a thriller a little bit when you have this that you don't know if it will arrive or not, and once you see it in the surface, then go there, having it here. You're happy, you're quite happy, but the thing is that you have to repeat this 30 times to be really happy.
In Lisbon, people search the ruins for their belongings. 3/4 of the city is destroyed. That includes the brand new opera house and the royal palace next door, housing the king's art collection. Paintings by Titian, Correggio, and Rubens are lost forever. Pombal orders the troops to clear the debris. Every able-bodied citizen is expected to help too. No one is allowed to leave the city. Unlike the priests, Pombal is sure the earthquake was not a sign of God's fury, but a natural phenomenon. And his response is just as rational. He sends questionnaires to every parish in the country to record the precise time, duration, and severity of the earthquake, the effects of the tidal wave, and the numbers of wounded and killed. This scientifically priceless information is kept in Lisbon's City Museum. The documents don't just show the scale of the crisis, they show how Pombal uses it to become dictator of Portugal. As he protects the population, he consolidates his power, cutting out his rivals. If they don't follow his orders, they will pay the consequences. Officially, the king still rules. In fact, Pombal is now the ruler of the king. Ordinary people in Lisbon are unaware of his takeover. They're just grateful someone has taken charge and given them a reason to hope. Like most of the merchants, Carl Peterson has lost everything. British merchants alone have lost £10 million in the disaster. In today's money, that's more than £1 billion. But Peterson is alive and his family is safe. Three weeks later, news of the disaster reaches other European capitals. Stock markets crash. The disaster also shakes the world of ideas. There's a heated debate over the meaning of the earthquake. Is it a sign of God's fury or the work of nature? For the first time, science dominates the argument. Pombal turns his mind to reconstruction. No new buildings will be erected without his permission. Their height, even the size of windows and doors, is regulated. A new half-timbering system is invented that will take the pressure off the walls in an earthquake. The same principle is still used today. The new buildings, with their half-timbered construction, distribute the weight better, but they're lighter than before, so in an earthquake they will sway more easily. If the resonance set up by the tremors is too powerful, the buildings will still collapse. Pombal carries out endless experiments on model buildings. Only designs that survive the tests receive the Marquis's seal of approval. Lisbon soon has the first earthquake-resistant buildings of all Europe. But this is Pombal's greatest triumph: the expulsion of the Jesuits. They have opposed him for too long, preaching sermons of hate and repentance throughout the nation. Just 2 years after the earthquake, Pombal forces them to leave Portugal forever. For another 22 years, Pombal is the undisputed ruler of the country. Until the king dies, power is in his hands alone. Thanks to his far-sighted plans, Lisbon rises from the ashes. Narrow medieval alleyways give way to the most modern city in the world. A city of broad streets where every house is divided from the next by a firewall, and generous public open spaces. Places of refuge if disaster comes again, which in this turbulent region can never be ruled out. The OBSs have been on the ocean floor for 1 week. In that time, they've recorded all the seismic movements beneath them. Now their data is downloaded. Europe will have to wait a while for an effective early warning system for tsunamis. First, all the potentially dangerous faults must be identified and examined. It would be a real bonus if they can find the fault that caused the Great Quake of 1755.
Integrating all this information together gives a very complete view of the different structures that we have in the area. And this gives quite a lot of information about the different sources or potential sources of this earthquake.
At all the spots they've identified so far, the plates are shifting a few millimeters a year. It'll take a long time for energy to build up to cause another great earthquake. But the potential is there. West of Gibraltar, they've identified a major risk area. This is the subduction zone. It could be the one.
A portion of the African plate is being pushed beneath the European plate. It is this tectonic motion which is the most likely cause of the great earthquake of Lisbon of 1755.
Here it is on the virtual seabed. And this model shows 12 million years of geological history as one continental plate slides under another, building up the accretionary wedge. The horizontal and vertical movement the scientists were looking for. If it caused the Lisbon disaster, we're safe for the time being.
Based on the geological evidence as well as the velocities of the tectonic movements in the area, we believe that such an earthquake happens roughly every 2,000 years.
But there's still no final proof this was the culprit. And that means Lisbon is still at risk. A view of Lisbon from offshore shows how vulnerable the city still is. Pombal made Lisbon safer in an earthquake, but a tsunami today would cause almost as much damage as before. A 10-meter wave would overwhelm the Baixa, just as in 1755. The sooner the scientists have the data to develop an early warning system, the sooner the people of Lisbon and other cities will be protected from the horrors of a tsunami, and the more prepared they will be to cope with the aftermath of an earthquake. High above the Baixa, the ruins of the Campo do Carmo church still show the scars of the disaster. On the morning of November the 1st, 1755, hundreds of people died here when the roof collapsed. The skeleton of God's house is not just a memorial to the past.
It starts with an horrific surprise attack, then spreads like a tidal wave across vast stretches of ocean. Before it's over, the conflict in the Pacific launches an entirely new form of naval warfare and sends brave men into battle over crippling terrain. This is the epic story of terrifying fanaticism and personal heroism, told in compelling detail, with specially enhanced color film and rarely seen footage, often shot by the troops themselves. For the first time put together to answer the question, why did Japan's gamble to deliver a quick, decisive knockout blow fail? This is World War II in the Pacific. November 26th, 1941. North of Japan's Kuril Islands, a huge Japanese fleet sets off on a secret mission across the Pacific. Thousands of miles away, at the US naval base at Pearl Harbor on Hawaii, all is peaceful. Much of the US Pacific Fleet is in port. Under total radio silence, 6 Japanese aircraft carriers and over a dozen smaller warships are heading south on a collision course with destiny. 11 days later, the fleet is within striking distance of Hawaii. At Pearl Harbor, American troops are waking up to another beautiful day. Aboard the Japanese carriers, there's a last-minute briefing. Then a wave of over 180 warplanes takes off. An hour later, they're over Pearl Harbor. Five US warships are hit almost immediately. Within an hour, 2 US battleships are sinking, 2 capsize, and 2 more are badly damaged. US aircraft lined up on the island's airstrips are also hit. As news of the attack spreads across America, there's shock and horror. But there is also a question. Why has America been caught napping? The answer? Until recently, Japan and America have been friends. But with the Great Depression, Japan catches the same disease as Europe, crazed nationalism. In Germany, Hitler grabs world attention as he seizes power. In Italy, Mussolini sings to the same nationalist tune. Now in Japan, a new militaristic regime vows to restore the country's greatness through force. In 1937, a ruthless Japanese war machine tears through China. Three years later, they expand their brutal actions with the invasion of the former French colonies of Cambodia, Vietnam, and Laos. It's a move that finally forces America to react. In the summer of 1941, the US freezes Japan's overseas financial assets and imposes an oil embargo. It hits Japan hard. The country receives 80% of its oil from America. Japanese diplomats travel to Washington to negotiate. Relations between the two countries are tense. But nobody in the US is expecting war. Then a new Japanese leader takes control. Hideki Tojo is an ambitious general and a fanatical nationalist. In the spring of 1941, 2.5 months after the US oil embargo, Tojo is appointed prime minister. His dream is a Japanese empire spanning Asia. Tojo isn't interested in negotiations with the US. He's secretly planning for war. He calculates that if he can knock out America's Pacific Fleet with a sudden, swift blow, US opposition will simply collapse. In early December 1941, the US War Department intercepts warnings of an imminent Japanese attack. But when it comes on the morning of December the 7th, American troops are caught completely by surprise. But if Japan believes she's delivered the knockout blow to US naval power in the region, she's wrong. On the morning of the bombing raid, the three most important ships in the Pacific Fleet, its aircraft carriers, are not in port. Missing them turns out to be a major Japanese mistake. Yet in the immediate aftermath of Pearl Harbor, America will be caught napping again and again. Ten hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, Japanese bombers suddenly appear over Clark Field in the Philippines. It's America's main airbase in Southeast Asia. It's followed by a second attack by Japanese Zero fighters. "45 minutes later, much of the US air power in the region has been destroyed. The Japanese have caught the US on the hop for a second time. In America, shock turns to outrage. "32 hours after the attack on Pearl Harbor, US President Franklin Roosevelt declares war on Japan.
Since the unprovoked and dastardly attack by Japan, a state of war has existed between the United States and the Japanese Empire.
But before America can organize its forces, there's yet another paralyzing Japanese strike. Within days of the air attack on the Philippines, thousands of Japanese ground forces swarm ashore. With no air power, US defenses are crippled. In a series of swift, ruthless assaults, the Japanese fan out across the country. Ten days later, the Philippine capital, Manila, is captured. For the US commander in the region, it's a humiliation. Douglas MacArthur is one of America's most decorated generals. But outnumbered and outgunned, there's nothing he can do. Finally, in early March, under orders from the American president, MacArthur flies out to Australia. The US regard him as too important to run the risk that he might be taken prisoner. MacArthur vows to return. But the Japanese have just bombed the northern Australian town of Darwin. It's an important Allied base in the Pacific. 8 ships have been sunk in the city's port, and a further 10 seriously damaged. 2 airfields have also been shot up, destroying aircraft and oil storage tanks and killing several hundred people. The raid has caused chaos to Allied supply lines. There are fears it may be followed by a Japanese invasion. MacArthur is swept up in the defense of the country. The Philippines will have to wait. isolated and desperate group of Americans are left on the rocky Bataan Peninsula. They dig in and wait for help. Nothing comes. "We are the battling bastards of Bataan," they proclaim bitterly. No Papa, no Mama, no Uncle Sam. Facing repeated Japanese assaults with supplies running out, the US forces are up against impossible odds. After 4 months of savage fighting, 70,000 US troops and their Filipino allies surrender. Up to 10,000 of them will die on the Bataan Death March before they even reach Japanese prisoner of war camps. Throughout early 1942, the US and her allies suffer a series of massive defeats across the Pacific. Japanese troops occupy the British colony of Malaya. They spread out across the country. A month later, they overrun the capital, Kuala Lumpur. Allied forces withdraw to Singapore, the center of British rule in the Pacific. The British believe they've turned the island into an impregnable fortress. But all the guns point south, out to sea. The Japanese are approaching from the north. Britain sends 2 warships to attack Japanese troop convoys. They're met by Japanese bombers. Both ships are sunk in less than 2 hours. Almost 1,000 of their crew are lost. The British defenses in Singapore are soon reduced to chaos. A force of over 90,000 Allied troops surrender. Almost simultaneously, the British garrison in Hong Kong is invaded. It takes the Japanese just 2 weeks to overrun it. Hong Kong is followed by Burma. The country's defenses have been neglected. Within 2 months, the Japanese have seized the capital, Rangoon. 8 weeks later, Japan controls the whole country. Across the Pacific, the dominoes are falling. It's time for America and her allies to fight back. The big question, how? As US military planners study maps of Japan and the Pacific Ocean, one thing is crystal clear. Japan is protected by an enormously powerful navy. seaborne assault so soon after the crippling attack on the US Pacific Fleet in Pearl Harbor would be suicidal. But an airborne attack is equally impossible. The nearest US base had been in the Philippines. Now the closest bases are in sites like the Hawaiian archipelago. These are over 3,000 miles from Japan, hundreds of miles further than the range of any US long-range bomber. Japan seems untouchable. Or is she? For weeks, a hand-picked group of pilots and their aircraft have been undergoing special training at the Eglin Air Base in Florida. The plan is to transport a small force of B-25 Mitchell bombers by aircraft carrier to within 400 miles of Japan. From there, they'll launch a bombing raid on Tokyo. The Mitchell is a compromise. It's neither the longest range nor most powerful US bomber. But it's big enough to carry a significant payload, and crucially, it's small enough to fit on a carrier. Still, it's an operation fraught with danger. Aircraft carriers are not designed to be used by bombers. Their flight decks are too short, and the bombers are too big and heavy. At the Florida Air Base, the Mitchells are stripped down to remove unnecessary weight. They're fitted with extra fuel tanks to increase their range. The pilots are put through an exhaustive and costly training program. Trials show the modified aircraft will just about be able to take off from the carrier deck, provided there are no errors. But there's a bigger problem. The Mitchells may be able to take off from a carrier, but the flight deck is too short for them to return and land. The only hope of getting back safely is to fly on to hastily improvised air bases along the Chinese coast. Even then, the Mitchells will be flying at the very limit of their range, possibly beyond it. It's a potential suicide mission. It needs someone special to command it. The man put in charge is one of America's most celebrated flyers. His name? Lieutenant Colonel James Doolittle, a man famous for his skill and daring in the air. He's the first man to fly across the United States in less than 24 hours. He's won trophies for speed and endurance flights. He's the first man to take off, fly and land an aircraft using only instruments to guide him. But this will be Jimmy Doolittle's most challenging and dangerous mission yet. Four months after the devastating attack at Pearl Harbor, America is finally ready to strike back. The USS Hornet set sail from San Francisco with 16 B-25 Mitchell bombers strapped to her deck. They're too big to be stored below. "12 days later, halfway across the Pacific, they link up with a second US carrier, the Enterprise, and an escort of cruisers and destroyers. On April the 17th, there's a small ceremony aboard Hornet. Japanese medals, donated to US servicemen during a state visit to Japan in 1908, are ceremonially strapped to one of the huge 500-pound bombs. The bombs are also daubed with slogans. One says, "You'll get a bang out of this." And another, "I don't want to set the world on fire, just Tokyo." "16 days after leaving the US, the Hornet is within striking distance of Japan. But then, there's an emergency. Radar operators on Enterprise locate 2 Japanese boats nearby. A message is flashed to the Hornet. 2 enemy surface craft reported. The Enterprise sends up reconnaissance aircraft to check on them. They find a small patrol boat, then a couple more. They appear to be part of a Japanese early warning system. The US warships open fire. Hundreds of shells target the Japanese boats. One sinks. But has word got out of the approaching US fleet? The Americans face a dilemma. Steam on and risk being trapped by the Japanese Navy, or launch their aircraft immediately, even though they're further from Japan than planned. The US commanders decide it's too risky to delay the attack. But it will mean Doolittle and his men, already flying at the limit of their range, will now have to fly even further. At 8 a.m., a message is flashed to Hornet. "Launch planes. To Colonel Doolittle and gallant command, good luck and God bless you." At 8:20 a.m., the first B-25 takes off. Huge waves turn the carrier deck into a seesaw. The other aircraft follow at brief intervals. A man at the end of the deck watches the dips so the aircraft can take off on a rising deck. One of the most daring raids in aviation history is underway. Four hours later, the Doolittle Raiders are over Tokyo. The raid is over in a matter of minutes. Though the physical damage is minimal, the emotional damage to the Japanese people is profound. They've long believed their homeland to be invulnerable. Doolittle and his raiders prove it's not. Several hours later, the Americans are on course for the landing strips in China. None of them will make it. Over the China Sea, they run into a fuel-sapping headwind, which forces all to ditch. All but 7 of the 80 raiders will eventually make it home to safety, many helped by the local Chinese population. Back in America, they're given a hero's welcome. Doolittle is promoted to general and becomes a national hero. America, the sleeping giant, has shown its teeth. And the Doolittle raid is just the beginning. What the raid shows is that the Japanese gamble at Pearl Harbor has failed. America is finally ready to unleash a whole new form of naval warfare. One that will transform the war in the Pacific entirely. By late spring 1942, the US war machine has geared up. Civilian factories turn over to armaments. Aircraft production soars. Typewriter factories are converted to rifle production. And there's a dash to build aircraft carriers. US Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox speaks for many when he announces,
"The Japs started this war. We are going to finish it."
Tokyo's response to the April 1942 Doolittle raid is typically swift and thorough. Hideki Tojo, the Japanese Prime Minister, orders military planners to build a defensive ring of land bases around Japan's empire. The idea? To secure Japan's vital supplies of natural resources like oil. Half the ring is already in place. Japan controls most of the Chinese coast, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. In early May 1942, to fill the gaps, she grabs the Solomon Islands. Two days later, a powerful Japanese fleet steams into the Coral Sea, hoping to capture Papua New Guinea. The naval commander in charge is perhaps Japan's greatest strategist. Admiral Isoroku Yamamoto was the mastermind behind the attack on Pearl Harbor. He's Harvard-educated. He understands America. At his disposal is perhaps the most powerful navy in the world. It includes 3 aircraft carriers, 9 cruisers, 15 destroyers, and dozens of support vessels. But Yamamoto is not the only top naval commander in the region. Facing him across the Coral Sea is one of America's finest admirals. Chester Nimitz is Commander-in-Chief of the US Navy in the region. Nimitz fought in World War I and is recognized as a brilliant tactician. He also leads a large fleet. It includes 2 aircraft carriers and an assortment of cruisers and destroyers. Some miraculously escaped the devastation at Pearl Harbor. Others have been rapidly patched up. As the 2 huge fleets approach each other, naval warfare is about to change forever. Traditional naval warfare has been a gun battle between warships, a clash of artillery at sea. It's almost always involved visual contact. But the centerpiece of the new fleets are aircraft carriers. They're armed with fighters and fighter bombers. It changes everything. Guns are purely defensive. Opposing carriers can be hundreds of miles apart. Fighting is done in the air. The new emphasis is on intelligence and logistics gathering. Finding out where the enemy is and getting your aircraft in the air before he can. For 2 days, the US and Japanese fleets send up aircraft to scout the Coral Sea. Neither knows what's out there or where the enemy is. Finally, US warplanes locate the Japanese carrier Shoho. Nimitz sends up dive bombers. £13,000 bombs demolish the Shoho's flight deck, exploding inside her hangars. Hours later, she will sink. The Battle of the Coral Sea has begun. The following day, Yamamoto strikes back. The Japanese locate the US carrier Lexington. Yamamoto sends up 0 fighters. The Lexington is soon damaged. Her smaller sister carrier, the Yorktown, is also hit. A bomb penetrates 4 decks before exploding. 37 men are killed. Meanwhile, US dive bombers locate Yamamoto's second carrier, the Shokaku. Her deck is so badly damaged, she can no longer be used by aircraft. As darkness falls, the Lexington is still afloat. But there's been an undetected fuel leak. Suddenly, she erupts. Amazingly, all but 215 of the nearly 3,000 men on board are rescued. Later that evening, she's scuttled by an American torpedo. The Battle of the Coral Sea is a stalemate. But for the first time, the US has taken on the powerful Japanese Navy and equaled it. The myth of Japanese invincibility is broken. It's time for America to drive home its advantage. And it's got just the weapon to do it. In Washington, Operation Magic is underway. A top-secret team of US codebreakers has successfully cracked the Japanese military codes. America has gained the upper hand in the crucial new front in modern warfare: intelligence gathering. In late May, Magic reports Japanese plans for a surprise attack on target AF. AF is clearly somewhere in the mid-Pacific. But where? Naval strategists scour maps of the region. One candidate is the coral atoll of Midway, an important US military base in the Hawaiian archipelago. It would be an ideal jumping-off point for a second and more decisive Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor. To confirm their hunch, the US codebreakers set a trap. The American base on Midway is instructed to send an uncoded message reporting problems with its water desalination system. Almost immediately, naval intelligence intercepts a Japanese signal that target AF is experiencing water problems. The news is flashed to Nimitz. He now knows exactly where the Japanese will strike next. In early June 1942, the Japanese mount a diversionary attack on the Aleutian Islands off the coast of Alaska. The idea? To draw the US Pacific Fleet thousands of miles north, leaving the way clear to seize Midway in the south. But thanks to the codebreakers, Nimitz ignores the attack. The following day, Japanese carriers launch an attack on their real target, Midway. But the US base is prepared and sends up a strong force of fighters. It's not what the Japanese commander, Admiral Chichuchi Nagumo, is expecting. He needs to rethink his plans rapidly. Nagumo has kept a number of aircraft in reserve, loaded with bombs and torpedoes designed to attack ships. It's a precaution in case the US Navy shows up unexpectedly. But now Nagumo needs all his aircraft to drive home the attack on Midway. Carrier crews are ordered to reload the reserve aircraft with fragmentation bombs to continue the assault on the US base. But then, as the reloading is underway, Japanese spotter planes relay an urgent message. Three huge US aircraft carriers backed by warships are bearing down on them. Nagumo faces a tough choice. Should he continue the attack on Midway, or should he rearm his bombers to attack the US fleet? He hesitates. It's a fatal mistake. The US carriers launch dive bombers. With many aircraft still in the process of loading, the Japanese are sitting ducks. Within 5 extraordinary minutes, the American dive bombers reduce 3 of Japan's largest aircraft carriers to flaming wrecks. All will later sink. In reply, that afternoon the Japanese damage beyond repair the US carrier Yorktown. She too will sink. Meanwhile, America's bombers score a direct hit on a 4th Japanese carrier. She turns into a blazing pyre. For the Japanese, the attack on Midway is a disaster. Her navy has lost 4 of its finest carriers. It's also lost well over 2,000 sailors. A decisive moment. Months earlier, Japan had gambled all to push America out of the Pacific with a swift, decisive blow against the US Navy. The gamble has failed. The US now rules the waves. But the war in the Pacific is far from over. Japan is still undefeated on land and a powerful, threatening force in the air. The next few years of war will be devastating and deadly for both sides.
Summer 1942. 6 months after Pearl Harbor, the tides of war are shifting. An American victory at Midway strips Japan of its dominance of the waves. But this epic war for supremacy in the Pacific is far from over. Hitting island after island, it's clear the US is facing an enemy that is willing to fight to the death. This is the story of terrifying fanaticism and personal heroism, told in compelling detail, with specially enhanced color film and rare footage shot by the troops themselves, all put together for the first time to answer the question, does America have what it takes to endure and win? This is World War II in the Pacific. By the summer of 1942, it's clear Japan's attempt at knocking America out at Pearl Harbor failed. In fact, the US victory at the Battle of Midway has enabled them to assert dominance at sea. It's a shift in power that has America ready to strike back at Japan's empire. The question is, where to begin? US military planners, led by Army Chief of Staff George C. Marshall, identified Japan's Achilles heel: a complete lack of natural resources. It's why Japan has seized all those territories around the Pacific. To create an empire to supply oil, rubber, tin, and food, essential for maintaining the war effort. Cut off these resources, and Japan will fall. The problem is, Japanese Commander General Hideki Tojo knows it too. He has built a defensive ring of steel around Japan's empire. A string of island bases, complete with troops, ships, and aircraft to protect Japan's supply lines. Taking them would demand more than American naval superiority. It will mean driving the Japanese from their bases across the ocean, island by island. This will require an entirely new form of warfare: the amphibious landing. America has never attempted anything like this before. But US chiefs believe there's no alternative to the island-hopping strategy. They decide to attack along two fronts. Admiral Chester Nimitz, the commander-in-chief of the US fleet, will seize key strategic Japanese bases in the Central Pacific, along the Gilbert, Marshall, and Mariana Islands. General Douglas MacArthur, the supreme commander of Allied forces in the Southwest Pacific, would take New Guinea and the Solomon Islands to the south of Japan's empire. Fortunately for MacArthur, Allies stationed on New Guinea have prevented Japan from seizing the entire island. Japanese invaded New Guinea in March 1942, but came up against Australia's forces stationed there. With the help of the native Papuans, the Australians have fought back against Japan's South Seas forces and have retained an important base at Port Moresby. This will provide the US with a foothold from which to launch their offensive. America's first target, a tiny island on the southern tip of the Solomon Islands, the very bottom of Japan's defensive ring. Guadalcanal. The offensive opens with shelling by US warships. B-17s from 26th Squadron rained down destruction for 7 days. Only when Japan's defenses have been softened up does the US launch the first land-based assault. Marines go into amphibious combat for the very first time. Low light and heavy clouds allow the approaching landing craft to go undetected. Wave after wave of Marines pour onto the beaches. Everything is going like clockwork. But as they press up the beach, the Japanese are waiting. Japan's garrison fight back with shocking ferocity. The 1st and 11th Marine Corps pound the enemy defenses with howitzers. It's not enough. They are forced to get in close. The Japanese are driven by a code of honor. It's better to die in battle or commit suicide than surrender. A code that Americans quickly discover means they're in for a fight to the death. Within hours, 10,000 US troops reach land, outnumbering the enemy 5 to 1. As more US heavy artillery and tank support arrives, American optimism grows that they have the Japanese outgunned and outnumbered. Japan's 2,000-strong garrison is quickly overwhelmed. By 8 p.m., after just 14 hours of fighting, American troops secure their main objective, an airstrip on the north of the island. The US now has an airbase from which to support its advance on Japan's island empire. But control over the island is far from secure. "12 days later, Japan mounts a counterattack. A wave of 1,000 soldiers from their nearby island stronghold of Rabaul lands on Guadalcanal. American forces stand firm. Almost all of the Japanese that attack are killed. But they keep on coming. Wave after wave of Japanese reinforcements pour onto the island. Fighting continues for 6 months, until Japan is forced to concede. All remaining Japanese forces are evacuated from Guadalcanal by February the 7th, 1943. The battle for this one tiny island costs America 7,100 lives. Japan's losses are a staggering 24,000. Guadalcanal is a taste of the war of attrition that is to come. The American victory provides a key foothold on the edge of the Japanese Empire. A secure airfield for General MacArthur to start island hopping his way towards the ultimate goal, mainland Japan. February 1943. With Guadalcanal under their control, US chiefs can now begin the process of cutting Japan off from its supply of natural resources. Rabaul, on the island of New Britain, is America's next target. From here, Japan provides air and naval support to its supply routes. MacArthur's plan is not to capture Rabaul, but to isolate it. Cut off, it will cease to pose any military threat. Operation Cartwheel is launched. General MacArthur intends to encircle Rabaul with a pincer maneuver. MacArthur himself will lead the western pincer from Port Moresby up the Japanese-occupied northern coast of New Guinea. The eastern pincer, commanded by Admiral William Bull Halsey, will start from Guadalcanal and move north through the Japanese-controlled Solomon Islands. From these 2 points, the US Navy can complete the encirclement. As with Guadalcanal, Cartwheel begins with intense aerial bombardment and shelling. Then Marine and Army units assault the beaches. This time, the Japanese unleash heavy mortar, sniper, and machine gun fire. As the US presses inland, Japanese resistance becomes even stronger. The enemy are well dug in, lurking in a network of pillboxes, caves, and underground bunkers. American forces have to get in close, a task for grenades and flamethrowers. Still, the Japanese soldiers stay true to the samurai code of honor. Rather than surrender, they mount suicide charges, shouting "Banzai." As the combat continues, US troops face a new enemy. The jungle terrain on the island is riddled with disease. Soldiers fall prey to dysentery, scrub typhus, and worst of all, malaria. In fact, across the entire war in the Pacific, malaria claims more American casualties than the Japanese. But despite the appalling jungle conditions, the US weight in numbers tips the balance. Japanese fanatical bravery is no match for America's military might. It takes 9 bloody months of conflict, but eventually the two pincers of Operation Cartwheel encircle Rabaul. American casualties run into the tens of thousands. Staggeringly, more than 150,000 Japanese are killed. Operation Cartwheel has done its job. Rabaul, along with its garrison of over 100,000 men, is now isolated and will play no further part in the war. Vital resources, including oil from the Dutch East Indies and rubber from New Guinea, are successfully cut off from mainland Japan. Meanwhile, to the east, Admiral Chester Nimitz and the US fleet are preparing to attack Japan's empire on a second front. Operation Galvanic aims to drive the Japanese off the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. These outposts provide vital military support to Japan's supply routes in the Central Pacific. The campaign's first target? The island of Tarawa. It starts with, by now, tried and tested tactics. A naval and air bombardment from the 5th Fleet. Then, the 2nd Marine Division heads for the beaches. This time, America's lack of experience of amphibious warfare shows when the troops land at low tide. They are forced to leave their landing crafts with water up to their waists and razor-sharp coral reefs underfoot. Exposed to enemy fire, hundreds of Marines are cut down by machine guns. Meanwhile, the bulk of Japan's 4,700-strong garrison is waiting inland. Outnumbered by the invading Americans 7-1. Every one of them is ready to die for their emperor. Their extreme dedication makes the next 4 days some of the fiercest and bloodiest battles in Marine Corps history. By the time the island of Tarawa is secure, 1,700 American lives are lost. Out of the entire Japanese garrison, only 17 allow themselves to be captured alive. With the Japanese unable to halt their charge, Nimitz's forces continue to steam north. By February the 22nd, he seizes all the key targets in the Gilbert and Marshall Islands. US forces now have their sights set to the north on the Japanese-controlled Mariana Islands. Admiral Chester Nimitz and his naval task force launch Operation Forager. The first target, the Mariana Island of Saipan. A 165,000 shells are fired at Japan's defenses. Two days later, the amphibious landings begin. "8,000 Marines of the 2nd and 4th Divisions are ashore by early morning. The fighting follows a by now familiar pattern. But this time, the Japanese have a surprise. They don't just have ground troops. They call up their navy. A huge carrier fleet, including 5 fleet carriers and 4 light carriers, advances into the Philippine Sea. The aim is to cut the US troops on Saipan off from their supporting ships. But there is a flaw in the Japanese plan. Most of their experienced pilots were lost at the Battle of Midway. These pilots are rookies. A first wave of just 61 Zero fighters take off. Nimitz scrambles 220 F-6F Hellcat fighters. These are America's most advanced fighter planes. Their pilots are battle-hardened. It's men against boys. Outnumbered and outgunned, Japan's Zeros are mercilessly blasted from the sky. The Japanese launch another wave of 120 aircraft. And then another 47. By nightfall, the US losses stand at just 29 planes. Japan's are almost 400 aircraft. It goes down in history as the Great Marianas Turkey Shoot. At sea level, the battle is just as one-sided. US submarines torpedo and sink 2 Japanese aircraft carriers. In less than 24 hours, the Imperial Japanese fleet is routed. They lose 3 carriers and almost 600 aircraft. This crushing blow means that Japan can no longer compete in carrier-based warfare. The Battle of the Philippine Sea is an important American victory. Back on Saipan, the conflict plummets to new depths of horror. It's not the Banzai charges that shock the US troops. It's the suicidal fanaticism of the 8,000 Japanese civilians on the island. American soldiers watch in horror as men, women, and even children jump from cliffs to their death. The message to America is clear. To beat Japan, the US won't just have to overcome a vast army, but an entire nation that will never surrender. How can you defeat an enemy that just won't back down? Summer 1944, and America is winning the war in the Pacific. Japan's empire is being rolled back, but the cost of human life is horrifying. US losses stand at around 46,000 men. Japan's are massive, at over 300,000. Mainland Japan is deprived of natural resources, and their war effort is taking a toll on the Japanese people. Food is in short supply. Japan's agricultural and transport infrastructures are disintegrating. But the war seems no nearer to ending. In the US High Command, an argument is underway. Chief of Naval Operations Admiral Ernest J. King argues that the war could be brought to a swift end by moving the fleet west from the Marianas to the island of Formosa, modern-day Taiwan. It would put Japan's home islands within easy striking range of US heavy bombers. King's plan would mean bypassing most of the remaining Japanese bases across the Pacific, leaving them undefeated but isolated. General MacArthur has other ideas. The US Supreme Commander in Southeast Asia tells President Roosevelt that America must continue with his island-hopping strategy. In particular, he must drive the Japanese off the Philippines. This approach, he argues, would provide bigger bases than Formosa from which to launch bombing raids, and consolidate America's stranglehold on Japan. there's something else. MacArthur had promised the Filipino people that he would return when he was driven off the island in December 1941. He means to keep that promise. On July 26, 1944, President Roosevelt backs MacArthur's plan. It is a decision that will prove fateful for hundreds of thousands of people. As preparations for the campaign begin, MacArthur deliberates where to make his first assault. He targets the island of Leyte in the southern Philippines. The general launches amphibious landings. An expert in PR, he is filmed striding ashore with his troops, showing the folks back home that he has indeed returned. By now, America is accomplished at amphibious landings, and within hours, the 6th Army establishes an 18-mile-long beachhead from which to begin their advance inland. The Japanese High Command know they have to try something different to break the cycle of American success. They gamble and mobilize all their remaining major naval vessels. They call it Operation Show, meaning victory. The plan is to lure America's naval support away from the ground troops on Leyte. The Imperial fleet is split into 3. One convoy advances through the San Bernardino Straits to the north, and another through the Surigao Straits to the south. The 3rd Japanese convoy, including the Imperial Navy's last 4 carriers, approaches the Philippines from the northeast. On October the 23rd, the northern convoy of Operation Show is spotted. Admiral Halsey, commander of the 3rd Fleet, intercepts. The following morning, he scrambles aircraft to attack the Japanese convoy. The Japanese come under fire. But then turn and retreat. It's a trick designed to lead Halsey on. He takes the bait, heading straight towards the Japanese carriers to the northeast and away from Leyte. Meanwhile, to the south, Admiral Kincaid heads out to intercept the 2nd Japanese convoy approaching through the Surigao Straits. Japan's plan is working. Just a few US vessels remain to support the landing on Leyte. Now, under the cover of darkness, the Japanese fleet that had appeared to retreat turns back to attack the handful of American ships still covering the landing. This could be the victory that Japan so desperately needs. But at the last moment, they lose their nerve. Fearing they are sailing into a trap, the Japanese turn again and retreat. The opportunity is lost. In the Surigao Straits, Admiral Kinkaid and the US 7th Fleet unleash hell on Japan's southern convoy. Three Japanese destroyers and 2 battleships are sunk. To the northeast, Admiral Halsey and the 3rd Fleet reach the 4 remaining Japanese carriers. Having lost most of their aircraft and pilots in the Marianas, Japan's carriers are sitting ducks. All 4 are sunk. It should be the final knockout blow against the Japanese Imperial Navy. But Japan believes it can still strike back against the US fleet. With a terrifying tactic that takes its fanaticism to a whole new level. The Imperial High Command calls for volunteers to form a new aerial strike force. They are called kamikaze, meaning divine wind. And they are required to make the ultimate sacrifice in the name of their emperor. In the fall of 1944, the first kamikaze pilots drink sake before climbing into their aircraft laden with fuel and explosives. Their targets are America's aircraft carriers, supporting the troops on the Philippine island of Leyte. US fighters and anti-aircraft guns respond to the threat. Some kamikazes are blown out of the sky. Others miss their targets. But a direct hit is devastating. The carrier St. Lo is sunk, killing 100 Americans. As horrific as these attacks are, they're not enough to turn the tide of the war. Out of some 2,600 kamikaze sorties, only 19% hit their targets, sinking less than 40 US ships. Back on Leyte, ground forces face off against Japanese defenses across the island. Attritional warfare continues for 2 solid months. But once again, Japan's determination is no match for America's sheer weight in numbers. they are outnumbered 4-1. On New Year's Eve 1944, General MacArthur's men finally capture Leyte. Almost the entire Japanese force of 50,000 lies dead. Now MacArthur can launch his attack on the main Philippine island of Luzon. Early in the new year, over 100,000 troops of the 6th Army Division land on the south coast of the island.